Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. What a lovely day it is outside. It's nice being in here, it's a bit cooler, so I hope you're staying inside this morning. Well, you need to anyway, because we've got a fab day. It's going to get super warm. Super warm. I know we shouldn't moan because it is lovely, but stay inside where it's nice and cool. That's my advice, because it's really cool in here. I'm not going outside at all. We've got a great day for you today, and we've got a brand new guest, which is very exciting. I got rather excited because there was a lot of yarn involved in our new guest, and you know how much I love that. So I can see all the wonderful things I'm going to do with these products. So that's coming up later on today. We'll go through the menu in just a moment, but we've got to start with the early bird. One of my favourite things, and something that I buy an extremely large amount of, and I'm sure you do too. Rotary cutter blades. Now, all of you who use rotary cutters know how annoying it is when you've gone over a pin or you've chipped the edge of your ruler and you get a little nick out your rotary cutter blade and you battle on, and then eventually you buy one blade and you change it and it's like, oh, so much time saved. Well, we have got a whole pack of 10 here for you. And the most glorious thing about rotary cutter blades is that they will fit any rotary cutter. Oh, why does the whole world not act in the same way? So it doesn't matter what brand rotary cutter you've got, as long as it's your 45mm, which is your standard one that most of us use. These blades will fit them all. Now, 10 for £19.99 is a great price, because that works out as £2, £1.99 a blade, which is fabulous, isn't it? And they all come in a little plastic box. Very lovely. But let's do a price comparison, just so for those of you lucky ones of you who've never had to buy a new one, this is, so the Ulfa ones, which is a great brand, where's the price? £5. Oh, there it is. I was reading the one for £5. I mean, it's worth it. They're stainless steel, they cut beautifully, they fit your cutters, they save you oodles of time. So one for £5, and that's Ulfa. Oh, found a pack of 2, Millwood, another great brand. £5.90, so that's already beaten the Ulfa. So 2 for £5.90, that's quite good. Do you know they're probably all the same? They're all stainless steel. I don't know. I mean, they work. I have used all brands. Let me tell you, all brands, and I've never noticed the difference from one brand to the other. There may be, and you might contradict me on that, but all the brands I've used, they all seem to be the same to me. So that's 1 for £5, 2 for £5.90, and we're going 10 for £19.99. But we're not, because it's early bird, isn't it? And although that is a fantastic price, and I would definitely pay that price, because £1.99 a blade is brilliant, we're going to give you a little deal. Little deal. Now, this is one of our most popular items, and I'm not surprised. Like sewing machine needles, change them regularly, rotary cutter blades. So change it as soon as you cut a length of fabric and you get those little threads that you have to then go back and cut with your scissors. Battle on for a week like I do, get really annoyed, or just change it. Honestly, it takes a minute to change. Right, so we found a price comparison for the Ulfa pack of 10 in the little plastic box on the Long River. £32. Oh, I'm not paying that for a yellow box. Exactly the same thing. I mean, except ours is a clear thing. £19.99, not £32. Still getting the 10 blades. And how much are we going to do it for, Hannah? Special offer, special offer. Be very careful with them, because they're fine if you hold them like this, but obviously they've got very sharp edges. Now they've all got a very thin coating of oil so that they separate nicely as well, but make sure you separate them. I put two blades in my rotary cutter once, and it took me some time to wonder why I had so many spare threads. If you ever cut your fabric and you're getting all of these loose threads, it's because you put two blades in. It took me ages to work that out. Keep the plastic case, because I keep my old plastic cases and I put the old ones in, the blunt ones. Then they're nice and safe, and when it's full, I can then dispose of them. But it's very easy to do. And when you buy a rotary cutter, there will be instructions on the pack of how to change the blade. Clearly you will have lost those or thrown them out. So all I would say is when you get your rotary cutter and you take the blade out, take everything off. So you've got a screw that you take off, put that on your work surface the way up that it goes on. Then you get a little washer that's slightly bent, put that the side up that it came off, and then take the bit off the other side, put your new blade in, and then just pick all the pieces up in order and assemble it back. Because the problem is if that little bent washer thing you put the wrong way round, you can't get them back. It doesn't work properly. So if you've got problems reconstructing it, just take it off in an assembly line. Or hopefully you might have another one and then you can just copy it. And then dispose of the blade very carefully, because clearly even though you've got a little nick out of it, it's still going to be really sharp. So be really careful with him. So we're just sorting out the offer for you at the moment, but even $19.99 for 10 blades. It's wonderful. When I get down to about 5, I get myself another pack, because the time you waste, particularly if you're cutting a lot of fabric, you go through, and also when you pull it apart, so maybe you've cut a few, say 3-inch strips or something, when you pull it apart, you think that strip's coming off and it's joined by a little thread. If that pulls too much, it pulls out the thread across the width of the fabric, and then you get a little line. So that's why I would say not only is it annoying that you've wasted all that time, that it takes you so much more time to trim all the little bits off, it does actually ruin your fabric. And some fabrics, if they're a more open weave, if you pull out one of those warp or weft threads, you can see a little gap. So it really is worth doing. If you've never done rotary cutting before, honestly, you will save so much time. And it doesn't matter whether you're a patchwork and quilter, obviously as patchworkers, we use them all the time. We cut strips, but even for dressmakers, it's brilliant. You know, you can get a really nice straight hem. If I'm hemming, say, a pair of jeans, I'll mark all of how much I want to take off them, and then I cut it with a rotary cutter, because you've got a perfectly straight line. Much better for cutting out dress patterns. I'm not very good at freehand rotary cutting, but if I'm cutting out a dress pattern as a straight edge, I'll put my ruler on top and cut it, because you will get a neater line. So it's a really, really good thing to have anyway. Now oh yeah, sorry, Hannah has broken the computer. Hannah, how have you done that? But she is going to mend it. She's got her screwdrivers out. The price is going to go down to $14.99. We've just got to sort it out. So if you've already checked out, don't worry. Your payment's never taken till midnight anyway, so don't worry. Anyone who checks out now, you will be charged $14.99. I'll just go through the menu. We'll get it all fixed, and then we'll show you the exact price. But, I mean, we have got a lot in stock. We have bought more than we know how popular they are. But do check out whilst we've got these. And we'll just do the menu. It will be $14.99, I promise. So check out now, $14.99. It's £1.49 a blade, not £3. That's less than half price of that single alpha blade. Amazing. Right. We'll come back to that in a minute once Hannah's mended the computer. Coming up today on Sewing Street is 8 o'clock, that's now. We've got a whole host of plain and blender fabrics for you. We've got bundles of plain fabrics. We've put them together in lovely little matching sets. Oh, we've got some really nice waterproof fabric as well. We've got some stripy fabrics. We've got some really cool like fossils or gemstone fabrics, all sorts of things. I mean, like, look at this. Look at this lot. This is coming up. Look at those. These are gorgeous, aren't they? We've got the Osnaburg Love the Osnaburg, that's brilliant. We've got some brilliant, this is one of my favourite ones, which I know might look a bit dull, but it is, you know, these plain neutrals, what a wonderful pack. So we've put them together. So you've got, you know, your whites and your ivories and all your neutrals. We've got some beautiful Michael Miller stripes. Bundle, limited bundle. I mean, these are just asking to be borders, aren't they? Bindings. I mean, these are absolutely beautiful. I love a stripe. Also, if you cut them across the bias, you've got a nice diagonal stripe as well. Love that one. So we've got a bundle of those. We've got some Brights bundles. Oh, I tell you what we've got as well. We've got ticking. Canvas ticking. Now, it's not your it's canvas weight, but it's not your thick canvas. It's got a real soft feel for it. Absolutely perfect for bags when you want to cover seats and things. And the colours are beautiful. They're really sort of like a real denim bluey grey and that really lovely French red. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Those are all coming at up at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock is our brand new guest. Our brand new guest, Mark Vardy, with his I-cord knitting machine. Oh, this is brilliant. Do you remember making I-cords from those French knitting things? And you made loads and loads, and it took ages and ages and ages. This plugs in. It makes the cord so quickly. It's brilliant. It's got weights that attach to it. You can use all yarns from a 4-ply up to an Aran weight. We're going to reduce the price. We've got bundles. Mark is also, he's a developer. That's what he says. He's an inventor developer. He's also developed these special templates so that you can make shapes. You can put wire through your I-cords. You can then make them into shapes. You can make them into different things. Amazing. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. He's a brand new guest. You're going to absolutely love these. I really like them. Then at 10 o'clock, it is the Sampler Quilt number 6. How can we be on number 6? Honeymoon Blocks this month. Now, I've got behind me the Country Garden variation. It always looks really funny when they look really short. Maybe the quilt's just really big. Maybe it's just a really big quilt. It's a, I think, 86-inch square quilt. Was it 88? So this is the Country Garden one. I didn't have room to hang up the China Blue. So this is part 6. It is really big, isn't it? And it is down to the floor as well. So if you haven't joined in with the Amber Make Sampler Quilt Block of the Month yet, every month you make 3 blocks on a theme. So the first month we made 3 flower blocks, the second month we made 3 carpenter star blocks, and you keep going. And over the 12 months, by the time you get to the end, you've made 36 blocks. Your kit has a print fabric in it, a panel of fabric with all different prints and a plain as well. And you've got instructions and a video. This month we're going to make the Honeymoon Star, which I would like to say is the easiest block of all. Of all of them. I don't know why I've saved it for number 6. I thought I'd give you a little break at number 6. But the Honeymoon Star, which is this one, is block 3. So the way that we did it, and this is the way I think that Sampler Quilts should work, is that you make your blocks. But the most important thing is that the whole quilt needs to hang together. So once I designed the blocks, I gave all the blocks just drawn out to Amy, and she designed the fabric specifically to suit all the blocks. So I think there were 13 different prints in total, which are used across all of the blocks. So it means when you make your finished quilt, the whole thing will hang together. And at the end, we will sell a panel that has all the sashing and the little squares in between. So you only have to make 3 blocks a month. They're all on a theme, but they're all slightly different. So this month with the Honeymoon Star, they're all constructed in the same way, they're just different colours. But like when we did Carpenter's Star, that's all got different colours. What else? We did the sailboat last month, this one, and that with the sailboat, there were 3 different sailboats in total. Hi, Rebecca. Oh, reading too fast. Fabulous block of the month. I'm buying them all, and then we'll start making them with the help of your videos. Thank you from Sandra. Brilliant. Well, I know a lot of you have joined in at the beginning. Some of you joined in halfway through. We managed to get them reprinted every month. So if you haven't seen before, you want to join in, if you go on the website, we've got all of the blocks. So you get the kit, it's got your plain fabric, and the plain fabric is the same each time. So with China Blues, you get white. With Country Garden, you get ivory. And then you will get a panel with all the fabrics printed on. You cut them out. There's a video tutorial. There's full instructions. And not only that, the whole point of a sampler quilt is that you then have instructions to make all of these blocks. So you can use those. So say you want to make a sailboat quilt, you can use those instructions then again to make a whole quilt or make them into individual items. So it is quite a good, it's quite a good way of being able to create a whole quilt, but then have all of the blocks. Keep all of the instructions. I've also designed a quilt block keeper that you can keep all your blocks in. And then at the end, because it's more manageable, isn't it, to make 3 a month? At the end, you've got this amazing sampler quilt. I will show you the China Blues variation at 10 o'clock, but I didn't have enough space to hang them. Oh, we've got an image. Oh, look, here's the image. Okay, there's the image of the China Blues. So the China Blues is mainly blues with a little bit of green and a little bit of grey. Country Garden is all your sort of pastel florals. So I know some people are buying them alternately, one China Blues, one Country Garden, so they've got a really mixed quilt. I'd love to see that when it's finished. So that's number 6, which is the Honeymoon Blocks, is coming up at 10 o'clock. So I'll be showing you how to do that. But you can get ahead, get your kit now, and if you want to go back, we do have a limited number of all of the others, so you can start. I know a lot of you are buying it and saving it to make all at the end. Or some of you, I mean, you all post photos. A lot of you are making them as you go along as well. That's at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Mark will be back with us with more wonderful things, including this amazing yarn winder. So as you know, I love crochet knitting, and I always rewind my yarn, even if it's on balls, not hanks, because it's easier to knit from or crochet from. And both of mine are hand operated. This is powered. You plug it in. So you just leave it to go. I've had a little play already. It's absolutely brilliant. Rewinding your yarn makes such a big difference. It doesn't roll across the floor. It doesn't get tangled. It's brilliant. And the fact that you can plug this in, genius, want one. Absolutely fab. And that's coming up at 11 o'clock with also some other items, including a fab bow maker that is the best ever stash buster, because you can use fabric to make them. Absolutely brilliant. Right, the team are helping Hannah to sort out the broken computer, and we will get the rotary cutting early bird back, and it will be $14.99. But in the meantime, we'll do an extra early bird. I'll just put this to one side. We're only going to do this because we're still getting the other one fixed, because Hannah's broken things. So the Osnaburg. Now, this is brilliant. Osnaburg is a cotton fabric, but it's slightly heavier than it looks like calico. It's slightly heavier, so it's used a lot for embroidery, but it's also a really good base fabric. It's a brilliant slightly heavier fabric to use for bags, linings, all that sort of thing. Now, £13.96 for 2 metres. This is cut to 2 metres. So if you buy more than one of them, it doesn't come as a whole. It will always come as a 2 metre piece. Today's price, £13.96. That's £3.49 for half a metre, which is an amazing price. But as an apology for Hannah confusing items, she's going to give you half a metre for free. You can see the drape of this. If you've already checked out, you will get that price, £10.47. It's got a beautiful drape. Do you know, you can even use it in dressmaking, make lovely aprons, wouldn't it? I think that's beautiful. It's really good for embroidery, particularly things like crewel work, because it's got a little bit more weight to it. I know loads of you use it in curtain making even. I mean, obviously 2 metres won't be quite enough for a curtain, but it's got that weight. It's not as heavy as a curtain material, but it's got a nice drape to it. Lovely in dressmaking as well, but really good for things like tote bags, just backs of things. If you want something a bit heavier, because we often say use calico for backing. It's a little bit heavier than a calico, but it's got a really nice soft drape, and it also has that natural slub to it. £10.47 for 2 metres. Amazing price. Now, that price is only till midnight, but we're actually only got 16 bundles left, so I doubt we'll even last till midnight. Amazing, isn't it? Right, another early bird. Right, Hannah is now going to come out and explain to you what's... Well, yes, could you come and explain to us, Hannah, what went wrong this morning? She's broke the computer. Okay.
I haven't got a mic on. I broke the computer. We will get it fixed. Rotary blades will be at $14.99.
Fabulous. They better be.
I've just done this and everyone's brought it too quickly. Which
yeah,
is
they
great.
have. Yeah, they have. Yes.
For you, not so much me, because I've now got to do another early bird.
What's it going to be?
This neutral bundle.
I like
just
that.
My list. I know. I'm going to do that next.
It's a really good one. Is it going to be a good price?
Yes, it will. I don't.
Did
know.
you make this one?
Yes, I did. At some point.
Yes.
I don't know what price we're going to.
Oh, it could be anything.
Give good deals.
Good deals. One day we'll sort the rotary cutters, but the blades are $14.99. We just haven't got the actual numbers on the screen. I think other people are having to get involved now to sort out. Other people are getting involved in the issue now. Right, let's do this as another one. I said at the beginning this is a great one. So in this one, you get 1/2 metre of white, ivory, and now I can't remember the other names, maybe sort of biscuity colour, a sort of a darker biscuity colour, a light grey, and a medium grey. So $22.99, so you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it says on there, 1/2 metres. We are going to go under £20. $19.99. Amazing. Beige elephant, ivory, nude, silver and white. So that's elephant, that's silver, that's ivory, that's white, and that's beige and that's nude. I mean, this sells really well anyway, because isn't it great? You always need a bit of neutral, don't you? Nice to have these as well, because we obviously always sell these, well, nearly always, unless they're out of stock, but mainly we keep good stocks of these on our website. You can always buy them by the 1/2 metre. We sell loads and loads. It's all Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. But it's lovely to have the neutral bundle, because it means you've got them, you know what the colours are, and then if you want to buy more, you've always got like your sample swatch as well. $19.99. Absolutely loads of you are coming in. Take advantage of Hannah breaking the computer and the fact that other people have now got to get involved. And they're probably not even up yet. But you're getting 1/2 metre of each. It will come like this, all cut 1/2 metres each. Rose and Hubble, quilting weight cotton, 44 inches width, 112 centimetres. It's beautiful quality and the colours are fab because they have a really good solid dye. I like the Rose and Hubble because when you cut, you know that the dye is really even and it's really solid, and I find it doesn't run even when I've washed it, because it's when you buy decent quality, that's what happens, isn't it? But it's lovely to have the 2 greys as well, because you know when you see them on the screen you think, oh, I don't know which one I want, and like the white and the ivory are very close, but they are different. It does make a difference to what you do. So like in my sampler quilt, I have white for the China blues, but ivory for the country garden, because that subtle ivory gives you a completely different look to the white. So get this while you can. £19.99 for 3 metres and a really worthwhile to get into your stash. I don't know how they folded that one. I can never do it the same. I'm sure the warehouse, these fabrics come back to them, they despair because they never ever look the same as when they send them up to me. Right, half of the stock has gone. I mean, we shouldn't really have put the money off this one, to be honest, and I don't know why we've got 3 early birds. So just take advantage of it. I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll just keep getting new early birds until they get it fixed. But, you know, anyone who checks out on these blades, you will be paying $14.99. It will still say $19.99, but don't you worry. We do honour our word. It will be $19.99. I'm going to put those back. So I don't cut myself. They will get sorted out. $19.99 for that. Right, shall we move on to another bundle, because we've got loads to get through. Right, let's go Liberty. This one is lovely because, again, you're talking neutrals. So these have probably got, actually, the Liberty have always got really nice names as well, haven't they? What are the names for these? Oh, look, oh no, I was going to say it comes up on there. Magnolia Parchment, Silver Birch. Now I'm not sure. Magnolia Parchment, Ivory, Silver Birch, and I can't see the one at the top. Is that Lemon? There's something in front of it. Cotton. Okay. Gorgeous, aren't they? So these are your neutrals. You've got like like an ivory, you've got a very pale linen-y colour, a taupe, a silver, and a very pale lemon colour. Really nice. So again, you've got half a metre of each of these, £42.45. They are beautiful. I mean, they are this is like Liberty when it does its basics range. It does it beautifully, doesn't it? So you've got the plain background, and then you've got like a monochrome print of all the flowers and the leaves. Absolutely gorgeous. I often use, if I make a Liberty item, I always use these fabrics for this background, because it's just got that little touch of Liberty in it. Very nice and neutral. Ideal for, well, all these neutrals are really in at the moment, aren't they? You know, if you made a very simple patchwork cushion with these, they'd look gorgeous. Little bags would look lovely. I mean, think of cosmetic bags, how pretty they'd be. You'd have enough here to line them as well. Babies, new babies, because that's very gender neutral, isn't it? If you don't know what the baby's going to be and you want a really neutral palette, how lovely would that be? £42.45. And if you're doing a new baby quilt, just keep it simple. I mean, just go like flying geese, half square triangles, or just simple squares. When you've got a fabric of this quality, the fabric does all the talking. It will look amazing. Cut the whole lot into 4.5 inches square, sew them all back together, beautiful, and you've got that really lovely neutral vibe. I would save one of them. I would use, say, 4 to patchwork with, and save one of them. I would probably choose the grey and use that as the borders around the edge. Tie the whole thing in together. I mean, and £42.45 is a very inexpensive baby quilt, isn't it? But actually a quite really nice quilt to just put over the back of your sofa to use when you just want something a little bit warmer. I would also recommend bamboo wadding. Big fan of bamboo wadding at the moment. If you're making a baby quilt, go bamboo, because it's really, really soft and flexible and washes beautifully. I mean, you can use 80-20. I always used to use 80-20 wadding, and we do a 50-50 bamboo, but I am a big fan at the moment. I go through waddings, but at the moment, my biggest fan wadding is the 100% bamboo. It's beautiful. I used it the other day, and it quilts really well, and it's so soft. If that's the effect you want, sometimes you want a puffier, loftier one, but I'm going bamboo. Right, a pastel bundle. Oh no, was that? Oh yeah, I found it. There we go. Oh, this is very ice cream, isn't it? Cloud. Light pink, mint, and I'm going buttercup. Mint, light pink, cloud, and can't see the top one. There's a red thing on top of it. Buttercup. There we go. It's ice cream, isn't it? It looks like your sort of very pale strawberry ice cream. Not sure what the blue one is. Blueberry, mint choc chip. Not sure what the yellow one is then. Well, it'd have to be vanilla, but a very strong one, or maybe mango or something. But it looks really ice cream colour, so it's a lovely pastel one. Now, you could use that in conjunction with the neutral bundle. If you wanted those neutrals, but you just wanted a little bit of pastel with it, that would look really nice. Also, you could pop it in with this Liberty bundle to make it go a bit further, couldn't you? So you've got the Liberties, but then having that pastel, that looks really nice with it. £14.99 for that, 2 metres in total. So you've got 4 half metres, half a metre of each. Again, nice to have them, because then you know what the colours are. And then you can, if you want to buy more, I always do that whenever I get any of the fabrics. Luckily, I've actually got a shade card now. But when I didn't have a shade card, always kept a little swatch of them and wrote the name of it down, and then you know what they are. Right, we're less than 20 of these bundles left now. Woo! They're going. We've got some beautiful bundles here. I think these are lovely. Right, pinks. Oh, are they bright pinks? Oh, no, they're blues. Oh! Yeah, this is a very strange name for a pinks bundle. So we've got white. Light lilac, yes, blush and black. Nice, beautiful. I mean, I think the black actually really sets off those colours, doesn't it? And nice to have that arrangement. I love the blush. In fact, the blush looks really nice with the black, doesn't it? But then it works really well with that one. Nice little bundle. Again, $14.99, 2 metres. It's a good way of having this collection. And it's sometimes interesting to see how different colours go together by putting like the black and the blush together. $14.99 for that one. That's a very nice bundle. Like that. The blues, yeah, the blue bundle's very lovely. So again, this one, we've got white, cloud, cyan, and royal. Isn't it funny that the cloud, when you put it against these, it looks quite grey, but it's real grey blue. It's my favourite blue, I think. I prefer that one to the light blue because it's got that grey in it. But that's a really nice colour combination, isn't it? I mean, it might be that you just want to add some blue fabrics to your stash, or that you're doing something and it's all going to be blue and you needed these colours with it, but nice to have the white because it really makes the blues pop, doesn't it? I always tend to put, well, you can put ivory with white, but I always tend to put blue. But on their own, you see, you look at the depth of the colour, even in the cyan, it's gorgeous, isn't it? But really nice then when you pair them with others. And by having these fabrics, it means you can kind of audition them together and see which ones you like, which ones work. And they all work paired off, but they do work in the 4 as well. So that's your blue, the blues tonal. Blue is always really popular, I'm not surprised. But we do, I think, about 6 or 8 different blues, loads of them. But it's nice, this goes across the spectrum because you've got sort of the light, the medium and the dark, you know, and then we do, well, I think there's about 8 blues. Very popular, isn't it? But that's a really nice collection to have. $14.99. Again, last few chances to buy the neutrals bundle. So again, you've got your white, ivory, nude, silver and elephant, and the other one, I can't remember what it was called now. Nude. But that's a nice, you know, if you want a collection of plains, my plains collection is growing. Keep them all on a little shelf. And I always keep a sticker on it with the name of them on, because when you've cut it, then you can't remember which one was cloud, which one was light blue. So when you get yours, just put a little sticker or a label on so you know which is which. Always worth having, because it's when you're creating something bigger and you want just a binding or an edge and you want a plain fabric, you want just the right colour. There are so many of the Rose and Hubble fabrics that it's quite nice to have the individual samples like this and just keep a little piece. So this is the neutrals bundle is on that side, can't point, that side. And the blues bundle is on that side. Both very, very popular. And with both of these, we have fewer than 20 available. So do get checked out on those. Oh. Right, mixer bundle, rainbow. So the mixer fabrics are splodgy. So they look like they're kind of that watermarky thing. They look like a swimming pool when the light is shining on it. And you get that sort of splodginess. So this is the rainbow one. They're all a 1/2 metre. Beautiful quilting weight cotton, your normal 44-inch width. So what we've got is red, orange, and yes, you know, you can see the splodginess. Green. And then we've got 2 blues. You've got kind of your turquoise blue, your brighter blue, and then we've got like a violet lavender colour. No, more violet, 'cause it's got a bit pinky. So that's the rainbow bundle, 3 metres. You've got 6 1/2 metres in total. And it's quite nice because it's got that movement, that sort of splodginess to it. It just gives it a little bit more texture. So if you're using it for like borders or bindings or edges, it just gives a little bit more movement and feel and texture to your quilt. So that's really worth getting. £23.94 for that, for 3 metres in total of that one. It's lovely, isn't it? do carry on checking out for those, because they're the sort of fabrics really useful to have. I love the solid colour bundles. I buy a lot of pattern fabric, and I'm finding it more and more useful to have plain colours too from Kate. And well, you're absolutely right, Kate, because we buy all the designer fabric, but you want it to go a bit further, and sometimes actually you need to break it up. You need to have it. So even if you're doing something as simple as a window pane quilt, you know, where you put strips of plain fabric between designer, it's the plain fabric that actually lifts the designer fabric. So these more of these colours that you've got, I mean, especially if you've got your half meters, you can use that for your projects, but you also know what the colour is, and it does lift the designer fabrics, because sometimes they need a little bit of breathing space. I think when you put them all together, it can look wild and wonderful, but if you want your design to have a bit of space and the designer fabric go a bit further by putting the plains in with it, it works really well. And I always used to go, oh, white or ivory, but now I tend to use these other colours because it changes them, doesn't it? If you put a navy in, completely change the look. Whether you put a red in, it makes the whole design look different. So experiment, and if you've got these other colours, it means that you can then choose. By putting a pale blue as a background instead of a white, it gives a completely different feel to a design and makes your designer fabric go further, which is always a good thing. So that is the Rainbow Mixer Bundle. Stripes. So this is very limited because we couldn't get many of these. So Michael Miller, absolutely love Michael Miller fabrics. Designer fabrics, absolutely gorgeous. I love Michael Miller fabric. The designs are beautiful. These are stripes, obviously. Let me just show you what they look like. The fabric quality is lovely. It's quilting weight cotton, but it has a really lovely, very, very smooth finish to it. It'd be wonderful for shirt making. In this bundle, you're just getting half meters, but it is that lovely feel. I mean, it's obviously perfect for patchwork and quilting, but when you look at the drape of it, it's just got a really nice finish. It's very crisp, lovely, lovely to sew with. I have my sort of favourite brands. Sometimes it's the designs and sometimes it's the fabric quality. Sometimes it's both. But I love Michael Miller. They do a lot of really cool retro designs as well that I quite like. They do a lot of things like camper vans. These are stripes, but they have that kind of feel to them, and these stripes feel a bit like that. So in this bundle, 9 of them, you get half a metre, you get the pinky blue, pinky purpley one. You get that gorgeous, I love that one. That's like Brighton deck chair, isn't it? Candy stripes. This one's cool, isn't it? This is rainbow leopard print in stripes. Look at that. Isn't that delicious? Rainbow leopard prints. I mean, the great thing about stripes is they make wonderful bag handles. They're great because you can use them vertically and horizontally. I mean, that as a handle or a border, it's gorgeous, isn't it? You know, if you had a design or a bag that was very plain, very neutral, and you put that as a little pop, even just on the facing on the inside, love that one. Then we've got a slightly wider deck chair stripe. They all look like deck chair stripes, don't they? Absolutely gorgeous. Love this one. That's very 70s, isn't it? With sort of the coral and the teal and the black. This one's 80s, isn't it? Do you remember everything was red and grey? Everything. Even your bedroom was red and grey. It was just really that's very 80s. This one, yellow and black and grey, bit 50s really. So you've got a whole range here of gorgeous stripes. And if you haven't used Michael Miller fabric before, you'll see what I mean when you get yours, how soft and beautiful it is. That's the whole bundle. Now, what's the price, Hannah? It's coming. $69.99 for 9 half meters of Michael Miller fabric. That is an amazing price. Isn't that delicious? Gorgeous. I mean, and they're really nice for using as borders, these stripes. Again, because you can use them horizontally or vertically. Really nice for binding a quilt with. And if you bind them, cut them across the width so that the stripes are running like this, because I think that looks a lot nicer. Beautiful, aren't they? Right, we're on single figures on this bundle. We're very, very low in stock on that one now. But there's so many different things you can do with it. I mean, even if you're just thinking, well, I just want to make a nice little travel zip case to put my passport in. Oh, which one would I choose? Actually, I think I might go for that one because that's quite cool, isn't it? But nice for you, or just for lining, be nice for just like lining a little summer bag, wouldn't it? Or if you want to take some drawstring bags on holiday with you to put all your shoes and your first aid kit and everything. I particularly love the 80s. I remember when I was in the 5th year, we used to have proper names for years in those days, and we repainted the common room over the summer. I can't believe they let us repaint the common room. It must have been terrible. And we painted the whole thing in red and grey, red walls and grey skirting boards, and they let us loose on it. Must have looked dreadful. They obviously really didn't care. But everything was red and grey. It reminds me so much of that time. It's wonderful, isn't it? But they're all beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. Very low in stock on that one now. Only $69.99, but a really nice addition to your stash. It's always good to have stripes. If you're doing a bag handle, use stripes. They will look great. Right, we've only got 4 of these bundles left now. $69.99. You are getting 4.5 meters in total, and they are delicious. Absolutely love those. Right, I'll leave that one with you. Right, let's do some 1/2 meters of stripes. Oh, this one. Oh, this one. Oh, we've got this one available by the 1/2 meter. Well, they're not all available by the 1/2 meter. This one is, because I'm thinking shirt. Absolutely gorgeous. I think that's lovely. Or little dress is beautiful for that. So $7.99 for 1/2 meter. Obviously, if you buy more than 1/2 meter, because you need 3 meters for your shirt, then it will be sent as a whole cut piece. Beautiful for lining with as well. That would be amazing if you were making like a neutral coloured jacket and you line it in this pop of pink. But remember, this quilting weight cotton, because it's got a really nice feel to it, it is really good for dressmaking as well. And it is very, very crisp. Beautiful. $7.99 for 1/2 meter of that. I think that is absolutely gorgeous. You've got like really narrow stripes of fuchsia pink, lavender, white. You've got that really lovely periwinkle blue. But it's very fresh and crisp, isn't it? And again, you know, if you cut it across the bias, you've got nice diagonal stripes. Let's see, like that. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Let me just put a bit of fabric with it. You see? You got that really lovely diagonal then. I mean, they're quite good, very multi-use of fabric like this. So if you wanted to patchwork with it, you could just twiddle the squares round. So you could have some squares going horizontally, some going vertically. But honestly, I'm thinking shirt making. Very nice. A lot of men wear pink shirts now. And it is lovely, isn't it? And you can move everything around. So like when you're doing the main shirt, get the stripes going downwards. When you do the cuffs, get the stripes going horizontally, just for a little bit of a change. But a nice little blouse as well. We've had some beautiful blouse patterns on recently that this would look really good for. Glorious. It's 44-inch width, 112 centimetres, so your normal quilting weight fabric, and it's $7.99. Right, next one. Yes, that one here. Another stripe. Now this one is like, it's got a slight wiggle to it. What's it called? Sun Rays, Table Talk. This is lovely, isn't it? This really is very retro deck chair, isn't it? Beach bag. It's got to be your beach bag, hasn't it? Or make yourself a little sling bag, a little bum bag for going on holiday with. I always like to have a little zip case that I have when I go travelling, just to put my passport in and my boarding pass, just so I can easily get it in and out. And it'd just be really fun for that, wouldn't it? For $7.99. Again, remember dressmaking. Gorgeous. Make a nice little skirt with it. You can have a plain t-shirt on top of that. And again, it would be lovely to have as a lining for something. Could be just for a bag, couldn't it? But again, jackets, nice little lining. Even if you're making a summer dress and you're lining with it. And the stripes, they're almost hand-drawn. They've got a slight wiggle to them. They're not absolutely crisp and straight. But they're lovely, nice for bunting. Amazing bunting. If you've got a summer party or summer picnic or something, or napkins, these would be beautiful summer napkins, $7.99 for half a metre. So you can make 2 napkins for $7.99, absolute bargain. But the colours in it, you've got like a lime green, an orange, a fuchsia pink, really bright pillar box red and a cyan blue. Lovely. But again, remember, you can use it. If you wanted bag handles, like bag straps that were horizontal, like this, then you can, really choose the section of the stripe that you have. And that will give a real fun feel to something. But then on the other hand, if you wanted to bind something with it, or you wanted your handles the other way, then you can do them that way as well. And then again, you get a completely different look from it. And it does mean that in the same project, you can change the way that the stripes are running, depending on what you're putting in your project. I mean, and it does look actually quite nice with the one that we did previously. There's something about when you choose a print, whether it's like a stripe or a spot, you can often mix colours because you've still got that stripe theme. I mean, I think those two look lovely together, don't they? So if you had like squares of that, they look amazing together. Oh, we've actually got this cool one here, available by the half metre. Rainbow animal print. It's got everything, hasn't it? This is the way the stripes run. They run down, they run parallel to the selvage. So you've got that kind of leopard print, cheetah, splodge. I'm not sure what animal it is, one of them. But in all the colours of the rainbow. So again, you can use it. I heard on the radio, you know what the difference between a normal cat and a big cat is? Is the big cats can roar and they can't purr. And other cats that aren't called big cats, like domestic cats, can purr, but they can't roar. That was on the radio the other day, so it must be true. It wasn't a joke. I thought it was a joke, but it was actually a fact. That's how you know what a big cat is and what a normal cat is. It's purring and roaring. If you ever hear your cat roaring, you know you've got a lion in the house. This one is really gorgeous, isn't it? I love this one. Really worth getting for dressmaking as well. Nicer for fancy dresses and parties and things. The mega bundle of the Michael Miller is very limited. There's only 4 of these left. Yeah, that was all of them. So this one here with all of those stripes, there are only 4 of these bundles left. $69.99 for that. Amazing value. And they're gorgeous, aren't they? Right, which one are we doing next? Oh, the stripe. Oh, all the individual ones. Right. So these Rose and Hubble stripes. So these are our Rose and Hubble cotton. But we've got these stripes. I think they're brilliant. They look like paper bags that you get sweets in, don't they? So these are all the colours that are available. We've got all of them available in the half metre. These make amazing quilt binding. Oh, yes, sorry, there was a pale blue. I thought it was ticking. There we go. There is a pale blue. Those are all the colours available. They are really good. They're about, I'd say, 1 centimetre, so just over, a bit less than ½ an inch. Yeah, between 1/4 and ½ inch width, I'd go. They're cotton poplin, which is fabulous. That means they're brilliant for quilting, but cotton poplin has a tighter weave than a quilting weight cotton, but it makes it very crisp, so it's really easy to sew with because it presses beautifully and bounces back. It's just that the weave is slightly closer together, denser, so you'll notice it when you're pinning into it, but the weight is almost the same as the quilting weight cotton, so you can mix and match them. They make amazing quilt bindings. If you see like a Tula Pink quilt, nearly always it will be bound in a stripe like this, and it looks fabulous. So if I took one of like a nice print fabric, like something like that, and I put this on, this is the black one. You see what I mean? It gives the edge of your quilt a really nice vibe. If you're really not sure, maybe you've got a really multicoloured quilt and you think, I've no idea what to bind it in, get a black and white stripe. It looks great, doesn't it? It's a really good fabric to have as sashing as well. So they're $4.99 for half a metre, which is fabulous, isn't it? And obviously you can use your stripes either way, but they're really multi-purpose. They're really nice for linings. I mean, this black one, it's got a real sort of licorice all sorts feel to it, hasn't it? But really, really worth having. So your normal 44-inch width, 112 centimetres, 100% cotton, but it's cotton poplin. That's probably making your eyes go funny, actually. Right, then we've got the navy. It's very, very similar when you look. They look the same. It's a very dark navy. They are different. The navy's $3.99. Weird. I don't know why that is. Oh, I think it's the original price, and we've never updated it. For some reason, the navy's $3.99. It's a very dark navy. So you can see I'm just putting it with the black. Exactly the same supplier, same quality, same thing. It's just our prices, all the prices have had to go, and we've forgotten to increase that one. So it's exactly the same fabric, but take advantage of that one, $3.99. So that's the navy, but they're lovely to put on the lining of things as well. Particularly if you've got, you know, a really bright patterned fabric and you want something to line it, like if you're doing a bag. They look really nice as the facing on the inside of a bag or handles, but again, great for binding. I mean, for binding, it's hard to say how much to buy, because if you want to bind something and you want a 1/4 inch binding, if you're doing single fold binding, which means you've only got one layer, you need 4 times that amount. So you'll need 1 inch. I always add a bit, because some reason when you fold binding round the quilt, it sort of reduces a bit. So I always go 1 1/4 inch. If you want to do double fold binding, which means you are binding with 2 layers of fabric, which makes it stronger, and I'd always recommend that for a quilt, you will need 8 times. So I would go so a 1/4 inch binding, you'll need 2 inches, add a 1/4 for that little allowance, you'll need 2 1/4 inches. Then what you need to do is measure all the way around your quilt and I always add about 15 inches to that, and that gets you around all the corners. It also allows you to join. So a 1/2 metre is usually enough to double fold bind a quilt. But if it's a really big quilt, you'll need to go up a bit. But just work it all out. Just measure all the way around, add it all together. But when it's $3.99 for 1/2 metre, I mean, I would recommend, because this navy is $3.99, so for some reason it's £1 cheaper. I would recommend get yourself a metre of this. It'll be brilliant for binding a quilt, and you will use it for all sorts of things. It's so multi-purpose. The stripes can be horizontal, vertical, diagonal. And because it's such a dark navy, it's going to go with loads and loads of different things. I mean, when I put it up against this gorgeous geo fabric, well, I don't know, it's like it looks like a slice of rocks. We've got this one available. I mean, you see, against that, and think as well, you know, I just talked about binding being 1/4 inch. Your binding doesn't have to be 1/4 inch, it could be more than that. Just go 4 times plus a 1/4 inch if it's single fold, 8 times plus a 1/4 inch if it's double fold. But look at that one, at 1 inch binding. I mean, that makes a real statement, doesn't it? I mean, normally we go for the 1/4 inch because it just like covers the edge, but your binding doesn't have to be that. If you want your binding to be statement, the pastel, this pastel blue would work with the China blues. Yeah, definitely, because that's gorgeous. That would be really nice, wouldn't it? That one's also $3.99. Nice. Just take advantage. That's a lovely, because that's actually a really nice bluey grey colour as well. That would be lovely for a binding. I would, if you want to bind it, I'd get yourself a metre. You will probably, for most quilts, probably only need half a metre, but you just don't want to be skimping, do you? And I always like to add a good 1/4 of an inch. Also, if you've got a quilt where the edges are a little bit wibbly, or you haven't quite matched up everything on the edges, bind it in a wider binding. If you bind in a half an inch, it does not cover up edges. If you find that when you trim your quilt that it's not quite straight, just where you've joined it or quilted, then just bind it in a slightly wider binding. And then in which case, but you can bind horizontal, you can bind with them vertically like this, obviously. But I wouldn't recommend it, only because you've got to get it spot on. When you get the edge of it, you really, otherwise it's going to look a bit messy. You've got to get it right on the edge. Whereas if you bind the other way, you've got a lot of room for error. And we like room for error. See, isn't that lovely? I mean, I'm thinking, you know, if you had like a bag that you'd made from cave fabrics, put that across the top as a nice deep outer facing all the way around the top. It makes all of the bright colours pop. Only $3.99. I'd get that while you can, because really that is going to go back up. Right, the royal blue, $3.99. That should have gone up as well. So once all of this stock has gone and we have to reorder, it will go up. So I imagine with the black, we sold that and then we had to reorder. So once that's gone, that's it. It's very beach hut as well, isn't it? We've got some beach hut designs coming in up at 12. Very beach hut, isn't it? See, if you wanted to do a nice beach picnic blanket rug thing, look lovely in that, wouldn't it? Thing, you know, like a rug mat, be nice. Or picnic bag. And if you're going to line something, put a stripe in it. Now, those look lovely together. And the navy, very picnic, very beach hut. And then finally, we've got red, which is ultimate beach hut. Actually, they look really nice, don't they? Oh, that's $3.99. So they all should be $4.99. So when we have to reorder this, once we've sold it out, it'll all be going up. But they're lovely, aren't they? Good morning, Rebecca and team. My very first binding I did was following your instructions and video tutorial. It was very easy to do, from Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. Well, I struggled for a long time with binding because I couldn't remember how to do it. And every time I redid it and had to join the ends and then work it all out. And then one day I thought, I'm just going to write a set of instructions. What's the difference between single fold, double fold? Do you bind from the right side or do you bind from the wrong side? And that all depends on whether you machine top stitch or whether you hand stitch. So I did write a set of instructions so that tells you how to do it. Because once you've cracked it, it's brilliant. I bind everything now, even jackets. But look, I like those three together, don't you? But I'm glad you've worked out binding, Lisa, because it can be a trial. And it's great because if you're going to put them all together, just alternate them. But make yourself a beach bag. $3.99 for half a metre. Once this stock is gone, they're going to have to go up to $4.99. Definitely worth getting. Ticking. Now, ticking is your kind of traditional striped fabric, isn't it? We've got it in two colours. This one's called terracotta. This colour is very, you know, your William Morris brick red. It's beautiful. They're 100% cotton, but they're canvas weight. They're not stiff canvas weight. They've got a really nice drape to them. They're, how much, Hannah? 135 centimetres wide, so they're wider than normal. So a lot of people use these, really good for bag making and cushions and lining, because they're just heavier weight than your normal cotton fabric. Lovely. I'd make myself a weekend bag with this. Or just a lining for a weekend bag would be really nice, wouldn't it? Beautiful for just seat covers or cushions for the outside. And it's really lovely. It's that very traditional ticking where you've got your wide stripe and then a little gap and then a narrow stripe and then you've got the cream. And it's a real sort of calico cream as well. And it's only $4.99. Right, we've also got it in blue and it's a real, they've called it grey, but I would say it's blue and grey. It's a bluey grey. Let's go slate rather than grey. but beautiful, and it works really well with that calico cream. And let me show you how nice it goes with the red in the opposite direction. Look, beautiful. Right, let's go back to the rotary cutting blade debacle. So we've still got graphic issues, but everyone who's checked out has been charged £19.99. But don't forget, your basket closes at midnight, at which point we apply the price. It will be sorted. The office staff will be in soon, and they can sort it out, because I think it's got to the point now, well, you know, it's being worked on. They'll get it sorted, but you will be, do not worry, you will be charged £14.99. I know it will be showing £19.99 when you check out on the website and you see it there, but once it's fixed, which will happen very soon because they're working on it, it will be £14.99, and you'll see it. When it happens, we'll show you on screen. But don't miss out. Don't miss out on this deal. £1.49 for a rotary blade is amazing. I should be taking a packet of these home with me. Maybe this one, because I'm down to 5. But we'll let you know when the price has been sorted, but it is £14.99 for a pack. So take opportunity to get these now, because they are slowly running out. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. There's loads of fabric that we haven't had time to go through. So go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and you can see them all there, because we've got even more bundles of stripes and plains and the waterproof fabrics. We're going to go for a quick break, and I'll be back with our brand new guest. So make sure you've waking welcome. Mark is here to start with for the first hour, the amazing I-cord maker. You are absolutely going to love this. There's so many different things you can do it, and it's genius. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and to Mark, our
Hello.
brand new guest.
Good morning.
So nice to have
Hello.
you on here today.
Thank
And
you.
you bought wool.
We've bought yarn.
Yarn. Yes,
Yarn.
we don't say wool, we say yarn.
Yarn.
Yarn. I always say yarn.
And exciting machines.
And
as
exciting
well.
machines.
Very
So
exciting machines.
So introduce yourself.
Okay,
Tell
so-
all of our lovely Sewing Street viewers who you are.
For everyone who doesn't know me, I've been around.
Can't be that many
Well,
people.
I know. My business, Silvar Designs, we've been around for about 21 years
Wow.
now, which is quite a long time, in the craft industry. And we're known originally for beads.
Right.
And jewellery.
Beads
okay.
and jewellery,
So,
okay.
but then a few years ago, we started to diversify into more soft crafts and
Okay.
and
Is that because they're more exciting?
I think it just we're trend followers. Let's
Trend
say
followers.
that trend
no,
followers.
No, it's because soft crafts are much better.
Well, yes, maybe. You get me into trouble saying
Yeah, I
things
know.
like that.
They feel better, don't they? They're softer.
Yes. So my background is an electronics engineer.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And so we've got laser cutters and we do lots and lots of work like that.
Wow.
So-
I always find, because we have a few demonstrators and businesses who are, that's their background, and they always end up with really cool stuff.
Well, it gives us the ability to solve problems.
Yes. So when we say, I really want something that does something, you guys can
I go
sort it
away,
out.
my engineering background,
Yeah,
I go away and I think,
wonderful.
oh, how
Whereas
do we
we
make...
just get frustrated and go, why can't I do what I want to be able to do?
Yes.
So this is brilliant.
So we try and make things easier for crafters out there.
Right.
That's our
Okay.
main role. And if I can find a way of making it easier,
And I
then
guess
I'll do
because
it.
you
I
go
will.
to loads of shows,
Loads of shows.
then you get the feedback. So you know what people want.
I love talking to people. I love talking to you guys out there. So if you are at a show, we're at
Yes.
Doncaster this weekend. So come
Oh,
and
are
say
you?
hello. Yeah.
Go and say hello to Mark.
Come and
I
say
saw
hello.
you. Saw you on the
yeah,
telly.
absolutely. And tell us what you're making, because and if you've got a problem, tell us about it, because then it goes into our list of things that we may be able to help you with in the future. So lots of these things develop over time.
Right.
It's not an instant
No,
fix.
but it's also if enough people say, I need something that does that.
Absolutely.
I mean, the mains powered yarn ball winder is.
Coming later.
If only I'd known that was a thing.
Well, I saw. I mean,
that's coming along later.
It's coming along later, 11 o'clock. But I saw both of the machines when they were launched on the internet, and went and thought that they're amazing, and went off to the guys in China and said to Caydo, we love your machines. You know, who in the UK is distributing them? And they said, we haven't got anybody.
I mean, this is genius. This is absolutely genius. So nobody was distributing. So
we are the UK distributor for Caydo knitting machines and their yarn winder in the UK.
Brilliant. Yeah. So this is, well, we used to call them, didn't we, back in the old day, French knitting. And you used to sit there with your little...
You'd have your...
Well, I think originally they were wooden spools.
A cotton reel with a hole in the middle and 4 nails. Absolutely, that's how I started.
And then they became a bit more fancy, didn't they?
Okay, so there are some manual machines out there.
And they take ages.
They can take ages. Their tension can be a little bit complex, you know, so you tend to miss stitches, or you get long stitches, short stitches. It's all over the place. So Caydo actually developed this machine, patented motor.
Right, so we've got a special bundle.
We have, because yes.
There's 2 colourways. You can either buy the machine in blue or you can buy it in purple. It just depends how you feel. So we'll start off with the blue bundle, and this is where you've put in all of the related items so that you've got everything you need.
Yes, so in the box with the Caydo machine, you'll get your machine and your cable. You do need to provide your own little plug. Okay, but it's a sort of
it's a
phone plug, basically,
right.
USB, easy to get hold of if you haven't got one. And you also get a little bit of yarn to get you started. And you get the tools to set the machine up. You get a spare set of needles.
Right.
Okay, so they're fitted in the machine when you get it, but there is another 4 supplied just in case you break one.
Okay.
Okay.
They look like loop turners.
Yeah.
You know, like loop turners have a little gate.
Yes, the gates open and close on this. So if you've got a bigger knitting machine, it's a similar process. It's a similar process.
Okay.
It's just it's a rotary rather than in a line.
Right.
Okay. So that's what comes in your box. You also get that manual there that's next to you there, Becca. So it's a fabulous manual. So just by going.
Oh, look at this, the manual.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous.
It's not just words.
No. And the pictures are huge, aren't they? So you don't need to put your glasses on with it. It's great.
The pictures are huge.
Absolutely. It's in multiple languages. Okay.
Look at that. That's really easy to understand.
It's great.
It?
Yeah.
Like
so
that.
how to set the machine up? It's all in there. There's also a QR code. First few pages. Click on that. Go to your phone. Click on it with your camera, and it will take you to a video.
QR code.
And show you exactly how to set the machine up.
So it's going to be easy.
They've thought about everything. They even give you, if you need to change the needles, they even give you the screwdriver to allow you to take this bit off to get in there.
So you get the machine.
So you get the machine. Yeah, all the weights. Okay, 2 weights. That's important. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
In a minute.
Okay.
Yarn.
You get some yarn to get you started. Okay. And what we've done today, because we saw a problem.
And you're the engineer.
So the problem was that when you're using the knitted cord, when you're using the I cord, that's the term we use, the technical term. You need to sort of do something with it.
Well, yes.
Okay, so you can't just create it. Although I've got a bag of it, as I've just shown Becca, we've got huge amounts of it. But one of the ways of using it is to actually go to thread it over aluminium wire.
Oh, so you put wire through the centre of it.
Yes, so it's a hollow structure once it's made. And if you just pass me that there, please. Yeah. So the simplest way and the original way is that we create pictures and you follow this with your aluminium wire. No problem, we thought.
Yeah, I don't.
So we started to create these, and there's other people do these, okay, these templates.
I think I'd find that quite hard.
It is quite hard, okay. The aluminium wire is soft, it's malleable, it's easy to use, okay, I've got a big reel of it here, okay. It is soft.
You get 20 metres.
You get 20 metres, so you'll get
okay.
It's soft. It's soft. Yes,
it's not like fence wire.
Yeah, but when you start to follow these lines, everything moves. So you start to try and tape it down, and it all becomes,
Yes.
you know what I mean.
You can't then make your flowers.
Flowers and
so when you want to make look at that, how cool is that? When you want to make a flower, so you solved this problem.
So we've solved the problem by developing something which we call the easy cord.
Okay.
So that is a set of jigs, okay, like this one. So it has a base plate and a jig, and the wire actually then follows.
Okay.
So it's much easier for you to push the wire into.
So do you bend the wire, and then once it's bent, thread it through the cord?
So people do different things. We, because we've developed the easy cord, we bend the wire first, and then we thread the knitted I-cord on. Okay. You could do it the other way around, but it's with our jig system, it's easier to do that way around.
And then that means, like, and how many of these jigs do you get?
So you're going to get 6.
5. Yeah, you get 6.
5 plus the base.
5 designs, but one of them is the base.
One of them is the base. Yes. Okay, you've got to have the base. Okay, so what I've done in this bundle is you're going to get all.
You get everything.
You get everything.
So you get the base, you get the designs, you can make.
So you've got
stars,
teddy bears, stars, the sitting cat. You get a space rocket. You get the flower. You get and this one's got a base in it as well. And
Spaceship. I'm looking on the picture on there. And not only do you get everything, we're going to reduce the price. Yeah. We're going to.
What's our first day here?
It's your first day. So we need a discount.
Absolutely.
Discount.
Yes.
So we're going to take the price down as a special introductory offer to $99.99. This is the blue one. We've got the same offer in the purple, but this is the blue one. So $99.99. You're getting this amazing machine. Don't worry if you've already checked out. You will get that price. And we'll show you how it works in a moment. It's brilliant.
I don't know, we haven't switched it on yet, have we?
No, we haven't shown. Well, we needed to show
we need to talk about it.
What you get in it, and then we're going to show you what it does. So it creates I-cords, which obviously you can use to put wire through to make all these shapes. You could use them for bag handles and straps. You can thread piping cord through them, make them into mats. All sorts.
All sorts.
Loads and loads.
There's so many things I think you probably could do it. We haven't thought of them yet.
Yes.
You know?
Now, you can use 4-ply or all the way up to Aran.
Aran is your thickest yarn to go in there.
So if you use like a 4-ply cotton yarn, that'd be brilliant for like little loop closures for clothes, for children's clothes.
Absolutely. You don't have to put the wire in the middle, so you can do designs that aren't wired, if you know what I mean. So, but if you go into across in Europe.
Right.
It's a huge emerging craft. Okay. So if you searched on the internet for tricotin, which is French knitting, TRICOTIN, search for that, it will just explode.
Okay. Yeah.
It's one of those crafts that sort of you have to know the words to find it, but it explodes. I-cord, there's some around, but not so much.
So you need to look at that.
Tricotin, because it's
I'm thinking it'd be absolutely brilliant for handles. For bag handles.
Bag handles. So yeah, we use a 2mm aluminium wire in the starter kit for you today, but you could use a 3mm aluminium wire.
Okay, yeah, then that would be really nice.
And that's really strong. Okay, so that would work too. You could also use a steel wire. So if you've got something shaped, as long as you can get the cord
wire
over,
thing, it's fine.
Absolutely.
Now, if you prefer that's the price and the code for the blue bundle. Exactly the same bundle, but the machine is purple. Because you might prefer the purple one. Everything is the same, same price, same everything. It's just that the machine is purple. And again, we'll take the price down to $99.99. It's also available on split pay. So if you want to spread the cost at no extra cost at all, then you can do that. It's entirely up to you. Loads of you checking out on both colourways. It depends which one you want. Let's see how it works, and we'll have a think about what we're going to do with it. Do message us in. If you've used I-cord now or in the past, we used to use the French knitting, let us know what you use it for.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Right, so how does it work then?
So, basically, I've already threaded this one up, okay?
Right.
So I will show you that later if we get time. I'm sure we will. So the cord goes, the yarn goes through this little hole here. It's probably difficult to see.
I can see that.
Oh yeah, we can, can't we? And then there's a little slot in the back of this cup here.
It looks like a liquidizer.
Looks like a liquidizer, a tiny liquidizer.
Yes.
Yes. And then we go into the system and we go into the 4 needles. So 4 needles on a rotary mechanism. And then at the back here, you've got a little button. Okay,
right.
We've got it plugged into a USB power supply. We press the button and off we go.
And let's do it all on its own.
It does it all on its own. Okay, we talked about the weights. The reason there are 2 weights is so that when we lift one, they're spring-loaded. When we lift one up, it retains the tension on the weight. And then we can lift this other one, and we're never taking tension off the knitting needles. It's
I
really,
think
really
of lots of things
clever.
I'd be using those weights for as well.
There's, yes, and me.
Yeah.
So if you kumihimo or anything like that, where you need to weight your
Yes,
threads.
absolutely, where you
Yes.
end up tying things onto it because you want to hold it down.
Yeah, yeah.
Or even if you're plaiting things.
Anything.
Yeah,
They're
I'd be using-
great. They're
yes,
great.
I'd
Yes.
be
We've
using
asked
those.
Caydo, can we get them separately?
I know,
We're
because
talking
they
to them
are
about
brilliant.
that. Yes, we've also asked them about spare needles. They say at the moment, because this was only released in sort of November, December last year, there's not been a requirement yet from the market for spare needles. They're looking at it, 'cause
Okay.
of course that's a future thing.
You'll get some spare ones.
You
if
get
run through
spare ones anyway. This is my original machine. I opened this at the end of February.
Oh wow!
Okay, so and it goes all over the
And it's
country with me,
still-
and it just keeps going. Yeah,
So you keep the tension so you've always got the weight on the bottom, and then you
Yes.
just move the weights up.
up really easy,
Oh,
aren't they? They're great.
and how do you clip it onto something? Is it
Okay,
not-
so built into the machine
Right.
is this this sort of screw mechanism here, so you can see how
it's
long.
very long, so you can.
Yeah,
fit
so
your work surface.
probably 2.5 inch.
Yeah, because I always
sort of work
think that
surface.
most people.
They only give you sort of that. You should
I
take
know,
it,
and you think I'm going to put this on my kitchen.
So this
work
would be fine
surface.
because it's probably about 1.5 inch, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, no problem at all.
So you've got-
Yeah,
So-
there's a little manual handle on the back that's sort of to get you started, so you can actually manually
okay.
control it. Okay.
And then you just get your phone because it's
Yeah,
USB.
so
plug.
USB plug, so just a USB plug. Don't plug it into a computer or a battery. It doesn't like that. Okay, it needs to be a
in
mains.
the power. In the power.
A
but
mains
just gives
power.
you
yeah.
USB.
USB, yeah. If you've got one for your phone, then it will be fine. You can start and stop as often as you like. It's not a problem.
And
Okay.
look at it just going.
It just goes. So it's actually going to knit 20 centimetres every minute.
Wow. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah. So, and it will take in 3 meters of yarn.
So 5 minutes, you've done a metre.
Yes.
And you just walk away.
Yes. So 3 meters of yarn will give you 20 centimetres of I-cord.
Right, okay.
You can see how fast it's sometimes
It is.
difficult to keep up with it.
Yeah, I guess.
So get it higher.
normally-
Get it high. That's the thing.
Normally you'll be on a table, so you can just let it go. Can't
Yeah.
you? And
Let
then
it go.
Keep moving
Now
the weights.
it spins.
Right.
Okay, so one of the things is a really good idea. Get yourself a Ziploc bag. Okay, pop this all into a Ziploc and zip it here just above your weights, and then the whole thing will spin. Okay,
Right.
because if it hits the floor, then it can
doesn't
get a
like
little bit
it.
tangled.
Okay.
It's fine. It will work fine, but people get sort of stressed about it.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. Ziploc it in. And then it's all contained within the Ziploc bag. Then the whole thing spins.
Oh,
That's
right,
what I
okay.
do when I want long ones.
Yeah, I see
okay,
what
so
you
for
mean.
example, the big star we've got there, okay, the ho-ho-ho star, there's 5 meters of I-cord there that I macrame'd around a star form. So another way of using the cord is to if you're a macrameer.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know if
that's
that's a real
true.
word, but if you
Yeah, well, but I just
yes,
don't know.
if you do macrame, then this is a great way of making your own macrame cord,
Absolutely.
and you can change its colour. So we can change colour.
Of course.
Of course,
And
so we
you
can
can,
change colour on the
plait
fly.
it.
You could plait it. You could crochet with it with a big needle.
Oh, we've got a message. From the lovely Wendy Orlando. I have this machine and it's amazing. It saved me so much
Great.
time making cord. The jigs look genius. You get perfect results every time. Well, if Wendy Orlando says it, then I believe you, Wendy.
Thank you,
Genuinely
Wendy.
true.
That's the other thing.
They
If
are,
you want,
it is
if you
brilliant.
want repetitive designs, if you want really, really quick repetitive designs, all the same size, all the same, if you're going to do craft fairs and things like that, then you want to repeat quickly, don't you?
Yes.
The jig system will do that for
okay.
you. Okay. Shall we look at the jigs?
Yeah, let's look at the
Okay,
jigs. Yes.
so
Show me
this
how
is
this works.
This is the flower jig.
Yeah, so if I wanted to make a flower.
Okay, so if you want to make a flower, let's get some. Where did the wire go? Back it through. Lost. Yeah. So if you want to make one of those,
So this is what the flowers look like. Aren't they
yes,
cool?
they're really cool.
Love these.
So
So cute.
I'm going to work off this big reel of
This
aluminium
is a
wire.
great way to use up your yarn as well as
Great way to use yarn. Okay, you do need quite. I mean, it does take a bit.
Yeah, but you can
if you've
keep
got
changing
half
the
a ball of something that you've finished and you don't, what do I do with that?
Well,
I cord with it.
I would, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
and then if you
absolutely.
want like just mixed green, just keep tying another bit on, can't you?
Absolutely. So I'm going to show you a knot a little
Right,
bit later,
okay.
which allows you to join yarn together. So if you want to do something like this, where every 20 centimetres
Yeah.
it changes colour,
Brilliant.
you can. And it knits it straight through the machine.
Oh, the knot goes through.
The knot goes through. The knot I'm going to show you goes
Fabulous.
through. It is...
Karen says, Could you use the wire and the jigs to make hangers for samplers and small pieces of needlework?
Yeah.
Yes, you could actually.
Absolutely.
Because those little hangers, they're not easy to find. You could make the little. They're like small coat hangers.
Okay.
And you use them to hang little mini quilts on.
I know. So great, because it's one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's come through. So in my head now, I'm thinking, do we need to do you a jig for little hangers?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I need a shape for that. So anybody, feel free to pass it
little
to us
hangers.
on
Then
social
you can
media.
put your I-cord on. And I say, you can use any yarn. So if you want a pure wool, use that.
Yes.
You could use a nice dense cotton yarn, I think would look
absolutely.
lovely. And then you can hang yourself. Good idea.
Yeah, just not a chunky. Don't use a chunky
No,
because
nothing
it's
more than that.
too thick. So
But I like the idea of using cotton. I think
cotton's nice.
lovely.
We've tried cotton. We have tried. In the manual it says don't. But you have to try, don't you?
Yeah, have you tried
We've
string?
done it.
Try string.
Yeah, it's not stretchy enough string. It's a bit too tense. There's
Right.
not enough give in it.
What about twine?
Haven't tried it. So I'll try it for everybody. Don't you try it with your machine, just in case you break a needle. We'd hate you to do that. That's why we try it, because what we have tried is embroidery thread. It did work, but it's a very open structure. So,
but once you've got this machine, you see, you can have a go. I'd be able to go over all different things, because what I would do is I would use a cotton yarn. I'd thread piping cord through and then spiral it into a mat. And if you zigzagged across between from one to the other, you make a table mat.
Yeah, or put a PU base on it, or give it some sort of structure. Absolutely, yeah.
Right, so show me how to use the jig.
Okay.
How do I make a flower?
So let's go. First of all, we got the leaf. Okay. One of the things we've done with the jig is we've put numbers on it. Okay. So you can see it actually guides you. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you follow the numbers. Okay. It's straightforward as that, really. Now, we've also told you how much wire you need for each of the components. So if you want to measure your wire first, so you're not using it straight off the reel, then feel free to do that. Okay.
And it tells you. So
it tells us, yeah. It also tells you how much yarn you need to feed into the machine.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now
Which is really useful. So if you've got a ball of yarn, you need to know, don't you? Because
you might
only want one colour.
Yeah, and if you want it like with the flowers, we might want to knit the green and the colour at the same time. So we need to know how much green and how much colour.
Right,
okay.
got it.
So there is a little bit, when you get this, it will
It's all
tell you
there.
to add a little bit extra. It'll tell you to add probably about another 1.5 meters to these
Sorry
numbers.
for all the banging, by the way. They're next door having a refit, one of the studios. Is it Jewellery Maker? Not sure. Anyway, Gems. Gems is having a refit during the day. Quite sure why it's not during the evening.
Oh, well.
They obviously can't work in the evenings. And that's so weird, isn't it? And I'm really sorry
It's
about
quite
that
noisy,
banging.
actually. Now,
So
now
if
you've
you're
said it, I didn't hear it before. I was just thinking that's normal. But
yeah,
it is a
so
bit noisy.
Gems Studios having a refit during the day, and weird. So sorry about the banging.
Got a sledgehammer. Right, let's do leaves first of all. So I've already put a bit of a stem in here. Okay, that would be additional to the wire length that we've got here. Okay, and then all we do is we follow it. So we go round. You see, and we just push that through like that. And then we go up there, okay, and then we go round there, like so. And that gives us, the leaf.
That was really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, there's no way you'd get that finish by going round a piece of...
And then we can repeat it. So if we want 2 sets of leaves, yeah, just hold it in with your fingers.
Amazing. So if I now want to put my cord on, you just thread it through?
So, yeah, notice where you've got the bends, where you've got these cross, okay? So what we would do is we take a small pair of pliers, okay, and just bend that over so that you've got a soft edge.
Yeah, otherwise it'd get caught.
Okay, and then, let me get some cord. I've got some here.
Okay.
Okay, what we then do is thread.
Hang on, can you just move a bit?
Sorry.
Only because you're...
Is that easier?
Yeah,
okay.
Oh, I see.
See how easy that is? just feed it on,
Oh,
nice
it's
and gentle.
brilliant.
Yeah, and then when you go around the corner, okay.
That's so satisfying. Yes, I think I'm with you. I think it's easier to put the wire.
It's easy to do the shape first
Yeah.
than it is
Because that's so soft. It bends.
and also, yeah, you need to know. And then what we would do is we take it here, we pop it into the flower, and off we go with the flower.
So you can do like flower, leaves, flower.
You could do flower, your combination.
Should you
Absolutely.
want-
We've kept
but
it
say
separate.
you want to do a wreath.
Yeah, so you might just want flowers only.
Or flowers and leaves.
Or leaves separate.
Altern.
Oh, yeah.
You could
Yeah, so you
alternate
could do a big one and then form
Yeah, so if you
absolutely.
did a big wreath, you could do like 2 leaves and a flower and then
Yeah,
a flower and
yeah.
because
I'm just gonna chop
you've
that.
got them separate.
Yeah, so if you just wanted leaves, then we could stop there.
Yeah.
You
but
could
if you wanted
continue.
to do a whole wreath, it'd be amazing for a
So
Christmas
we're
wreath.
looking, obviously we're working on Christmas at the moment, so we have some holly coming now.
Oh,
and
brilliant.
So yes, exactly what you've just said.
So
there.
once you've got this machine and you've got the jigs and you've bought the starter pack, then when Mark comes back, you can add
Yep,
holly.
of course.
How cool.
The one thing we're working on at the moment, which is quite a big project,
Yeah.
is letters.
Oh, brilliant.
Because one of the other ways of using this, if you didn't use I-cord at all and you just use the wire, then obviously you've got cake toppers.
Clearly. Cake top.
So you could have, we're going to use
Yes.
the teddy bear next, but you could have a teddy bear cake
Yeah,
topper.
that's true.
So you could cover it in I-cord, of course, as long as you keep it nice and you know,
But if you
clean at
did
the bottom.
letters, you could have names for everything.
Absolutely. So names
Your
across
house.
things. Names for your house.
Names on everyone's door.
Names all over the place.
All over the place.
All over the place.
Loads
So
of
we're
things.
working on
Happy
uppercase.
Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Home sweet
Uppercase,
home.
lowercase. And so it will, again, it will join
It will
together.
do it,
So
yeah.
we're doing the
and
feed
it does
in, feed
make
out.
it perfect as well.
Yes.
So if I wanted to change colour, which I will want to change
Okay.
colour, because I might be stash busting, you see, and making cord. I mean, it's a brilliant thing for kids to do, isn't it?
Brilliant. And we got school holidays coming
Yeah,
up, haven't we? So
they would
of course.
absolutely love this.
So changing colour. So let's say you've got 2 pieces of yarn here. So one going
Right.
into the machine and another one you need to join on.
Okay.
Okay. This is, I think, I can't find one. I think it's called a weaver's knot.
Right.
Okay.
You
So
viewers, I'll tell you what, our viewers know
they'll tell us. They'll tell us.
everything.
Yeah. If it's not, let us know because
Let us
I
know,
believe it
this
is.
a weaver's knot?
Okay.
You guys know everything.
So this one that's coming in from this direction here, that's go underneath. That's quite important. And I put my finger and thumb there, and then I'm going to roll that under there. Make sure it goes that side, and bring it round. And this one goes back through that loop there.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
And then that's
And that you can actually trim this. I mean, I know it's quite chunky this, but so you can see
Really?
it at home. If you trim that right back,
so. Actually, sometimes you get balls of yarn where it's joined, which is quite
That's how they
annoying,
do it.
really. I hate that because
Yeah.
you get that, but they do trim it either side. It annoys me because you then get a little.
they trim it on the side because they can. So I think
I
it's
guess
called
they
a
need
weaver's
to.
knot because when they were weaving, if they needed to,
Yeah.
you know, add in extra.
Well, sometimes, quite often, message. Oh dear, this is another craft I'm going to try, isn't it? From
It's
Sarah.
very, very
So
addictive
yes,
as well. It's
yes,
very addictive.
unfortunately it is. Yes. Loads of you are checking out on this.
Shall we put a
bundle.
different colour? Shall I show you in
Yes.
real terms?
In real
how to
terms.
do
So
that?
remember
Let's get.
the introductory price. There's the blue bundle or the purple. They're exactly the same, except the machines are different colour. They should be £129.94, but introductory £99.99. Remember, you get the machine, the weights, the manual, the spare needles, all the bits you need to set it up.
Absolutely everything to get you
Bit
started.
of yarn,
Yeah.
20 metres of wire.
Yes, all of the jigs. So the base, the flower, the leaf. There's also a base on that. They call it a base. It's like an oval shape. If you wanted like a teddy bear standing up,
Yeah.
you do the base first, and then do the teddy bear. So you've got a base for it.
Right. and
Okay, that's
on
what
the
that's
leaf
for.
one.
Yeah.
So that's an amazing price.
Yes.
All of this.
Yes.
Derek says, I'm thinking this device would be ideal for decorating Panto Dame costumes.
Yeah.
Yes, of course it would.
You can also.
Yes.
You can
Sparkly.
Well, I've sold one of these to a theatre because they want to put LED lights up the middle of it because then they can't find the right colour for certain
Yes.
requirements. So they can put LED lights up the middle of this because you can. And then you've got illuminated.
I'm sold. I'm sold. Because then you can because I always sew at Christmas LED lights around the bottom of my party dress.
Okay.
And then have the battery pack.
Well, there you go. Now you can cover it.
attached.
Now you can cover it with.
And it's
I-cord.
quite hard to sew because you have to like put your thread up. But actually, I can now put it through
Yeah.
I-cord.
So you could use a little bit of aluminium wire if you wanted to. That give it a little bit of strength as well. Wrap them round, a little bit of tape every so often, and then thread it through.
Yeah.
Good fun.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Good fun.
I think we've all got a different thing we're going to use it for.
Okay.
I'm also going to use it with all my 4-ply cotton yarn, and I'm going to make mats.
Yes.
Doesn't that look fab?
Yeah.
And I'm going to try it with some. I've got some quite like fluffy duty string that's quite soft. I think it.
As long as it's got enough give.
Well.
Okay.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah. Absolutely. You'll know straight
It
away if
won't
it doesn't
break.
work. No, it won't. It'll just sort of stop.
Okay.
It just doesn't like. Yeah, it's like if you try and use. We've tested it with Chunky. It doesn't work. The hole down the middle's too
But
small.
I guess you can use like a double knit if it's got a bit of twinkliness in it.
Double knit with a glitter, absolutely fine. Yeah, we've
Brilliant.
done lots of that, no problem. Yeah. In fact, that one there, the
Oh, yeah, this
So
one.
that's a King Cole Glitz
Yes.
yarn
So
that we've
you
used
can
there.
go glitter.
Yeah.
I love that.
Okay. So I'll do the same knot here with this blue.
And that's quite good because this is you've actually made the letters yourself.
Yes. So I've done it. I did it the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned
Okay.
way.
So once we've got the new system, that will allow you to do any kind of letters you want. Watch this space. It's coming.
But
it's
you
coming.
need to get the machine and the whole bundle because this is a special price.
Get started. Get started with this first, and
Right,
then we'll bring that
we're
to you.
gonna change.
Okay, I'm going to change because I'm going to add the blue, so I'm going to bring that round
With
the
this
back
amazing
like I
weaver's
did.
knot.
Okay, take that over there.
I need to learn this
Pull
knot.
that through. It's a great knot. Can you see?
Yeah.
Look, it
Because
doesn't-
because it's always. Remember, you can watch this back on YouTube. So when you need to do yours,
We've also on the top of Silvar Design on Facebook. Okay, we've this video.
there
there.
is a video.
Their
right,
video is there
on their Facebook.
Okay.
And you can trim right next.
Yes.
close. That's magic.
Yes. Let's take it into
How
the
do I not know that? So when I'm knitting and I'm joining,
It's
in
a new one for me,
colour,
and I teach macrame, and it's a new. It was a new knot for me. I've had to learn it because the first
See,
few
when I
times
join a new colour, I just knot it on, but that's much better.
much better.
How have I not
And
known
you
that?
could
Bet Wendy Orlando knows that.
So
All right,
it's going
there's the
it's
new
going
colour.
into the, it's going into the
Ready?
machine. Yeah,
And it doesn't go, ooh.
go straight through.
It would be great if it made that noise. It would, ooh. Oh, this is fabulous.
So we're
Panto costumes, brilliant.
love it. So anytime soon, we're going to see the blue joined to the yellow coming out there.
Scarves for action, man. I bet that's what these do.
I like it. My grandma, she knitted my Action Man, lots of things. She said it was the worst thing she'd ever
I
done.
bet it was. What did she knit your action?
All
man?
sorts of
I hope it
clothes,
was like.
all sorts of yeah, sort of action, you know.
Oh look, there's
there you go.
no.
There's the blue.
I hope it was like
Okay.
khaki underpants and balaclavas.
Things like that. Yeah, yeah. It's a long time ago. That is. Yeah.
Look
so
at
there
that.
we go. So there's-
Perfect.
yeah. So it just goes straight through. You can do it in other ways. So you could knit one colour and another colour, and because you've got 4 stitches each side, you could actually sew it together.
Yes.
That's another way to do it.
Right.
But I think that's a much easier way to do it. Let it
well,
go straight through the
also
machine.
it continues that hollow centre.
Yes, absolutely. There's no problem. So,
So it'd be
wire
brilliant if
straight
you
up the
wanted
middle.
to do like a rainbow flower. You could just like you could
course.
keep joining.
And because we know that 3 metres makes 20 centimetres.
Right, and so once you've worked, because you've worked that out, so
Yes.
once you know that, you can work it all out. So you can decide exactly how you want to mix.
Yeah, so I did 3
I mean,
metre
it's
lengths
great
here,
with
you
your
see. So that,
variegated, isn't it?
yeah, great with your variegated. You want a fast change yarn, that's the best thing. You can get slower, you know what I mean, don't
Yes,
you? You can
yes,
get slower ones.
yeah.
So if you get a fast change yarn,
So like a sock yarn,
sock
ideal.
yarns, because they're obviously for smaller items, yes, absolutely. Other thing people ask us for, what do I do? How do I finish?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so easy. Chop your yarn,
Right.
okay, and then run your machine out.
I'll just move the weights one
Yeah.
because I like doing that.
That's it.
Oh, does
So
it
it knits it straight out. Yeah. There you go. So there's the blue connected to the yellow. You can see
It's such a neat job.
it's a beautiful job, isn't it?
beautiful. That is
It
a
is.
thing of beauty.
There's the hollow end.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would just undo a few stitches there, so makes that easier to get in. But the start is sealed, but you could chop that off, and that would give you an entry
Won't it come
point
undone?
that side. This, no, it's not because
Yeah,
the
but
way
if you chopped it off.
if you chop it, it does. It comes undone.
Right.
Okay. So when we remember, we talked about putting. Where did I put it? Remember, we talked about putting a loop on the end. So if you put a loop on both ends, then you can sew the end through that aluminium loop, and it stops the eye cord from moving around. Sew it in. You want yourself. The only thing we don't provide you with. It's the only thing we don't provide. I don't know why we don't. I talked about this a few days ago. We had a bit of an argument in the office. Anyway, is a bodkin. You need a bodkin.
Yeah,
okay. So just a
needle.
tapestry needle, just something that you can get the yarn through.
Oh, okay. So just a tapestry needle.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got one on. Did have one on here somewhere. Don't know where it's
There
gone.
it is in the end.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. So something like
needle.
something like that. Just a tapestry needle, so you can get your yarn through, and then you can sew that. There you go.
Yeah, and you
Reasonably.
sew the end through the.
Sew the end through the loop that you create in the cord.
Right.
Okay. Obviously, if you're not going to put wire through it, then just sew it into. Go back through the hollow
loop.
structure and
Yes.
lose the end.
Okay.
And then it's all really, really neat. Do we need to see how we set it up?
Yeah, let's.
Because I think that's the important thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
I'll
I'm-
recap the bundles while you're starting.
Okay.
So there are two bundles. One's purple, one's blue. The blue one is in single figures. In the bundle, you get everything. You get the machine, you get spare needles, you get all the bits you need to set up, like the screwdrivers for changing the needles. You get 20 metres of aluminium wire, and you get 6 jigs. One is the base plate. The other jigs, you can see they're for making the shapes. You've got the teddy bear, the cat, the stars, the spaceship, and the flowers. So everything that you will need to do it. And there's a special reduction on that. Should be £129.94, but it's not. It's £99.99. Amazing.
We try to make it simple, easy
Yeah.
numbers. Just get
£99.99.
everything in one go.
And that is in single figures, that one now. Absolutely fab. And if you want the purple one, everything is the same. It's just the machine's a different colour, because some people like purple.
It's our most
And some people
popular
like blue.
It's the most popular colour, actually.
Dawn from Somerset, Best County, says, oops, I'm hooked. I've been doing this by hand, but so much more I can do. And purple is my colour. There you go, Dawn.
And also, don't forget, you get your machine nice and high.
Yeah.
Okay. Switch it on. You've got a few minutes. You can get on with your wire work.
Yes. Yeah.
While the machine's doing the knitting for you.
So top shelf for the kitchen.
As high as you can get it. Okay. Just make sure that the yarn is free. Okay.
Yeah.
It won't take it straight off a ball.
Or you need a well in your kitchen.
Well, you need a yarn winder.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that.
Coming later, okay? Because
yarn
we're
winder.
taking it straight from a ball like this. You've got to keep unwinding it, okay? You'll notice the one we're pulling it from here, we've got centre pull, okay,
Right.
from a cake.
Yeah.
Watch us at 11 o'clock if you haven't got something that can do that, because...
Because it is easier,
Yeah.
because otherwise you have to put your yarn in a cardboard box.
And let it roll about.
And it all rolls about.
Yeah,
and then
but
it
you've
jumps.
still got to free it, because
Yeah.
it will jam, it does.
It does. Now, I'm just going to do the machine. We've got the blue machine on its own, not in the bundle, so you won't get the wire, you won't get all the jigs, you won't get all the shapes. But if you only want, but you will get, obviously, you will get the weights, and you will get the cable to...
Yeah, a little bit. You get about 25 grams of yarn to get you started.
Okay.
And you also get this tool as well. We haven't talked about that yet, but I'll show you that in a minute.
Okay, and this is going down to £59.99. So if you want just the machine on its own, we've only got a limited number of those. But if you only want the machine on its own, obviously it's much more cost effective and affordable to buy the system together, because you're only paying another £40 and you get everything else. We will also be offering the jigs on their own, because I know some people use them for other things like cake toppers and things, so you might want those on their own.
And we've sold quite a lot of machines already this year, you know. So,
okay,
so
so
if
you
you've
might have
bought
already
machine,
bought a
if you've seen me at
machine. Yeah,
shows
that's
and you've
true.
bought a machine, then
Yeah.
we've got the jigs system.
Okay, so we have got the jigs on their own at the moment. Right, so show us the...
Okay, so you get this interesting tool here. So it's actually a crochet hook
With an eye?
with an eye.
What is that called?
I've no idea. It's a Caydo threading tool, I suppose.
Oh, I have
but
never seen that. So obviously
it's
you get your...
custom made for the machine.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
So I was thinking, well, you've got your Tunisian hook, that's got a hook and a needle, but not a hook and an eye.
No.
Custom made?
Custom made for Caydo, yeah, so for these machines. So the idea is we thread the yarn on, okay? There's a little hole at the back we talked about. We go down through there, okay? And then we go straight down the middle of the machine. And you can see now why what they did there. They made a tool that does that job for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now, the next thing is, this is where it gets a bit awkward. I'm probably going to put my glasses on.
I would, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
hate with
Now,
those.
important thing when you're threading the machine up is that all of the little needles are open.
The gates are open.
So open the gates on all of those 4
I didn't realise that
needles.
was what they had on a knitting machine. I've got
Yes.
like a rouleau loop turner,
Oh.
which is for turning fabric tubes.
Oh, inside out.
Yes.
I saw you do that the other day.
Okay. Well, that's exactly what the end
Oh, okay.
is on a rouleau loop turner. It's a
Okay.
gate and a hook. It's obviously
There
a
you
thing.
go. It's obviously a thing. Yes, I think these are perhaps slightly modified knitting machine.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Probably the bottom end's different because of the, has to fit into this machine.
Right, okay.
Okay. Now, the important thing is when we're setting off on getting the machine going, we have to catch a needle, miss a needle, catch a needle, miss a needle. That's the
Okay.
important thing. Okay. So you've got the knob at the back. You can turn. Okay, and so we can catch that one. Got
Oh,
it.
yeah, yeah.
And then miss one.
Okay,
And
so
then
you're not
catch
actually
one.
having to thread them. It does that
No,
itself.
and then miss one.
You just need to make sure it catches
You
and
need to
misses.
catch, miss, okay. And then a little bit of tension down here, okay.
Just to make sure.
And turn this manually to get it
And
started.
its little gates are shutting.
And its little gates are shutting, yeah, and off we go. And it's actually knitting. Yeah, just make sure
That's
it's
right. I thought you'd have to like almost thread it, but you're not. You're just moving it out of the way. It does it itself.
Yeah, so pop on
That's really
both
easy,
weights.
isn't it?
We already talked about why there's both weights, so we always keep tension. Okay, and off we go. It really is that straightforward.
Honestly, you could watch this for hours.
Yeah.
It's like a mini food mixer.
So all you need to remember when you set up is make sure you go through the little loop at the back.
Yeah.
Make sure the yarn is in the divot in the little glass, the little plastic container, and then catch one, miss one, catch one, miss one.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing you read the instructions a couple of times and watch the video, and then you go, right, I've got that.
It is fairly well.
And there is a QR code in the instructions.
There is a QR code in there. It also tells you which yarns to use and how to size yarns if you don't know what you've got.
Oh, okay.
So it's quite a good little.
But honestly,
instruction.
if you like me, you will be experimenting.
And there you go. You see, we're already into it. It's coming out. It's already there. Remember, 20 centimetres every minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on it.
Keep an eye on it. Remember, you
Or
need
buy a
3
well.
meters, 3 meters of yarn to go in. Yeah, to give you 20 centimetres out.
Well, I'm glad you've worked that out.
Yes.
Well, it also means you can use up all your yarn, can't you?
Absolutely. So you could, as I say, 3 meters, 3 meters, 3 meters, 3 meters there, all joined together with the weaver's knot that I've just shown you. And there you go. You've got something fabulous, haven't you?
It is
We've got
absolutely
glitz in this, we've got
It's
plain, and we've
brilliant.
got some variegated.
Right, the blue bundle. More people have got that in their basket than we've actually got available. Yes, I was just looking at the numbers. Confused me. More people have got that in their baskets than we've got available. Now, the purple bundle is exactly the same. You're still making the saving. You'll get all the same bits. It's just that the machine is purple.
Yeah.
That's the only difference.
And usually...
Quick message. Good morning, both. Great idea. Can you buy spare wire from you? I can see lots of projects for
It's
Therese.
already on the system. You
Yes.
can get 20 metres
Yes,
of wire.
we'll
It's a
just
separate
show-
item. Yeah.
Where's the, we've got a,
It's right on the front.
Where
I
is
think,
it
isn't
gone? Let me
There is,
find
there
it.
is a,
Oh, yeah,
there's
let
a
me
reel of wire there, yeah, 20
I'll get the
metres.
wire just to show you.
Yeah.
Yes, we have, because you will be needing lots of this.
Absolutely.
20 metres of wire is £9.99.
Yeah.
There we go. And it will look like that.
Yeah,
It's proper aluminium wire. There we go.
yeah. So
20
aluminium
metres
because
of
it's
wire.
soft and it's easy to bend.
And it really
basically.
is, yeah.
It really is easy.
It looks like garden wire, which is really hard to bend, but
It's not.
that is brilliant.
No, it's soft, isn't it?
But,
It's
you know,
very
there's
soft,
steel
yeah.
wire, you like.
Oh no! If it was copper, 2mm copper, you'd
never find it.
You'd really struggle with it. We've included 2mm because it's what they recommend for beginners. Okay.
Right.
However, I'm just looking for another sample that I've got. Oh, it's there. No, it isn't. Oh,
What's you looking?
I'll find it later. I've got a teddy bear made in 3mm wire. I don't know if we've put it there actually.
There's a pink teddy bear at the front.
I've got some 3mm wire here. So
Right.
that's something, we'll bring this soon. Okay. It wasn't possible this time. Okay. But I just want to show you, once you've developed on from 2mm wire, 3mm wire, but it's a little bit more fiddly to bend.
But it's more.
But it's stronger. So do please start with a 2mm. I do everything in 2mm actually, to be honest. But you can go up to 3mm. So if you want something that's stronger, so your bag handles, things like that, source yourself some 3mm. It's easy to get.
Right, yeah,
we'll bring it
for bag
eventually.
handles.
Okay,
so the bundle where we've got just the jig, so if you just want to buy the shapes and the wire, we have got a special bundle with that one. So it's $64.94, and in that you get all of the jigs, all 5.
Yes.
And 20 meters of wire.
Yes.
So if you don't want the machine, maybe you've already got the machine. Obviously, or you might want to use it for other things. You might want to do your
cake toppers.
Cake toppers.
You know, there's all sorts of ways. You could wrap it with ribbon. There's lots of different things you can do.
So if you want to do that, or maybe you've got the machine already, or you don't want to use it with that, this bundle, $54.99, you've got all 5 of the designs and 20 meters of the 2mm wire.
Yeah.
So if you want just that, that's the price there. $54.99.
You also get 15 pegs. We forgot to send that, didn't we? Obviously, you need pegs for the system.
Pegs.
So your base, if I take the telly off, your base is like that. Okay. You can use this any way round, by the way. We've developed
that comes with the bundle.
That comes with the bundle, and because there is another product where you can just get the separate as well, can't you? But yeah.
Are you going to be at Festival of Quilts?
We are not, I'm afraid, because we're teaching on a cruise ship.
Oh, that's
I know,
such
that
a
week.
Shame.
I know.
Where do we need to be sailing to?
Well, we're in Germany on a river cruise.
Are
we're teaching
you?
craft on a river
Oh,
cruise.
how
Can't
nice.
wait. We've not done that before, so that's really exciting.
I think that'd be fab.
Yes. Yes.
What a lovely thing to
So
do.
I've done lots of ocean cruise teaching, but never a.
So what
river
events
cruise.
do you do?
So we're at Doncaster this
Okay,
weekend.
Doncaster,
Crafting Live,
Live
yes,
there.
yeah. And I know you guys are there, and you've got all sorts of things going on as well. We're doing make and takes as well at Doncaster, so get yourself down for that because it's free. Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Where are we after that? We are at Farnborough, Exeter, Glasgow, NEC.
Not Festival of Quilts.
Just not Festival of Quilts this year because it clashed the dates.
Clash with the cruise.
Yeah.
You can't be turning a river cruise down.
No, and I've known about it for 18 months, so I haven't got a choice really.
No, you
so,
can't.
Yeah.
Anyway, that sounds fun.
Yeah,
That's far too much fun.
Yeah, and it's the right time of the year as
Yeah.
well. So you'll see us out and about. We work with Pinflare very closely, so we operate with them. So Pinflare we'll have their products and the Silvar products joined together on a single stand. So lots and lots of things. For you
I
to
think
play
it's
with.
great. The blue bundle is about to sell out. $99.99 for that. You get everything, basically. You get the machine, you get all the jigs, you get the wire, and the whole lot. And then it means that you've got all of that sent to you in a nice box.
It's beautifully packaged.
Well, I don't know about the package, just the thought of having all of that in a box.
It is beautifully packaged.
In a
as well, actually.
beautifully
It is
packaged
beautifully
box.
packaged, yes.
All of that
Yeah.
arrives, and then you can just start playing.
Yeah.
Go through your yarn stash.
Absolutely.
See what works, what doesn't work.
I'm sorry we couldn't bring more stock.
Yeah, but this is first.
It's our first attempt here. There was quite a lot of stock actually, wasn't there? So yeah.
It was.
But yeah, sorry, we'll bring more back. Trust us.
We'll-
Yeah. Don't miss out though.
Purple
Please don't miss
bundle.
out. If you want it, get it.
But don't worry, the purple bundle is exactly the same as just the machine is purple.
Yeah.
We only have 10 of those bundles left. So you need to be quick with that. You get everything in there. Obviously, we've got the machines just on their own, if you would rather that. Obviously, you're not getting all the savings that you would get. But if you want to get the bundle, has to be the purple one.
Yeah, we haven't got many of those though, have we?
Another message. I remember having a blanket made from French knitting when I was wee. My gran had zigzagged with the line of knitting and sewn it into a bumpy blanket.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, another way I've seen people
What a
use
great
it
idea.
is to make something like that and then put the name on. So sew the name on.
Oh, yeah, that's quite nice. Because, like, when
Yes.
you look at the the lettering on this.
Yeah, so that's got
That's
wire up. But
lovely.
you could
Oh, is
just sew it. You could just sew that lettering on, couldn't
Yeah,
you?
but you could sew that
Absolutely,
onto something
absolutely.
to personalise it.
Yeah.
But what a lovely message. That's really nice.
That's lovely.
That you could just join them all together.
Yeah. Think about edging for cushions.
Fran says, could other animals be jigged? Big cats, birds, insects?
Working on it.
Yeah, challenges.
We've done the sitting cat. We've also got the
Mark's working on letters
cat.
at
We've
the
got.
moment.
We want to know what shapes you want because
Okay.
we've definitely got elephant coming.
Quilt hangers is a great idea.
Quilt hangers, that's a new one, so
And
we're going to add
stars
that to
is
the
a good
list.
idea.
Stars, we've got stars. Yeah, we've got two. You get two sizes of stars on the jig at the moment. The big star here that we've macrameed round is actually we buy that in because it's a solid star. We'll try and bring those as well in the future because we're going to do some more macrame shows as well, hopefully running into Christmas. We do lots and lots of Christmas macrame products. So, but we wait, just bear with us. We're getting there.
We're doing Christmas next week. You know, I can't believe it.
Well, yes.
Christmas.
We've got loads of Christmas at Doncaster.
Right, we've got a couple more minutes. Can we?
Okay. What do you want to do?
We need to watch the machine.
Switch the machine on. Yeah, there you go. It's a lot of fun. So
it is, and you just keep moving the weights.
Yes. So if you want,
honestly, I'd be using these weights for other things. I know you all will be too. There'll be so many things you think, oh, that's a really good idea.
I know. So let us know what shapes you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Send them into the guys here.
And
Send
if
them
enough
onto our socials.
Shape,
we'll do it, definitely. Yeah, as I say, elephants, words are coming. I've got some Christmas designs coming, so a Santa. We've got things like that, yeah.
And you see, once you've got the machine, you only need one machine, that's it.
Yeah.
Then you can use all the different jigs, and you will find what you're going to use it for.
I've only got one machine. You know,
yes,
I haven't even opened a purple machine for me, because usually I want both. But in this case, I just go with the blue one, because it's fine.
What was these? It was Tricotan.
Tricotan, Tricotin. Tricotan, yeah. So that's French knitting. French knit, yeah.
Okay, and then we can get loads of ideas.
It will just explode. Your socials will explode because
I know
because in Portugal and Italy and places like that, it is a much bigger craft, and you'll see lots and lots and lots. So if you go to is it Pinterest? Go there.
Yes.
It's massive.
I know, and it's just when you see things like that, you just get that little spark where you think, oh, what a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
And obviously, when you've got yours, you won't have to be moving the weights as often I'm doing.
No, I mean we've made this so it's easy to see. But obviously you'll have it on a table, and you've got at least double the drop, probably 4 times the drop.
And it's funny because it looks really narrow there.
It looks narrow, but
when you see it there,
as soon as it opens up, as soon as it compresses back.
Right, the blue machine bundle has sold out. We still have a handful of the purple machine bundle. It's exactly the same. It's just purple, and it's just the purple one. It's just as nice as the blue one. It's
actually the purple one normally sells faster than the
Does
blue
it?
one, so it's really unusual.
It's because you've got the purple
I
one.
know. We've got the blue one open.
And that's
okay,
the
and
first
it is
one
it is really lovely purple. We haven't got one, but you can see it on the box, and I think we've got a picture for you anyway.
We have a handful. I mean, that is your best saving because obviously you're getting all of those items in, which is brilliant. So that's been fantastic. How lovely to see these products.
It's exciting, isn't it?
It is really exciting.
We loved it when we saw it.
All of you have received them so well. We have a handful of the purple ones left. Have a look on to sewingstreet.com, watch live. You can see on there what we've got left and what you can buy. You're going to be back for in an hour.
I am.
With the amazing ball winder, which I've got to get because I've got to get one of those. I always rewind my yarn by hand and it takes ages. Well, actually, I'm actually quite impatient because I start off really slow and then I'm bored now. And then I go really fast and then the whole thing flies off the table.
Oh, okay.
Because they work beautifully if you don't go too fast.
Yes.
This is genius. It means I can be knitting and I can be winding them at the same time.
And we've got a few other bits and bobs.
And other things.
Yes.
We've got, the ribbon maker.
Oh,
this
the bows.
Is brilliant.
Beautiful.
Oh, let me just get one. I'm just going to get one of the bows to show you. So we've got this special thing that makes these bows. It's just a template thing.
It's a template, yeah. But
and you can make them with ribbons to make them
really
glorious. But I was asking Mark, you can make them from strips of fabric.
Of course.
So all the spare fabric you've got, cut it into strips. You can make Liberty bows, couldn't you? I mean, obviously they might have like fray edges, but you can also make them from bias binding. So if you made bias binding from your scraps, if you make to sell, but if you're doing gifts for Christmas,
beautiful.
Use all your fabric.
Christmas ribbons, Christmas fabric. fabrics.
And these are just amazing, aren't they?
beautiful.
So it's the special template that you
Yeah,
use.
three different sizes. You're going to get all in the bundle. We've also got
Amazing.
We
They're
will see you at
available.
11 and tell you all about it.
Well,
but
yes, this
it's
is a
really
sneak
easy as well.
preview.
So I'll be showing you how to do it. And we've got a little macrame,
And a macrame
little macrame
kit.
project as well.
It's a new... So exciting. Well, you go and have a break for an
Thank
hour.
you.
And I'll see you back here in a few minutes for part 6 of the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month. We're on the honeymoon. Well, it is July, isn't it? So it's the honeymoon block. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Early bird at 10. Who knew? But we did have this early bird with us at 8, but we had a few problems. Hannah broke the computer. Hayley's moving house. She's the only one who could fix it. But it's sorted, I think. These amazing rotary cutter blades, you definitely need to get some of these, particularly if you make the sampler quilt, because you'll need these for cutting it all out. You get 10 in there. And 45mm blades. This is your standard rotary cutter. They will fit any standard 45mm rotary cutter. $14.99. Anyone who was already checked out at 8, we did promise you that that's the price that you will be charged. Get this while you can at £1.49 blade. It's a great choice. We did a price comparison earlier. Like the Olfa singles are £3. We went on to Amazon and we found a pack of 10 that were £30. This is a bargain price. They all come in a little plastic box. Keep the box afterwards. You can put all of the blunt ones. But you know that there is nothing worse than cutting fabric and you've nicked the part of the blade and it's not cutting through the threads. Changing your blade, it's like cutting through butter, isn't it? If you checked out earlier, don't worry, your price will be taken. You will only have $14.99. Check this out. Honestly, it makes such a difference. Always, when you put your new blade in, it takes seconds, doesn't it? So just do it, because it's so annoying. It ruins the fabric as well, because when those little threads, if you haven't cut through them, they can pull them out of a width of fabric, particularly if it's a narrow strip. And then you've had it. you've had it, pulls out a thread from it. So get these while you can. £1.49. I mean, obviously they are super sharp, but just slide one across. They've got a very slight coating of oil in between them. So just slide one across, put a new one in, and keep them in their little plastic box. But that is a special price just for today. The price, that £5 saving, the price will go back up at midnight. We've bought a big stock of these in, but this is a special price at £14.99. So get these while you can. Right. Now, Sampler Quilt Block of the Month. So for all of you who have joined me since the beginning, thank you so much. Thank you for the messages you sent Amy and I about it, all the questions, all the photos you've sent us of all the blocks. Some of you have even started making blocks in your own colours. Janet, thank you so much. Janet's made some amazing sailboat quilt blocks. We're going to be putting them on our socials soon, her pictures, but they look fabulous. She's made a whole quilt all in different colours, which is what I wanted, to encourage you to make the sampler quilt, but use the instructions to make them again. Now, the idea behind this is that a sampler quilt is I'll move over to this one, then you can see it. A sampler quilt is something that quilt makers did as a learning piece. You could practice each of your blocks that you like, join them together into a large quilt. So it's like a work of art, but it's also like a sampler. That's why they're called sampler quilts. So it's a piece of your work. Now, I love the idea of having all of these different blocks, but I wanted them to hang together, to go together, so that the fabrics were the same. And the only way that we could do that was Amy designed the fabrics exclusively for this sampler quilt. We've never used them before. She designed them so they'd fit. So I sent her, gradually over a period of months, diagrams or drawings or whatever of all the blocks just on graph paper on the computer. And she chose and designed and coloured the fabrics so that they worked. And then she had to keep adding more fabrics in as she needed different colours and different things. And she ended up with a palette of prints. We then couldn't decide which colour. So I said, we've got to have blue and white because that's my favourite. I love blue and white. But then we thought it'd be nice as well to do a pretty one. So there's this is Country Garden. China Blues is down here somewhere, but we'll show you a picture because it's too big for me to hold up. And so that all of the prints go together. And because Amy has designed them, that means we can print them and then they're always going to be the same. So when you make them all, you know that your finished quilt will all go together beautifully. You're not going to run out of fabric. So every month you learn a new block, but a variation on it. So for the first month we did the flower block and I did 3 different flowers. The next month we did Carpenter's Star, which is a specific pattern, but we did 3 different colourways. And then over the months, we've done all different blocks. So by the end, you will have 36 blocks. We will sell a panel at the end that has the sashing and there are 4 squares here. There will be fabric on the panel for a scrappy binding, which is pre-printed, so you haven't got to join it. And that will be on a panel at the end. And then you make this whole quilt. It's massive. So the finished size, and someone asked me the other day and I worked it out and I can't remember. So it's 72 plus 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. It's 86 inches square. So it's a really good, I wanted it to be a proper, if you've got a double bed or if you've got a king size bed, I wanted it to be able to fit on that. I wanted you to be able to hang it on the wall to show off your skills or put it on your bed or give it away as a gift. And that is the whole thing. So I'll go back to my desk now. Now this month, I'll start with this block, is the Honeymoon block. And let me show you, because I've got them all in my thing, what they actually look like. Got to get them through to the night, because I'm keeping mine all in the quilt block keeper. So this month is the Honeymoon block. Now, a Honeymoon block, I can't find out definitively where it comes from. Very old. Most of these blocks are really come from. A lot of them are, well, early English quilting or going over with the settlers. But the Honeymoon block, it looks harder than it is because it looks like it's got lots and lots of points. But because of the way I've made it, it's much easier than it looks. In fact, I would say it's the easiest block in the whole quilt. So this is the Country Garden version. So these are the 3 blocks that you will make this month. They're all made in exactly the same way. They're just slightly different colours. So really simple one. Right, so $22.99, and you will make all of this. Let me show you what you actually get in the kit, though. So in order for us to, if you've already been collecting these, then this will make sense. If you're new to this, this is how it works. On the panel, all of the fabrics are listed. 1, 2, 3. They've all got numbers on them. The numbers will be different on each panel for each block. So number 1 in this one will be different to number 1 in the other, but it makes sense with the instructions. So you start off, you cut out all the fabric pieces just around the outside, leave a little bit of white. It's important you keep the number above. So there's all the fabric pieces. With this one, you get 8 different pieces. I can't remember, there's 9. There's 8 different pieces. So not all of the fabrics are used in this, but most of them. You will then also get 1/2 metre of ivory. Now this is Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, because A, it's really good quality, and B, we can get it all the time. And it's really important that when you buy the Country Garden, you will always get ivory. And the ivory is obviously used in the background. And it's all 100% cotton. This is digitally printed 100% quilting weight cotton. This is 100% cotton. So when you create yours, all of the background will be in ivory, and all of the other blocks' background in ivory, so it will all go together. You'll also get full instructions, which we've done this time. With most of our instructions, we have photos where I take walk-through photos of the process. But I've found that when I'm making quilts, I find diagrams easier to follow. So poor Amy, I draw these terrible diagrams with lots of notes on, and she has to redraw them. So I think having diagrams makes a big difference, so you can see exactly how to do it. We've put in a picture of the block in both colourways, so you can see. So it's very, very easy to follow how to make all of them. There's also a full video tutorial. There's a QR code in the instructions that you can scan with your phone that will take you through to the Amber Makes website, or it gives you the web address there, and then you can follow me. So if you're new to quilting, and you'll know if you've been following to the beginning, some of it you'll know, some of it you don't know. You're going to pick up different skills along the way. This month we're going to learn quarter square triangles, which we haven't done before. So you will be able to do it. Now, if you have just started, or you're thinking, oh, I don't know whether to get the others. Luckily, this was another thing, is I didn't want to disappoint anyone and sell out. But obviously, we do sometimes sell out on the day today, but then we get them back. Because we can reprint, and because we can obviously get the Rose and Hubble fabric, we're not ever going to disappoint you. You're not going to get to the point where you think, oh, but I missed number 7. We will always be able to get them back for you. Because that's really important, because I know loads of you miss out. You know, you start off thinking, then you're not there, or you're away for a couple of weeks, and then you've got a half-finished thing. Jude says, morning Bex and gang, I love Amber Makes. The quality of products and your instructions are first class. Thank you so much from Jude. Thank you, Jude. That's a really nice message. That's lovely. It's really nice to know, because we do work, we try really hard to get them right, because I know what I want as a sewer. Amy is very specific and detailed with her diagrams, the way she lays out the instructions, does all the drawings, does all the fabric prints, and together we're quite fussy. So we do things, we go, oh no, I don't quite like that, and we change it, always changing it. I think because we make things for us. And for me, it was really important that the whole quilt hung together. So we did have to start this quite a long time ago, so that I could design the blocks, and that Amy could get all the prints that work together, and she had to try to get each one, because the fabrics, weirdly, are exactly the same whether you're doing China Blues or Country Garden. It's just the colours. So she had to get the prints to work and the colours to work. I have no idea how she did that, but they really work. Don't know how she did that. It does make it easier for me, though, because then I can just identify the prints. Right, that's Country Garden. Now, if you're doing China Blues, so this is China Blues. I think this one's my favourite is China Blues. Oh, I've lost one. Maybe it's still in my block. Block 6, bought in blue. Happy girl, just need to make them all now. I love your project's instructions. Dawn, just do it. Just do it. In fact, you can just make what you can just like make one and then come back to it. Can't? Oh, there it is. And you can just keep coming back to them. Some of them are easier than others. I quite like the fact when I'm doing them. that you're not making a whole quilt, you're just making a block. So these are Honeymoon Blocks in China Blues. So you can see like that one's got, this is all, China Blues all has a white background. So you can see that's got a plain white, that one's got, and then that's got the coloured around the edge. This one's got a print there, but it's got white around the edge. So they're all kind of slightly different, but they're all made in the same way. It's just that the way that Amy has put the prints together. But it's quite interesting when you look at the two together. So if I put like Country Garden next to that one, that's it. Those two are exactly the same block. But don't they look different just because of the print choice? It's a tricky one, I know. So that's China Blues. With that one, you will also get, obviously, 1/2 metre of white fabric. Yeah, Hannah's on blue. So it's mostly blue and white, but you see, this was the beauty of Amy designing the fabric to go with this, is that as she was designing it, there was a few times where she needed a bit of green. I did have a few that had leaves and things, where she just needed a bit of green. And then they needed a bit of neutral. Some of them, Carol says, the only problem with the block a month is that it is only once a month. Yeah, but you get, sorry Carol, but you do get a whole month to make them all. Yeah. Because in order for these to, it's really important to me that they're accurate and they work. Oh, Jenny goes, I've been buying the China Blues each month, still need to make my flowers and my boats. Oh, I like the boats. But it doesn't matter. There's no hurry. The videos stay there forever. There's no hurry at all. You just make them when you can. Because what I do is I make the block to make sure they work. Oh, Carol says, I joined on block 3 and caught up by block 4. I've learned so much, even though I wasn't a patchwork newbie. I'm so proud of my work from Carol. See, whether you're new or you're not, I've learned loads even doing it. I was thinking, how do you do that? I want to do this, but I don't know how to do it. But the video shows you, so what I do is I make it to see if it works. Then we get all the panels printed. Then I make it up in one colourway and I rewrite the instructions and change it and think, that doesn't make sense. And then when I do the video, I make it again and I change it again. So I know by the time I've made it 3 times, it should be, I mean, I can't guarantee, but it should be accurate because I go through and make sure that it works. But you will learn. And can I say now, if your points don't match, nobody cares. I don't care. Lots of my points match. So many of you go, oh, but mine's not so neat. It doesn't matter. This is supposed to be a handmade quilt. We could have sold panels with these printed on like this, couldn't we? And it would have been perfect. But what would have been the point? Because it's so perfect, it's not real. I think the idea is aim to get things to match up, aim to get it all perfect, but it doesn't have to be. It's those imperfections and those bits where things aren't quite right. That's what makes it yours. And if you look at any old traditional quilts, they don't all match up. The only time you ever see it match is in a competition. And who wants to do that? So that's the honeymoon block. Now, if you want to get the others, let's start at the very beginning. So with all of them, you will get a panel and you will get the instructions. And I'm going to show you rather than show you the panels, because the panels, well, they're just panels of fabric with print on them. I'm going to show you what they look like, because they're in my quilt block keeper, and I'll show you, I've got the instructions for this in a minute. So this is the flowers. So this was number 1, not because, oh, Hannah's gone in with the pigs. And now I can't say that this is the easiest or the hardest. I just put, when I designed all 12, and then I had to put them in order. So some of them were quite seasonal. So I did like September was Schoolhouse, because that's kind of school, isn't it? And October was Maple Leaf. You know, but with the flowers, I just love them. So these are the 3 flowers. You get a sunflower. No, you get a daisy. I'll put them like that. A sunflower. And then you get blossoms, which are the little ones. Now, if you just want to buy 1 block, which some people have done, so you will get the instructions, you'll get the fabric panel. You can make just 1, and not buy any of the others. And then you've got 3 flower blocks. You can use those instructions again. You could use this kit as a practice and make it into 3 cushions. And then you could go, right, well, I'm going to make a whole sunflower quilt and pick fabrics like yellows and browns and stuff, or whites and yellows for a daisy. So I know you could do it that way if you don't want to do the whole quilt, but you just like certain blocks. You've still got the instructions, you've got the videos, you can use these as a practice and then put them in together in a whole quilt. So that's Country Garden Flowers, which was month 1. This is it in China Blues. Daisy, Sunflower, Blossom. And you see, this is why we had to have a bit of green. And then we had to have a bit of neutral, because there were some other things I brought in. So I just left it up to Amy. I said, all I'd say is the prints need to be quite small, because some of the pieces will be small, and they also need to be multi-directional for most of them, because there's going to be a lot of triangles and things turning. And it's lovely, isn't it? I think she did an absolutely amazing job. And I think that's what really makes the quilt, is having the prints designed specially for this. And if we did another one, you know, these prints, especially for this, we would have to do a new set of prints. Sarah says, I'm collecting the China Blue blocks every month. This is my winter project. The sailing block is my favourite so far. I love the sailing boat, Sarah. You're a sailing boat. Which is my favourite? Oh, I don't know. Do you know, it could well be the schoolhouse, because it always has been. I love the schoolhouse. I've just finished making that one. I'm trying to get ahead, what with Amy's baby happening soon. So we need to get a little bit ahead so that Amy can have a bit of time off. So I have just made the September block. It's not long now. Very excited, very excited. I've even made a quilt and everything. I can tell you that because I've given it to her. Of course, I've made a quilt. Oh, I love making baby things, don't you? So exciting. Poor Amy. She's going to have far too much stuff off me. Right, this is block 2, the Carpenter's Star, another of my favourites. What I've tried to do is, as well, I discovered when I chose all my blocks, some were pictorial, like the sailing boat, the schoolhouse, the flowers, and some are traditional blocks, geometric ones, and this is one of them, and I tried to alternate them. Love the Carpenter's Star. So this comes in 3, exactly the same way, made in the same way, but just 3 different prints. So you've got half square triangles here. You will learn how to do 4 at a time, half square triangles, 2 at a time, 8 at a time. You'll learn flying geese, all sorts. So that's the Country Garden number 2. And, you know, even if you're just joining, you think, well, there's no competition, there's no doing it at a specific time. Just collect them and then make them as you fancy them. This is the China Blues. And this is really good, this set of instructions for using to make other things. This makes a brilliant quilt because you can see it's got the squares in the corners so that when you join them together, if you had like one like that and one like that, the squares join, so it would all run together. So this is a really good block to use for other things as well. Keep all your instructions and then you can use them again. And I said, you know, use these as your practice ones, then put them in your quilt. But like the last person who messaged and said they're using it as their winter project. Well, good idea. Get them all now and then you can just blitz them at some point or make them over the next few years. There really is, you know, there's no hurry at all. Right, that was number 2. Number 3 was thread spool. Now, I do love the thread spool. It is a classic. It's got to be the sewer's favourite. So we started off, we've got the large thread spool. That's easy peasy. And then we went for small thread spools. And then we went for twisted thread spools, which are just thread spools turned on their sides. I love it in the Country Garden because the idea is that the thread runs gradually down. Once you've learnt that, it's really easy. These are exactly the same, but just on a smaller scale. But it does look like, it looks like when you get those spools and they put like Liberty tape around them. So that's the Country Garden part 3. And again, this is a brilliant block that you can use for other things. I've got my blinds in my sewing room all have thread spools on. So you just never know what you'll use them for. but it's a really nice block to use for other things. So that's Thread Spool Country Garden. And then this is Thread Spool China Blues. So this is where we've now got the grey coming in. I think it might have been in one of the others. But we needed to have a bit of neutral because for the top of the thread spools. And then there's quite a lot of other elements in the design where the greys and the blues with a little bit of green work really well with it. And then that's the twisted thread spools. But you can see now how all these fabrics are going together. And unless you have all the fabrics bought in advance, and then there's the problem because you then run out and you wouldn't be able to get it, then I knew a lot of people when we first started this was like, were really worried if they didn't watch 1 month and missed it, then they wouldn't be able to then get it the next month. And we do have that with people because we do become limited with other blocks of the month, because if you don't print them and you haven't got like a standard fabric, unless you use like plain fabrics, people miss out, and you don't really want to get invested time and money in a 12-month project if you can't guarantee you're going to get that. But we don't know how many people are going to get involved, and it's different each month, strangely as well, how many people do it. This is the Dresden plate. So you've got, this is the Country Garden, that's got a big centre and only 16 blades, because what I've tried with each of them to start off with the simplest. Once you understand the technique, making 20 blades is easy and you make a smaller centre, and then making 24 blades is absolutely fine. But look how pretty they look in those colours. I love the greens, the really nice citrine. I really wanted that very pretty country garden look. I mean, they're brilliant, aren't they? I would never thought of putting these colours together, but they absolutely work, and they work across the whole quilt as well. And then in the blues, there's the large centre, 16 blades, small centre, 20, and then we go up to 24. So this one, I mean, in this one you will learn, well, obviously how to make a Dresden plate. You then applique it, because it's sewn onto just the large piece of background fabric, how to do a circle and applique that on top. And you've got, in the instructions for this, there are the templates. Well, these instruction sets are quite big as well. There's a lot of... the blocks are really interesting. They make such a lovely quilt. Are the designs going to be made into a book at the end of it? Well, Elizabeth, I did think about that. Maybe. Not something I've thought about just yet. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? But, I don't know. Be another whole different game, wouldn't it? We'll think about that, because I'd have to rework out all the fabrics, wouldn't I? Yes. So on the Dresden plate, you will get all the templates as well. So you get the small circle, the large circle, and the templates to do all the different bits. But they are a big set of instructions, because you need to have pictures of the blocks. You need to see how does it all together, how do you, what goes where. And it's having the diagrams that show you exactly, because I wanted it to be achieved by somebody who never done patchwork before, and they just start off with this. And if you get to one block and you think, oh, that's a bit tricky, if you collected them, move on to another one. There are skills, a lot of the cutting skills will come in use as you go along, and the piecing skills. So once you've learned half square triangles in 8s, you'll use those quite often. Right, so that was Dresden plate number 4. This is where I start forgetting. The sailboats, number 5. See, this is what I think no, it's fine. We'll do country. We'll do them in the right order. I think I like pictorial blocks. Maybe that's it. The sailboat is a brilliant block to do. This is the simplest one. It's just these triangles. I'm belonging to a sailing club. I can feel a whole quilt coming on in coloured sailing blocks from Sarah. It would be a great, it's something I'm thinking about doing, because there's so many different sailing boat blocks you can do. So So it would be lovely to do a whole quilt. Maybe I'll have a think about it. I love this one because the C is floral. I like a floral C. So this is a very simple, sailing boat. And then we get, well, I decided to have a pinwheel on the sail. So this is a little trickier, but there's nothing weird that you have to do with templates. These are just triangles. And I've done it by sewing 2 squares together and then they become triangles rather than sewing triangles together because that's really fiddly. I like the C in this one. It's all pink and yellow flowers because the C should always be pink and yellow flowers. And that's where you get that sort of neutral fabric coming in. And then this is the boat 3. That one's got a flag. And then that has the different fabrics. But it works so well when you put florals and there's a little bit of stripe in this one. So that's the 3 sailing boats in Country Garden. And then in China Blues, this makes me think of Blue Peter. I'm sure the Blue Peter boat was a bit like that. I'm sure it was a bit like that. But there were lots and lots of different sailboat blocks. So this was the problem I had, was that there are certain ones, but then there's a certain style. So then I had to go through and think, well, that was a classic one, but there are different ways of doing it. But then when I designed the other boats, I wanted to make them a little bit different. Some things were too tricky. Some things had too many angles. But I like the idea of having a little pinwheel on it, because if you're only doing one tiny pinwheel, it's not so bad. If you were doing loads of them, it would take you ages. But because you're only doing one block, I really enjoy making them because it's just one block. So you can sort of take your time with it. And then the 3rd block with the little flag on it and the stripes. But again, you see, because Amy had all of the drawings, she could choose the fabrics and design them so that they would go in shade order. Otherwise, if the fabrics hadn't been designed exclusively for this, you'd have just had to put together what you had. And I think that's why the quilt works so well, because of that. Do you want to see the blue quilt? I have got it here. I'll show you it a little bit. There's a picture of it, which shows you what the whole thing looks like. And I'm just showing you it. So I have actually got it. Might be upside down. Oh, it's upside down. It's upside down. Oh, there you go. That's it. Next time, I'll hang up the blue one. But we couldn't hang up both. Angie, I'm a newbie quilter, not new to Amber Makes. Just about to my first block a month. I can't decide which colour to go for. Well, I think you just do it very quickly, right? You just look at both of them and go, that's the one. There will be one that calls to you more than the other one, I would say. I've never quilted before, but I love the Dresden Plate Country Garden kit. Here it goes. Going to give it a go. Thank you for inspiration. Do it, Lynn. Just do it. Because the instructions explain it from the beginning. You can watch the video tutorial. I've changed the way that I've done the cutting because I used to just say, right, from fabric 1, cut out the following pieces. And I had a lot of feedback from people saying, can we have cutting diagrams? We would use, to make the cutting diagrams big enough so that you could see all the little numbers and measurements, you'd need 1 per page. The instructions would be massive. So what I've done now on the instructions is it says, like, from fabric 1, cut 1 strip across the width of it that's 5 inches, another one that's 7 inches, and then cut that into smaller pieces. So I've made the cutting instructions a lot simpler to follow for you. So if you've never done it before, just give it a go. There is a Facebook group as well. That on the back of your instructions, it tells you where to join, the Amber Makes Sampler Quilt Block of the Month, that you can go into, you can ask questions. Our customer services email address is in here as well. Customer services ambermakesco.com, so you can always email to ask. But, you know, the only way to learn is to start, isn't it? So those are all the blocks so far. I'll show you the last one at the end. Right, we also decided to do, I'm going to have to sort those out in a minute because they will get creased. When you, they need to stay nice and flat, otherwise I'll have to iron them again. We decided to do charm squares, but rather than do, because always love charm squares. Rather than do one set of charm squares for each, we'd have 12, and in 2 colours we'd have 24, which we thought was a little bit much. So what we've done, we've split them into 3 months. So this is 1 to 3 country garden. So on the panel, the squares are all 5 by 5 inches, and you will get 40 of them. And what we've done is we have put blocks 1, 2 and 3 on here. So you've got flowers, thread spools, carpenter's star, miniature versions of the full blocks, and then we've put squares of the prints across. So I'm going to definitely make this into a mini quilt at some point. How lovely would that be? I'm going to make them into, because I could make them into an exact replica, and I will do that at some point. I'll do a set of instructions on how to do it, but it would be beautiful. I'm also definitely at some point going to make a patchwork jacket from them. Now, I know some of you have talked to me about charm squares, not just these, but all of our digital print charm squares. They're 5 by 5 inches, and a lot of you say they don't work out as that, and I know they don't, and it's all to do with the way that the fabric is printed. When the fabric is digitally printed, it goes through the printer, lovely, and then it comes through a heat press to seal it, and that's where things start shrinking a little bit. But the fabric shrinks to different amounts, depending on how much ink there is, and how much background fabric there is, and it also shrinks one way more than it does the other. So we have experimented with printing the squares so that the files that we send through aren't square, so they end up square, but it isn't consistent. So what we've done is we have left gaps between them. So they work out sometimes about 1/8 of an inch, maximum smaller one way. But because you've got the gaps between them, that's enough for you to be able to cut them into 5-inch squares. You might just have to cut slightly into the gap, but it will always be less than your seam allowance. It's just the way it is with digital print. There's nothing that we can do about it. If you measure anything, that you will sometimes get that slight difference. And even if we try and adjust it on the file, it is very dependent on who's using the machine, how it's printed, how much ink. So if we've got a design with lots of ink, it shrinks slightly differently. So that's why we've left gaps between them. So that's the country garden. You also get some gift tag labels, and you get loads of thread spools across the top. So that's blocks 1 to 3 in country garden, and I know a lot of you are collecting them, because any of your charm square projects, maybe you want to make some matching cushions to go on your bed to go with your quilt, because you will, obviously, or you want to make a bag to put it in. This is the China Blues. This is the one I think, well, I don't know which one. I'm into patchwork jackets. I finally after 2 years of owning this fabric, started mine, so I'm going to have a go at doing it in this, and then I'm going to write a set of instructions, because now I know how to make a patchwork jacket. It's taken me ages to work it out, but wouldn't it be fab in these? So you could just join all the blocks together. You've got the prints in between, but it's just the fact that they're miniature versions. I know lots and lots of you have bought these and used them for all sorts of things. So that's blocks 1 to 3 in China Blues. Then we've got blocks 4 to 6. So next month we will have the next charm square panel, because that will be 7 to 9. So on this one in country garden, you've got the Dresden plate, you've got the honeymoon star, you've got the sailboats, and you get all of them. They're exactly the same as the big blocks, and then you've got some of the prints as well. So you've got more than one of each of the blocks, and they're in the same colourways. They're just little. And on this one, you've got a strip of Dresden plate. So say you were going to make a bag or something with it, you could use that for part of the handle, or use that for the facing on the inside. And the gift tags are really cute, aren't they? I like to, I've used these before when I've done things like a book cover or a bag for somebody, and then you can make the gift tag, embroider their name on, then actually applique that onto the front of the bag. It looks really cute. So that's the country garden blocks 4 to 6. And then we've got, obviously, China Blues in blocks 4 to 6. There we go. So exactly the same. So maybe you're collecting one colourway, but you could collect the charm squares in the other colourway if you can't decide. And then you can make something miniature with this one. Because obviously, because they're printed the same, the colours come out the same. So you've got the Dresden plate, you've got the honeymoon star, you've got the sailboats, and then you've got a bit of the other fabrics. So you get 40 in total, and they're 5 inches square, or can be trimmed to 5 inches square. $14.99 for that. Now, the last thing was, a lot of you said to me, where am I going to keep my quilt blocks? And I was keeping my quilt blocks in my old quilt block keeper. So I thought what I would do is design and write a set of instructions about how to make a quilt block keeper. So it's not a kit, it's just a set of instructions. But what it will it tells you inside, and if you want to know before you buy it, if you go onto the product description on the Sewing Street website, it will tell you. So you need 29 charm squares. So I've used, which one panel is enough, I've used China Blues #1 because you've got 9 on the front, you've got little bits, I've used the print ones down on the spine, you've got 9 on the back. And then on the inside, there's a pocket where I've used 9, and you can keep your instructions in there. So obviously I've got my block keeper instructions, but as you're collecting them, you can keep them all in there. Then what you have on the inside, I haven't put mine back, is you have brushed cotton. Now brushed cotton is used because it's clingy. It will cling to the fabric. Some people use wadding, but the only problem I find with using wadding for the pages is it can shed a little bit, and it's also more bulky. The brushed cotton just clings. So you have all the brushed cotton pages, and then it has page holders, I've got all mine caught up, that go over the top, and that just keeps everything really neat. And then it just closes with a magnetic clasp. Now you can use, I'll go back to that, it tells you, did I put those back in? I don't know what I've done with my instructions now. Oh, I'll use mine. They'll be in there. Oh, there they are. It tells you what you need. So you will need 1 charm square panel. You can use any charm square panel. You'll also need some plain fabric. So you need a metre of plain fabric, and that's for like the lining and everything. And you'll need 20 centimetres of the binding. Brushed cotton, you need like just over 2.5 metres. So what I did is I used a sheet. I bought a double flat sheet. Well, it might have been fitted because I just cut the elastic off. And make sure it's 100% cotton, just because it's nicer quality. But you will end up using almost the whole sheet because you need all the pages. But I just found that a much more cost-effective way of doing it. And it explains that all inside. And then for the cover, you can either use wadding. I actually used Bozels for foam interfacing, just because I wanted it to have more structure, because obviously my block keepers come in and out of the car, coming here, going home, and I wanted to have a bit more structure. But all of those measurements and everything, if you go onto the Sewing Street website, that's listed in the product description. And again, full photographs of exactly how to make it. And also there is a video tutorial. But it's a really nice thing to keep all of your blocks in each page, and I'm just filling mine up. As I'm making more of them, it's getting more rounded, more bulky, but it will all go in. And it's a nice place as well for you to keep your instructions, because you might find that, you think, oh, well, I want to make somebody a nice bag, or I'm going to use that sunflower block, or I might use the thread spool one. So keep all your instructions in one place. And then if you get the charm square panel that goes with the quilt you're making, then it will all match. But it's, a lot of you I've seen have made it, and you've used different prints. You've really quilted yours. I mean, I've just quilted around the edges of mine, to be honest. But, all different things that you can do with it. But it's just a really nice, neat way to keep everything in one place. What else was I going to show you? This month, yes. Right, so this month, just to recap, if you've just joined me, it's honeymoon time. The honeymoon block of the month. It's also known as honeymoon star, this block, because of its star points, because it's kind of star within a star, isn't it? You've got like these star, that's a star, that's a star. So it's also known sometimes as honeymoon star. There's loads of it. The problem is these blocks go back years and years and years. So people don't always know what the different blocks are for. Maybe somebody invented it once as a honeymoon quilt. Don't know. So you will get the fabric panel that I showed you earlier. All the piece of fabric. I am generous with the fabric as well. I work out how many bits you need. Then I round it up. And then Amy, you quite often, to get everything to fit, will just make it bigger. So if there's a piece that's sort of a bit short to make another fit, she just makes it bigger. So you will have enough fabric. If you cut it as it says in the instructions, I always add extra. So if you had to cut like 2 5-inch strips, I'd give you more than 10 inches, just so that you've got extra. And everything is labelled. So make sure when you cut it out, you do have the label above it. And then in the video tutorial, you'll see I explain about subcutting. You'll also get 1/2 metre of ivory and full instructions. If you want to make the China blue version, that is this one here. There we go. That's the China blue version. And with that one, you will get... Is that the white? Yeah. 1/2 metre of white fabric. And you will always get 1/2 metre of white fabric for all of the China blue, and you will always get 1/2 metre of ivory. So if you haven't joined in so far, you can get them all. Don't worry, you're not going to miss out. We always advertise on our socials exactly when we're doing it. Actually, I should have remembered when August is. I've got it written down somewhere. I'll check that. It is written on the schedule when the August block of the month is. Yeah, let me do a little bit of demo. So you will get a full video, so you don't really need me to show you, but I'll show you a bit. So you start off with, you've got to make 1/2 square triangles. So I've made all mine in advance. With this one, you're going to be making 8 at a time. 1/2 square triangles, which is a really fabric and time efficient way of making them. That's all in the instructions. And if you've been doing block of the month with me since the beginning, you'll have made lots of these before. So I've made these in advance. Then we're going to make a 1/4 square triangle. So let me show you how to do that, because that is done in a specific way that's quite simple. So what you've got is when you cut yours out, I printed my labels, but only to make it easier for everyone to see. For you, some people I know photocopy the instructions, put their labels. You could just write it onto a scrap of fabric. So you've got 2 A's, 2 B's, and a C. So we're going to start off with, keep your labels on your fabric so you know which is which until you're ready to sew with them. So put A and B right sides facing, like this. Actually, they've got a little, I'm just going to turn the iron on for a quick second, only because mine have got a bit creased. A quick tip, if you're putting fabrics right sides facing, or if you're sewing 2 pieces of fabric together, always, well, you don't have to. I know some people don't like pinning. I prefer to pin because it holds it steady. But if you're doing something you really want to keep steady, if you press it, the pressing sort of helps it to cling together. So I quite often, when I'm putting 2 fabrics together, I press them together. They stay together better. Also, if you're sewing something together and you've got one bit doesn't quite fit the other just because of seams where it pulls it in, that you can then adjust them. But you see how now I've pressed them together, they're kind of clinging. So right sides facing, and then we're going to just draw, my ruler's not quite long enough, but there we go, a diagonal line, make sure you use a slightly longer ruler, from one corner to the opposite corner. And then I'm going to sew either side of this, so just pop a pin at least 1/4 inch either side, and then you won't need to take it out. Right, and then sew 1/4 inch to the right of that line. So you can do that using your foot, because I know my foot's 1/4 inch wide. Or if you're not sure, or if you're new to this and you think, oh, I don't really want to guess, then just draw the line on. So draw 3 lines, draw your centre line, and then draw the sewing lines as well. Then what we're going to do, I like to always give this a press to set the seam, just because that flattens it out a bit, doesn't it? Let me turn it over, and then I'm going to cut it. Just get my rotary cutter. Along, well, the drawn line, it's not there anymore because I pressed it out. But basically, between the 2 diagonal lines. So, for those of you who've done half square triangles before, you will now know that I have created 2 half square triangles. And you need to press them towards fabric B, which was that one. This is all in the instructions. So just press them forwards. When you're pressing seams to one side, I like to open them up with my fingers first, like so. Just because if you try and do it with an iron, you get a little sort of tuck or a crease. So that's one set. That's called set A. This is how you do quarter square triangles. You make 2 sets. There's set A. So now we're going to make set B. And set B is made from 2 fabrics. Again, it's made from an A and a C fabric. So I'm going to put those right sides facing, and we're going to do exactly the same thing and make another set of half square triangles. Again, you see what I mean? If you press them, they've sort of clung together. They're not going to stay together, not enough, not like pinning, but it is sometimes just enough to even them out. And if you don't want to use pins, then that pressing really helps. So I'm going to, just for a bit of speed, I'm not going to use pins, I normally do. So 1/4 inch either side. And then 1/4 inch either side of that one. And then trim along the centre line. I won't press it this time just because I'm running out of time a bit. But in the video tutorial, all of these different parts are all sectioned. Amy's put them all as different sections on there. So if you think, oh, well, I know how to do that, but I don't know how to do that, you can just skip forward. This one needs to go towards fabric C. So just press that one open. So now we've got 2 half square triangles, 2 in set 1 and 2 in set 2. So we've got 4 in total. So we're now going to make the quarter square triangles. So what you do is you take 1 set 1 and 1 set 2. And you're going to put them right sides facing, and it's important that the same fabrics don't touch. So obviously I don't want that one there, I want that one there, so that one's facing that one and that one's facing that one. So if you follow in the instructions which fabric to press the seams towards, they'll be facing in opposite directions, which means you can nest them. So because these half square triangles are exactly the same size, match up the raw edges and just make sure that those seams are nested. And the way to do that, because the seam allowance is higher this side and higher the other side, when you pull them together, you can feel them stop a bit. And that's why you press the seam allowances. If you want to be doubly sure, then match up the raw edges and pop a pin through the seam on this side and make sure it comes through the seam on that side. And do this about 1 inch away. This is the most important part because this is where they need to match. But because you've pressed the seams allowances in opposite directions, then it will do. Now I'm just going to draw a line diagonally through this seam. So you can draw it before you pin them together or afterwards, it doesn't matter. What's important is A, that it's diagonally through the seam, but also that it's in a straight line with that seam. So when you get your ruler, put the straight line of your ruler along that seam, because it's really important that that line is like a right angle. Now, sew 1/4 inch, just like you did before, either side of this seam. Now, if you've got set 2 on top, you've got the seam allowance facing towards you and you've got the seam allowance facing away from you underneath. It doesn't matter which one you have on top, but just make sure that when you're sewing that the seam allowance underneath doesn't get twisted or folded under, just because you'll get a neat finish. If it does, you know, it's not the end of the world, because obviously the other way around it's going to change again. But just try and make sure as you're doing it that seam allowance doesn't get twisted underneath. Right, and then this is the best bit. This is where it becomes a quarter square triangle. So it's really easy, isn't it? So you'll see now how you don't need to worry about matching points. So I'm just going to cut along the drawn line. And now if I turn it over, magic, quarter square triangle. So I've managed to get, it looks like I've got amazingly matched points in the centre. And like I've sewn them together, but I haven't. All I've done is I've sewn 2 half square triangles together. And because of the way you do it and then cut across the centre, it looks like you've got a perfectly matching points. But obviously you do the same with this set and then you trim them, just like you would do with a half square triangle, and you trim them to the right size. But this is the way you get that absolute perfect point without having to really put a lot of effort in, because it's a quarter square triangle. And then those form the main body of the honeymoon block, and the rest of it's really simple to do. You've got your half square triangles, those are all joined together with a big square, and that's it, which is why it's the easiest one. But anyway, it's all in the video tutorial. At least I showed you that bit. Well, thank you so much for all your lovely messages. And I hope even if you've just joined us, join along. Question, hi Rebecca, I'm collecting the block of the month. What is next month? Good point, because I always forget. I'm just coming over here. I always forget. And then somebody reminds me, luckily. So next month is the flower basket. Actually, no, for a minute I couldn't remember, because I tend to alternate the geometric sort of traditional ones with pictorial ones. Otherwise, we'd have all pictorial ones, because I think they're my favourite. I love this one because simple, but with a little bit of applique. So I'll start with China Blues. It's the flower basket. So quite a simple one. So there's and the handle, the template is is printed in the instructions. So you just sew the handle on. So that's flower basket number 1, very simple. And then flower basket number 2, we've got some little 4 square blocks there with leaves, because some flower baskets have flowers, some have leaves. Mine have got leaves and flowers. That's number 3, and that has a star on its basket. So that's a really fancy one. But I love the handle on that one. It looks really good, and you pop it on after you've made the whole block. Then this is the country garden version. So there's the easy one that's just all triangles. This is a dead easy one today. Really, it is squares and half square triangles. Very simple one. But I wanted to put a bit of applique. There's the other one with the star. I love the bright green leaves in that one. And then this is the one that's got the 4 patch blocks on. So this will be, Hannah, can you check the date for me? Thank you. I think the next one is August the 12th, I think. And I should have double checked. 11th. It's the 11th. I was nearly there. So this will be August the 11th. Don't worry, we will put it all out on our socials so you'll be able to see when it's coming. But August the 11th will be the flower basket. Anyway, right, we're going to go for a quick break, and I will be back with you with Mark in just a few minutes' time for more amazing products, including my very favourite thing, the electric yarn winder, amazing, and the bow maker. That's brilliant. You're going to love it. Thank you so much for your lovely messages and support for him in the first hour. You're really going to enjoy the second hour, so don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside. So your ironing looks really crisp.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. And Mark, did you have a nice break?
Yes, quick cup of tea. Well, half a cup of tea, and
Half a
I'll
cup
finish
of
the
tea?
rest when I finish this. I'm not a very fast tea drinker.
Aren't you?
I don't like it hot particularly.
Oh, really?
Odd, isn't it? Anyway,
I actually have to admit, I don't know anyone else does it, I put cold water in my tea. I don't, only because, no, not from the beginning, Becky's frowning at me. I make a cup of
see the
tea,
face.
okay, but then when I want to drink it now.
Ah.
Do you see what I mean? So
Well-
I put a splash of cold in. After I've brewed it and I've put the milk in and it's all a proper cup of tea, I'll put a splash of cold so I can drink it straight away. Do you do that?
No.
Well,
But
because
I
I
drink
don't want to
baby
have to
tea.
wait.
I drink baby tea.
What's that?
So tea bagging out.
Right, oh.
Okay, and as much milk as possible. So actually,
water, milk.
it's milk sticks here, isn't it? So
Yeah.
I really struggle with that because it doesn't really work, does it?
Yeah, that's quite funny.
Yeah, so
no,
that's
I
why-
don't like it too strong, but I do
No,
like to
don't
drink
it strong
it
at all.
right now this
I drink
minute.
lots of chai tea, not tea tea.
Do you?
Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. If you haven't tried it, try
Does
it.
that have milk in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Make it the same as tea, but
But it's
it has
nicer.
spices in it, so it's...
Anyway,
Anyway,
after
moving on.
our tea conversation, how do you do your tea? Do you put a splash of cold? I mean, I don't put loads, but a splash. I can drink it straight away. But I'm sure I can't be the only one. Now, I love this. So you know, guys, how much I love knitting and crochet. And when we did Yarn Lane, we sold ball winders, which I absolutely loved. In fact, I have the lower price one and I have the really expensive one. I love both of them, but this one I love more.
Good.
Because it's
So do I.
electric.
So this is fully electric.
It's amazing. Honestly, it's amazing.
And what makes this special? 10 ounces.
Yes.
That's nearly 280 grams. So that's nearly 300 gram balls in one cake.
That is more than I'm used to be honest.
Makes it quite unique.
So
this machine.
the plasticky one that the manual one,
Manual
would
yeah.
do a ball.
6 ounces usually.
But it wouldn't do a really big one. But the wooden one I've got would do bigger, but I don't think it would do as big
Probably
as
up
this.
to 10 ounces, which is, probably as big as they go. But yeah, but for an electric machine, at the moment, it's the only one that does it. It's also one of the only ones on the market that has an infinite speed control. So what we mean by that is you can vary the speed.
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of machines, there are electric ones out there, and they have on, off, maybe low, high.
Right.
But it's never quite right. So with this, you've got your speed control.
And you need that depending on the yarn weight.
Yes.
I mean, look, it's mesmerised. When we first bought them in Yarn Lane and I took them into the office, everyone wanted to have a go because even with a manual one, it's the way that turns.
I know.
It's like the world going around the sun.
When you first watch
the
it,
sun
you
going
think,
around the world, or whatever way it is.
Yeah, I might not watch that too long because I'm going to get
it's sort
dizzy.
of going round and turning at the same time. Now, if you've never seen one of these and you're thinking, why do I need one?
Yeah.
Well, the reason you need one is because when it's wound, it looks like that. Not only does it look gorgeous,
It becomes a cake.
practically, yes, practically you can pull the yarn out from the centre.
Yeah. It also apparently takes twist out. So when they ball wool, it can get a twist in it. So when you rewind it, you can untwist it. So sometimes I'm not a knitter or a crochet, I'll be honest. So sometimes apparently when you knit a crochet, if you take it straight from the ball, you can end up with a twist within the work.
Well, yeah, sometimes, yeah, I do have to sort of
Does that make sense?
undo my ball. But for me, the best thing is that you pull the yarn out from the centre and you knit from the centre.
Yes, it doesn't roll about the
which
floor.
means it doesn't roll about, it stays absolutely still. If you're knitting or crocheting from hanks, you have to wind. And if you've not wound, which the first time you use from a hank you don't, you never do it again, it becomes like the worst mess that you can never untangle if you knit from a hank. It's like nothing on earth.
Yes, I
from
know
a
what you
hank.
mean. Well, I do macrame. We're going to see a little bit later, and we use hanks of macrame cord sometimes. And you think, oh, it's great, and you start, and then you get about halfway through, and you think, oh no, I've now got just. It's like it's completely macrame and knotted together, so it's a nightmare.
Once. But you buy these hanks of yarn, and then you think, oh, and so what we used to do, like in the old days, is you get someone to put their hands like that, and then you'd wind from it around the back of a chair. With this.
So if you have a hank, if you have a swift,
perfect.
So it looks like, if you don't know what a swift is, it looks like a brolly, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it looks like a wooden umbrella without the top on. Okay, so you can hold your skein or your hank on that. This machine will take it straight off the swift.
But if you haven't got a swift, it will take it right off you.
Correct.
Whereas
just
I had to buy a swift because I couldn't wind
you
my
can't hold it
winder
and no,
do
you
that.
can't do both.
Tried it.
This one, we turn that, we switch it on there with that control, and that gives us the.
Oh, it's just brilliant.
Now, if it gets jammed, it will stop. Okay, so you might have seen it stop a few times. That's because it's getting jammed. Okay, it will either reset itself and carry on, or it will stop. Don't panic. Switch the machine off, back on again, and off you go. Okay, it's designed to stop itself rather than burn the motor out.
I mean, it's just, it's a much better way. What you can do as well is once you've rewound, because I always wind, a ball of this into one of those, take the label off your yarn, and then your end, you can wrap round and shove the label.
Yeah, so when you start this, it's a good idea to mark, we didn't do it again, did we? It's a good idea. It's a good idea to mark the start position with maybe a piece of masking tape or a little bit of clear sellotape.
Yeah.
And then that's the middle then.
Because then,
and then you can pull. Because that's what I didn't do with these.
I know, and I don't.
And we don't know where the middle is. I know. You can't find it.
But you can put the label on it still.
You can.
Which is brilliant, isn't it? And how nice do they look?
They're fab. So on your shelves in your craft room, how lovely are they?
Oh, I know. When I bought a kit recently, and I wound all of my yarn to cakes first. Oh, it felt so lovely.
If you were lucky enough to get the I-cord machine earlier.
Fantastic for machine knitting, says Derek.
Yes, of course, because it'll just feed into the knitting. Well, and that's what I was going to say. If you got the I-cord machine
Yeah.
earlier, you saw us using a yellow ball, and that was centre feed. So
and
that was cake.
It sits next to you on the sofa, and it doesn't roll about.
So they will work together. So you've got built-in. Keep running it because it just makes it exciting.
What yarn weights can we use?
Really anything you want.
Okay.
Yeah, we've even tried. I don't even know if the machine was supposed to do it. We even tried 3mm cotton macrame cord, which is really chunky, and that was fine.
Okay, and I guess you could use lace weight yarn, so you can use really fine.
Really fine. So you've got two built-in tensioners here. So the yarn goes up through here, through this tensioner. They don't need to be adjusted or anything like that. They're automatic tensioners.
So if you're using a chunky...
You might only go through one of the tensioners. That's your choice. So you can adjust that, okay? But it will automatically tension. So because of the way this spring arrangement is, you can see that the bigger it is, the more pressure and so on, or less pressure. I don't know which way around it is. It works. It does it for you.
Yes, so if you're using a very fine weight, you need quite a bit of pressure.
So that will be the full pressure.
And it worked with really, so like jumbo yarn, it would work with it.
Chunkies, jumbos, all that.Ve tried that, In fact, that mustardy one there, that's a chunky.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's good as well. Also, if you're doing something, I mean, like those I-cords, and you could knot it all together.
Yes.
You could join it, couldn't you?
You could join it together and then make a,
Yeah.
and then you're going to get.
And then it'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Just let it run.
It's a lot easier as well, I think, if you ever do knitting or crochet where you have to combine yarns. So Christine says, is the winder suitable for hanks of wool? Sorry, I don't have any sound at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, so no, if we go yes, yes,
Good.
yes.
Yes. It's a shame we can't respond with in
I know.
text, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, yes, you can. If you're knitting or crocheting with two, because sometimes I knit with two yarns together.
Okay.
So you have like a fluffy yarn and a plain yarn that gives you nice. It's much easier to do.
Yes.
From two hanks.
It's much easier anyway, coming from the centre. Centre pull, it's
It's
not
just
going to...
easier
Because
anyway,
otherwise your two balls just roll about each other and then just tie themselves together, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
You couldn't do it if you tried, but it does it automatically.
It's
so
amazing.
It won't
and
do that because
if you're doing Fair Isle as well, or any stranded work, it's much easier if you're in cakes.
Yeah, as long as the yarn can go through the tensioner.
Yeah.
So it's quite wide. I don't even know how big it is, but it's a few millimetres, 4 or 5 millimetres wide. I don't think there's a problem.
Amazing. So let's talk about the price. So this is a very special bundle, this is, isn't it? £79.75. Now, you are getting the amazing yarn winder, but you are also getting 500 grams of yarn. The yarn is this gorgeous premium value double knit acrylic from King Cole. This is the yarn that Sam Sabido uses mostly in her kits.
Beautiful yarn.
Beautiful, it's really soft, lovely.
It is.
It will be a variety of colours.
5 different colours, okay, and it's great. So if you are a crocheter or knitter and you are using, making sort of, teddies and small animals and
amigurumi.
That's the word. Then this is great for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll give you a mix of colours. You won't get two the same.
Okay, so you will get 5 100-gram balls of double knit premium acrylic King Cole yarn, and the winder, $79.75. Amazing, but no, Hannah just went no, no. We're
Not
taking
today.
we're going to take £10 off. So if you've already checked out, which I know loads of you have, don't worry. We always charge you the lowest price on the day, £69.75. Honestly, it's like you're getting the 5 balls for free. This is worth it. This is worth it because it means that you can set it going.
Well, you've got something to use straight away. If you haven't got any yarn, you will have some. Okay.
I presume you have to clamp it.
So the clamp is built in again, just like it was on the iCord machine this morning. Okay, the clamp is built in; it doesn't come off; it stays fitted to the machine.
Okay.
It's got the same length of fitting here. So
see, mine don't have such deep clamps.
yeah,
they
so
fall off.
really don't. Deep clasp. It doesn't. This bit here, this arm is separate when it comes on the machine, and so is the top.
Oh,
unit
okay.
here.
Is this the box for it then?
I think it's probably empty.
I know, but no.
Is there a full one? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, you'd like to see what it's going to come in. What if you want to buy this for someone as a gift?
Well, it is. It's beautifully. All the Caydo products are beautifully packaged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we open the box?
Yeah. Do you want scissors?
Yeah, because once you've opened it.
Yeah.
There we go. I love an unboxing.
I know.
Love an unboxing. So, but this is important. Hannah's laughing at me. You obviously don't have one of these.
Because when I got it
where
first-
am I going to keep it? I don't want to keep it clamped like that.
Straight in the box.
I want it in the box.
Absolutely.
And if once I've clipped it together, because some
Wow.
things...
You even get, because it's Caydo, you
Right.
even get the little screwdriver.
But you know with some products, once you clip them together...
They clip together.
That's it, isn't it?
So this has a single screw here. They give you the screwdriver and 2 screws, just in case you lose one.
Just in case you lose one.
Okay, and this pops straight back off again. It's really, really easy.
It comes with its cable, so you just need a phone plug.
USB-C for this
you
one.
need a USB-C, which is if you've got a newer iPhone, or actually I think a lot of the iPads and watches
I think it's the standard now.
Yeah, I
USB-C.
know.
I think it's become the
I
standard.
wish they'd make their minds up, wouldn't they? Honestly, BC, all these different things. I've got bags of cables. So USB-C and instructions.
Yeah, QR
bags.
code in there again. So if you need to know how to set it up, it's in there. QR code, first few pages always. There you go. How-tos. Great, okay.
Yeah,
One thing we didn't mention this morning is 12 months guarantee, by the way, on all these.
We didn't mention
it. So if you got the iCord this morning, well done. I know there isn't any left. But if you get this as well, 12 months guarantee, comes back to us in the UK. We handle that for you with Caydo in China. So we will deal with the warranty, okay?
Right.
So you haven't got to go back to the manufacturer.
I'll
deal with it later.
Work out to do.
Okay.
Anyway, over half of the stock has gone now. Gone,
this was a
gone and
bigger
been
stock,
checked out.
wasn't it? Sorry, we did our best.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, we'll try.
Can we start from the beginning of the threading up?
Yes, it's easy.
Yeah, okay. Now you've cut your ball.
Cut the ball. Let's take that off. So let me first of all show you what happens. This basically just slides off. Okay.
Right.
What I'm saying is we should have identified the start.
That so you can show.
So there's that cable.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, we'll do that this time. Have we got any washi tape anywhere?
So that's
what we need.
That comes off that bit. Okay.
Becky's gonna get
so that's a separate bit. That actually just clips on.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right.
Easy as that.
Okay, that just clips on.
Just turns round.
Oh, thank you, a star. Thanks, Becky.
Oh yeah, great. So all we do is we take our yarn through that bottom point here. Okay. We go through the tensioner, through that there, through that tensioner, and through that there.
That's easy, isn't it?
Very easy.
Yeah.
Literally just threading it.
I think it's great that it has that, because that means that's going to hold, because none of the others have
double
that.
tensioner.
Only that I have two, so I know these.
Okay.
I'm going to say none of the others. The two I've got.
Double tension.
Right, tape.
Okay, let's put a bit of tape on it so we know where the middle is. Yeah, a bit more.
Because you need to be able to find that.
You do.
Right, there we go.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, and then I'm just going to undo it. And I think I'm going the right way. I always struggled. I always struggle which way. We'd had that played.
Yeah,
we played that this morning.
I said the only way you're going to find out is to do it, and you've got a 50-50 chance.
I think it's right, but...
and if it's not?
If it's not, it's wrong. Yeah. It is right, okay.
Hey.
And off we go.
So that really is it.
That's it, yeah.
So you're...
I'm coming straight from a ball, so I'm loosening this, yeah, I'm loosening. Now, if you put this in a
box.
Put it in a box, put it in a plastic box, and it very likely, keep going, it'll stop anyway. So if it isn't happy, it will stop. Okay, it won't burn it out, it won't burn your motor out, it'll stop.
I find it does even come out of the box. Well, that's probably because I start off nice and slow, and I'm like winding like mad.
Yeah. And you can see we've got this. We can speed it up if we want to. So it has got that.
Okay.
Those different.
So you could leave if you wanted to leave it and put it in a box. You could put it on really slow.
I mean we could leave that, but it sort of struggles a bit. Yeah. Okay. You could try that. You'd probably want to put it on higher to give it a little bit more power, not slow.
Oh.
Okay. The opposite to what you think.
Okay.
Okay. Just because you need to give the motor.
It's so neat though, isn't it?
I mean, you've seen how easy that is. That's literally it's
really
30
easy.
seconds to set it up, isn't it? Once you've screwed that on, going to take you a minute or so to set your machine up. Plug it in, off you go.
Right, only 15 of this bundle left. Remember, you get the winder with everything you need. You get 5 100-gram balls, so you get 5 different balls in a premium acrylic double knit, and you get £10 off, and you get a 12-month guarantee.
There you go.
And you get the joy of this.
It's just good. Fun to watch, isn't it?
You get beautifully organised yarn.
All those beautiful cakes in your craft room.
Well, also, they don't get tangled. My yarn is all over the shop because I haven't done it all.
Because when you've used a ball, then you've got the end bit, you think, what am I going to do with that? So you wrap it round, don't you?
Yes,
and then it looks horrible.
Yeah, and they then come unwrapped.
Yes.
And they come tangled. So what you can do with these once you've used them, if you've got because the end is this end, you can either put in one end.
Yep.
Or you can wrap it round, and that end you can push back in, or you can just use like a fabric clip to hold it together. So it doesn't, if you push both ends in, if you've got a bit of tape on the starting end, you know which is that, it doesn't get tangled.
They're firmer as well, aren't they? It feels like there's more yarn within.
I mean, you might find with any
probably
yarn,
goes smaller,
they sometimes start to collapse in the centre when they're near the end.
When you pull them.
But you just rewind them.
Yeah, of course. Just run it through again.
They don't get tangled, but sometimes because you work in the centre, if you've got a big...
If you've got any, injuries or you find it difficult, arthritis, things like that, turning those handles, it's just going to be, you haven't got to do that with this.
No, I think it's
You haven't got to do it.
brilliant. And the fact that it has a much bigger clamp, because I found the best place for me was the kitchen work surface.
Which are normally a bit thicker. So this is like, inch and a half, 2 inches. That's no problem for that. No problem at all. It's also got rubber feet. So when it doesn't move anywhere. And the rubber. There's also rubber on this clamp as well.
Oh,
so it's actually it doesn't
table.
damage your table. It's gonna just sit there and not do any damage to anything, and it's gonna not move around. It doesn't move. This is just a bit of MDF we've put together.
And you are the UK distributor.
We are the UK
for these.
distributor for these.
What else have they got? These are 2 great products already.
I've got some very exciting products.
Have we? Fab. We'll have to wait for those then.
Yes.
We'll wait. I'm very excited about this anyway. Right. I will leave that with you. We've got 15 left in stock. Oh, sorry, less than 15 now. Right, once everyone's checked out, there are 8 of these left. Only 8. I'll leave those with you and I'll keep you updated. Now, let's talk about... leave that with you. I'm going to move this out of the way just for a little bit. Now, ribbons. These are...
Gift bows.
Brilliant.
These are amazing.
It's called a ribbon maker.
Yes, so it's a gift bow. So it's not
right.
There are ribbon makers out there that will allow you to make sort of bows. You know what I mean, like a bow.
Yes.
This is what we call this a gift bow.
Right.
Because you're going to put this on a gift. You could have it as a brooch, of course.
But it's
things
a
like that,
posh
or
gift.
or a hairpiece or things like that. But it's quite posh.
So what do you get in the bundle?
So you're going to get the three jigs. I don't know if we get. Oh, there's
the 3 stars.
The 3 stars.
Oh, they're like.
It's
plastic.
It's plastic, so it's reusable.
Okay.
When you get this, it'll be like the ones that are over there. Okay. So it won't be marked. It's marked, but it's not got the black text on it. Okay.
Right.
So all you need to do.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let me show you the difference. Well, I'll show you what we've done. So when it's come out of our machine, it comes like this. Okay. So we decided to leave it blank. And let you do your own thing. And then you can choose your colour.
Okay.
So all you need to do is get a pen, get a felt tip pen and go over it and then just wipe off the excess.
Oh.
Because it's Mylar, it won't hold it. It'll just hold it where we've etched the numbers.
Cool.
So you can choose your own colour.
Oh, right, okay.
I've gone black because it's easier for the camera to see
Okay.
it, okay? But we aren't going to do that for you because then you've got a choice of what you want to do.
You can colour yours in yourself.
You've got your 3 sizes. You've got your 15, your 25 and your 40.
What's that mean?
That relates to the size of ribbon.
Oh,
Maximum size of ribbon. So with the millimetres.
Right.
So with 15, you can use 10, 12, 15.
Maximum 15.
Yes.
Okay.
25, 20,
okay.
25, 40, 30,
Right,
35,
okay.
38, 40. Okay. So you've got a choice. You've got all of them. You get all of them.
Brilliant. And you also get...
And you're also going to get 66 metres of satin ribbon.
Wow.
So we're going to give you 3 22-metre reels. Okay, so you'll
what
get...
does that look like then?
It looks like that there.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll get, this is a 38 mil.
Right.
Okay, a 20 mil and a 10 mil.
Wow.
So you're going to get, and they're 22 metres each, so that's 66 metres of ribbon. It's lovely, single-faced satin ribbon.
And it's $24.99 for all of that?
Together.
And so with these, you can keep making more and more and more.
Absolutely, because you can. I've got different ribbons here, but you're going to get a different. You might get a different colour selection.
Yeah,
okay,
but
so,
you will get.
You'll get 66 metres of ribbon, whatever, and you'll get the three.
And you make these beautiful. I love these.
This is beautiful ribbon. So this thicker ribbon is gorgeous ribbon. Absolutely.
I mean, on a gift, that's amazing, isn't it?
So
this is what you've made them for all different ribbons.
Yes. So we've just used different. Some of these colours we've got in stock. You see, so you're going to get them. You're going to get.
Oh, that's the
colours.
baby one.
That's the baby one.
Look at that.
Yeah. Shall we make a middle-sized one?
Now, what I love about this is that you can use anything. So you could use fabric.
Yes.
We were talking about this earlier. You could cut fabric strips from all your scraps. You could join them together if you haven't got them long enough, and you can make ribbons from that.
Yeah. So what I've got, I haven't bought a set of instructions with me. Don't know why, but you have got instructions with it. Okay, and it tells you how much. It tells you how much ribbon you need.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
each.
you could use bias binding, because I said to start with, could you use cotton tape? Because I like the idea of having some sort of natural cotton ones.
Yeah.
But you could use fabric scraps. So, or ribbon, or
Yeah.
Anything, as long as it's not wider than the one that you're doing.
Correct. So I'm using, this is 20 mil
Right,
ribbon.
okay, let's show me how
and
it
this
works.
is the 25. Okay, so it's single-faced. So I want the, obviously the show face needs to be on the outside. So I need to make sure that it's the right way around. What I suggest is about 1.5 times the length, okay, to start with. And I'm just getting it in the right place. And you'll see that it's marked 1, 2. They're in funny places.
Right.
Okay. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, they're all over
it's
the
1,
place.
6, 3. It's all over the place. Okay. So.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that one going, yeah, really.
Yeah. So I've got just over 2.5 metres of ribbon because I know I need 2.5 metres of ribbon.
And you will get full in.
Don't worry. Don't, I just forgot to bring one.
We'll explain.
Yeah.
All of
so
that.
so you'll see you always wrap from the left to the right. So I'm going. I've gone through the loop there, and I'm going round. So that's number 1. Okay. And then we keep it flat, and we go round number 2. So make sure your ribbon, is flat underneath.
Yeah.
Number 2. And then we go up to number 3. It does make your ribbon curl, okay. And then we go round number 4. Can you see I'm always going the same way?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then we want number 5, which is here. Okay. No, it's not. That's number 8. Get the right numbers. There we go. Number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8.
Oh, cool.
So I've gone round everything once. Okay. And then we repeat. So 1.
Oh, I can see that. Yes.
Yeah.
I can see it now.
2.
On the thing.
Okay.
3.
I've twisted it. Make sure it's there, that one. Okay, make sure you don't twist the ribbon. So when you look at the back, make sure it's flat.
Yeah, well, I guess you
okay,
want it
because
flat,
if you twist it,
hang on, there we go.
If you twist it, that's a problem. So
yes.
It needs to be flat.
Okay.
Okay, so we're coming from 2.
Well, it won't be flat, and you won't have that nice shiny bit on the top,
No, we're going 3. We're going 4. I'm trying to do it as quick as possible. So
that's all right.
Yeah, we're going 5. And then we're going 6. Then we go 7.
That's amazing. How did you work out what order to do these in?
8. I found somebody else that worked that out for me. Yeah, I've just developed it into what I class as a better product. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's.
Well, as in easier to use.
I'm more really because you could make it out of paper and it just doesn't work. Yeah. And also the sizing. We've actually the engineering on this was the size because we had to work out what worked. Yeah, because if it's too big or too small, it doesn't work. We've been through all that process.
Will it be too loopy or too bulky?
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Okay. So, okay, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6.
So do you always go around 3 times?
7. You always go around 3 times, and there's 8, and we'll bring that there. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I've got needle and thread. Okay, and the best thing is. It's just sewing straight after all, isn't it? Just go through, put a stitch.
Well, I like that because that's kind of stable, isn't it? And also,
yes. So the other way of doing that is to staple it.
No, I think.
Okay. We found actually, unless you've got a really, really, really good stapler, it's difficult because you've got so much thickness of material.
But also, then it's a bit more real, isn't it? It's all sewn together and it's lovely.
Yeah. Okay, and obviously, if it's going to be a hair piece or something like that.
Yeah, it just feels a bit more real.
It's going to stay, yeah.
You know, because it's sewn properly
by
hand.
I've done it, but yeah.
You see, you said you didn't sew.
Well, I do. Yeah, I can use a sewing machine. Okay, I'm just going to put.
Use a matching thread.
I'm just putting a tack. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll show you why.
Okay.
I'll show you why. Well, you want to see it though, don't you?
Always, yes. Mark's not using a matching thread.
Just using a white thread.
Purposely.
Yes. Yes. There you go. Okay, that will do the job. Let's not lose the needle. Okay, so there we go. Let's trim. Yeah, you probably spend a bit more time doing that than me, but okay. What happens?
But it doesn't matter, does it?
No, it doesn't.
See?
Okay, take the little bit of tape off that I used to hold it. Okay, and now this pops out because it's flexible.
Because it's bendy.
Yeah.
And it's not paper. So
No, and you can use it again and again and again. So this bit that we started, remember, the 1.5 times.
Yes.
The reason for that, we want that to be the loop in the middle.
Of course.
Okay, so I've got some red liner here. Okay, something nice and sticky. It doesn't have to be, could be a, you could actually probably sew that in as well, couldn't you? Okay, little bit of red liner. Pop that off, which is always the most difficult bit.
All the instructions come with the thing.
And there's the middle bit.
Ah!
Now.
Which you could sew if you wanted to.
Absolutely could sew that.
If you wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah. Now the magic happens, because what you do is you separate.
Oh, I love that.
Can you see?
Hang on a minute, you can't.
Can you see it?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. So you pull out and overlap.
And it doesn't come undone?
No, because you've sewn it in the middle. Everything's been sewn together.
Look at that. Is that not just beautiful?
So sticky pad underneath, or a hair grip, or a brooch back, or...
Oh, I just think, look how quick that is. And, Christmas presents.
Christmas presents, so Christmas ribbon, cotton Christmas ribbon. Oh yeah, it even works with your foil ribbon. So if you don't want to use satin like we've used here, go with your sort of cheaper ribbons.
Yeah.
Of course, it works, no problem.
But use posh ribbons for...
But you probably want to,
depending
probably
on the gift
staple,
and the
you probably
person,
staple
really.
that if it was cheaper ribbon. You wouldn't bother.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you are the cheap ribbon person.
Happens.
But you are the satin ribbon person.
But it is...
That's amazing. Look at that. $24.99. You're getting 3 different size
so up
ribbon
to those really big ones. I mean, you.
So that's the large. That's the
largest.
largest.
Trying to buy something like that.
Loads.
Isn't easy.
No, and it looks amazing, doesn't it? And it means we've all got bits of ribbons and cords. You could make your own bias binding, particularly if you've got a bias binding maker. Wrap it around that in the same way. You could have like Liberty fabric.
Yeah. So
ribbon.
4.6 metres for that one, 2.5 metres for that one. Well, you saw how much was left.
Yeah.
So you need a little bit left, and I think it's just over 1.5 metres for the small one.
Patricia says, "I'm loving this demo. I'm thinking fascinating."
Yes.
I think you're right.
Yes. Not my colour, but yes. Yeah, clashes with the pink. But
yeah, we should have chosen a different colour.
Yeah, go with the pink.
Much better.
Yeah. And this is fabulous ribbon. So this is
Morning,
a lot
both.
softer.
Our instructions included the ribbon
Yes.
maker jigs, please. All video. Looks like a great product. Can't wait for mine to come. Yes.
Haven't done a video yet, but we will. We'll do one.
But you can watch this one back on YouTube.
Yeah, of course. Of course. It's easy. You actually, literally, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Well,
6,
it
7,
is.
8,
And I'm thinking
3
because
times.
in the instructions it says how much you need.
Yes.
So I would join. Did you do the smaller? No, you did the medium one.
I did the medium one with a 20. That's a 20 mil ribbon. Yeah. So that's the small one. So that's.
Is it fiddly or is because the ribbon's narrower? It's just the same.
No, it's the same.
And you see, you could use rick-rack, couldn't you, for the really narrow one?
Course.
Or you could use velvet ribbon. Or
Velvet ribbons.
Just
any ribbon actually. It doesn't matter as long as if it's very thick, it might be a problem.
Yeah.
But, I don't think so. It would just overlap anyway.
Could you use string? What if you could use string?
No, tried it. Yes. The answer is yes. The difficulty is with string and I tried satin cord.
Yeah.
Was that fasten it in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Because you've got a very, very small overlap.
You haven't got
you haven't got the
that's
flat
true.
overlap that you have.
But it's one of those things. Oh, lovely message. Applause, applause, applause. A real ta-da moment. Big genius from Sue.
It is a
But
ta-da. Yes,
I
like
think I'm with you. I would be trying all of these different
things. Yeah.
To see what worked and what didn't.
Yeah, we've tried lots of different ribbons to.
I'd like
make
to
sure that
try that sort of Hessian narrow ribbon.
Yeah.
That would look lovely, that kind of jute stuff.
Jute would be good, and so if you're going to make Christmas wreaths, things like that, of course, this is perfect. And then you can add.
Because you could just cut, because then it needs to look slightly frayed. So you could cut strips of linens that fray.
Linen, cottons.
It's very busy. This is your fabric stash buster. I mean, obviously it's your ribbon stash buster. If you want if you want it to look really posh and expensive, then you can use that.
It is posh and expensive.
But if you want, if you want to use your scrap. Now, don't forget this bundle is amazing, £24.99, and you are getting all the ribbon as well.
Yeah.
66
I haven't worked out
metres.
how many you could make, but it's just over 1.5 metres of the thin, and there's 22 metres there.
Right.
So whatever many that is,
Yeah,
10-ish, more.
Yeah.
You make, it's 2.5 metres of that, so that's probably about 8 of those. And 4.
Right. So that's over 20. So
Yeah.
you make over 20 full instructions. Will you get the 3 different widths?
You get 3 different widths, but
They will be
the
different
colours may vary.
But you will get the 3 different widths. So you can make over 20 ribbons. And obviously, once you've got
that template lasts forever.
the templates, that's it forever and ever and ever. And you can have a play just like I would, like I'm sure you're going to, with everything you own.
Yes.
To see what works.
You see, I never have time for that. I'm sorry we don't do it, because I'd love to. I'd love to try.
Well, also,
when we're developing products all the time,
but
and
we
we're
all
moving
have
on.
different materials at home.
Yes.
So we all have different things.
I have to say, I did try the satin cord, but it was, I'd love it because it was nice.
Right, it was.
But tying it together somehow in the middle was difficult. So.
But I know you lot out there, you're going to be like me. You're going to have hours of fun.
If you get your needle all through the middle of it.
I could do that.
You could probably do that. You fiddle about with it. It would work.
We could do that.
I haven't got time for that.
I just think, that if you're making a really posh one, you've got the satin, you make it like this.
Yeah.
But have a go. I mean, I think fabric ribbons look amazing. Yes. Right, these are going to sell out.
I'm going fast,
You need to be very quick. Please do keep checking out. Right, now, we have got ribbon on its own. So if you want to get more ribbon, it goes down to, $13.99. And what do you get in that? So you get the same, the three sizes. The 3 sizes. 10, 25. So if you want more ribbon, we're taking the price down, taking £2 off from $13.99 to $11.99.
Nice.
Right? $11.99. So if you've bought the bundle and you want more ribbon, remember you're going to make over 20 bows with that. Only $11.99, which is a great price.
Yeah.
Just add it to your order.
Of course.
Right. We have got the ribbon maker templates on their own without the ribbon if you want them. So if you only want the templates, you want to provide your own ribbon, we do have these as well. They do come with instructions, I promise.
They do.
And
I just forgot to bring them.
watch they do come with instructions. $14.99. So Liz says, I've over 50 reels of ribbon, ordered the templates. Every present will now have a bow, Liz.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No excuses now, Liz.
I know, and in fact, you'll be going, what can I make a bow for? Can we see the demo one more time?
Yeah. Should we use...
Should we do the big one?
Do you want the bigger one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on then.
I will use... Let me use some... let me do one sort of like that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where I've put my ribbon. Oh, it's there.
We've got some. So remember, this is a great way of using fabric because I love these satin ones, but I just have this real urge to sort of make a real natural one, and I think that kind of frayed edge as well would look quite nice. Or if you didn't want it, you could bind it. Tilde would look beautiful. You could play with. I wonder whether I mean those kind of ombre ones or striped fabric would look fabulous, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
And I guess you could join strips of fabric together. If you joined them before you made the ribbon.
Yeah.
In the instructions, it tells you how much meterage you do.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you'll have hours of fun. You're like, what fabrics can I use? What can I join together? What products will work and what won't?
Absolutely. So you just want a little bit of tape just to hold it in place. You can sort of, once you've got started, you don't need to worry about it. So you can see that loop there.
So it's just that scent. So I guess...
you just need enough ribbon there to fold back. Okay, that's what, if it's too short, you don't have that centre.
Yeah, and then you'll look messy.
However, if you did that, as long as you've got enough to lock that in place, you could put a smaller ribbon, a smaller bow inside a bigger bow. That works.
So if it all goes wrong.
Yes. So because the first ones we made were wrong.
Mark knows that through
Yes, we've been there. Okay, so I'm going 1, 2, 3. Just follow the numbers. Okay, as I say, put your own. Yeah. As I say.
And we all have loads of ribbon I mean, I was looking for something the other day, so I've got a big basket full of all my ribbon. I poured it out and I thought, oh dear, oh dear. Because it's all in a big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Salvages.
Salvage?
Yes, definitely, because I collect salvages as well.
Do you?
I've got jars full of them.
Strange thing to...
Well, salvages have lovely printing on them.
They do?
And so I collect them. And then what you do is if you sew them to a piece of fabric and then you overlap the next one and sew that one on, you can make book covers and things. But imagine a salvage bow.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it does. It does.
Mark's like, what is she on?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah.
What is she on? You know what I mean. Selvage bow would be beautiful.
So I haven't cut this in off. Okay. So what you get is it starts to twist.
Oh yes.
Okay. That's because we're twisting it. Okay.
Let me have the end.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
That's fine. Okay. But
you're going to use these so many times. And if you make somebody a present,
they're going to say,
"Oh,
that's
a matching bow."
Where did you get that bow from? They're going to say, if you want to know the numbers, pop that in the middle so you can see it. Okay, but you get sort of muscle memory with it, so you sort of remember where the numbers are.
And everyone will know you've made it, especially.
Possible.
Shall I just move you forward a bit?
Sorry.
Especially if you make it in matching fabric, everyone will go, "You've made that, haven't you?" You go, "Yes, yes."
Yes.
And it's so hard wearing because what did you say it was mylar?
It's mylar. So it's what stencils are made of.
Oh, yes.
So, okay.
Isn't that the stuff that they have in the middle of insulated wadding?
Maybe.
In metallic stuff.
Probably. It doesn't really, nothing sticks to it. It's quite inert.
Maybe that's, I'm sure
you
it's
can paint
mylar.
this and then wipe it off.
Okay.
You know? So 2.
Yeah, so I guess if you cut your
it's easier
ribbon
because
to
you can
first,
you can unfurl it.
and the instructions that you will get with this tell you how much.
So it's 4.6 metres for this.
Right, 4.6.
Yeah, I know what the numbers are.
Julie's got a great idea. You could make a decorative ribbon Christmas tree using all the sizes.
Yes, you could. You could stack them up.
Should we have a go?
You could stack them up.
Right, what you need though, I
Okay,
reckon,
I'm
is.
there.
Oh, you've done it.
I'm there.
Wow.
Yeah.
One big, 2 small, and a little. I don't know, maybe.
Oh, that works. You could probably keep going. In fact, if you use a thinner ribbon on the larger one,
yeah,
it adjusts it, so you get a hollow in the middle. So you can have a play with it
I think that looks amazing. Look at that.
It does.
Right, so you're going to sew it together.
I'm just going to sew down the middle again. Okay, not got a knot in this, but okay.
I think the time it takes to sew is going to be quicker than trying to get a staple and a stapler through it and round it.
It's not very successful. As I say, you've got to have a really good stapler. A long arm stapler probably work quite well.
Also, you don't want that bow coming undone because staples do sort of if you haven't got all the way through. But whereas if you sew it,
I mean, I've just gone with a cross because that's all you need.
It just needs something to hold it.
Go with a cross. I'm just going to trim this off now because we don't need that. Okay. And then what I could do is just tie this at the back because you could put a piece of you could put like a double-sided sticky thing on the back here because you could make them to sell, of course.
Well, you could sew a nice little circle of felt, couldn't you?
Yeah, that would work. Yeah,
be really posh. Charge an extra £5 for that.
Okay. So before you, just
take out your
unclip this
which
like
you are
that.
Going to use over and over again.
And then you've got this bit here, which again we talked about. You could sew that in the middle there. Okay. I'll leave it loose now. But put a bit of tape on it. Okay.
Yeah.
And there we go. So you work around, pull.
It's amazing though that it doesn't.
This is the ta-da moment, isn't it?
Well, I'm sort of thinking this is all going to come undone.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. And I guess different finishes and thicknesses are going to give you... Because I was thinking that's quite stiff, so it works. But when you look at this pink one...
Yeah, that's quite soft.
So really floppy.
You may well get that in your... Because we've got some of this in it. It's beautiful.
It's really floppy.
Ribbon. It's floppy.
But it's still...
Yeah.
I mean, that...
Same of the same... That's the same.
Yeah.
Same gem.
But that one's got more height, but
yes.
It's still got structure, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Whatever you use.
I don't know, because I haven't tried it, but I imagine you could probably go around 4 or 5 times and make it fuller. Maybe.
Again.
Maybe.
That's the whole point.
Have a go.
Yeah, because you get even big. Yes.
Yeah. But with this ribbon, as you say, it's got a little bit of body to it, so it pulls out. But this is just got sort of... I don't know, that's just nice, isn't it? It's just
so $14.99 for the bow maker on Bow Makers. You get all 3 sizes and instructions. You won't get the ribbon, that was the other bundle.
Yep.
But if you want just these, it's only $14.99 for all 3. And you're going to, that would just the money it will save you and the gloriousness of the gifts that you're going to make.
And the matching.
Matching.
Wrap your presents in fabric.
Yeah.
And make a matching bow.
Oh, it's just amazing. I know. And that's joyful, isn't it?
Yeah. I like it.
I love it. Brilliant for a tree. How about your Christmas cake? Right in the middle.
Yep.
Save decorating it.
Yeah. Or make lots of little ones and all the way around.
Oh, right. Talking about Christmas, macrame. So now you do a lot of macrame.
We do
kits.
lots and lots and lots of macrame
Right.
kit. We do
so you've just brought us one today.
Yes, because the guys here said, oh,
and it's
can we see a bit of macrame? So we said, yeah, of course. So this is our macrame angel. You can make her beautiful, okay?
Oh,
She's
it's
looking a bit
gorgeous.
but okay, when you feather out all the cotton threads in your macrame cord, okay, one thing I haven't done yet, get some hair lacquer.
Okay.
Spray it with hair lacquer and it holds it.
Oh, wow. So this one...
So we haven't undone this one. We've left that sort of as it is straight from it, okay? But if you turn these, it all undoes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and that gives you this feathered effect there. We include a little comb in the
to do
kit.
it. Or you can leave it like that.
Or leave it like that. I like that actually. I think it's just
I like
as nice.
that.
Yeah.
So in the kit, you get everything to make 4.
4. So you get 4 of the rings. I don't know, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
4,
let me show
you get 4 of the rings. So we've sized all these, and we cut these unique to our kit. Okay.
Okay.
You get your head beads.
So you get 4 head beads.
You get 4 heads. You get enough of the silver cord so that you can hang. Okay, and that's part of the structure as well. You also get.
Oh, you get a nice sparkly.
Yeah, you get the halo.
A sparkly halo.
Sparkly halo.
4 halos, 4 heads.
4 heads.
4
Enough
rings.
cord, and 4 rings. Okay.
And instructions.
And yes, of course.
Goodness, can you imagine? And
I can show you these because I've got these.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so the way our
£12.99.
instructions work, okay, it tells you everything you need.
So if you've never done macrame before,
then this is a great kit because it's the simplest knot in the world. Let me show you why.
Oh yeah, go on then. Yeah, go on then.
Okay. We all know this knot, but we don't know what it's called.
Yep.
I always say that. Okay. So if you fold a piece of cord in half, it's 20 centimetres here. It tells you to do that. It tells you to cut 16 pieces like that. Okay. When you put the 2 ends through the loop from the middle and pull.
Yes, I know that. What is it called?
It's called a lark's head.
Is it? Oh,
Yes.
well, that's posh because I know how to do that one.
Okay. It's a lark's head.
A lark's head knot.
Yes, and we want it that way around. So you can have it to it. You can have like an upside down lark's head or a lark's head.
That's like when you put a ribbon through a gift tag.
Yeah. I say everybody knows the knot, but they don't know what it's called.
I had no idea it was called that.
It's the lark's head, and it's the only knot we use in this kit.
Is it?
So you go all the way around. I think you can probably, once we've put a few on, you can start to see.
So, do you know what? Wouldn't these be lovely table presents?
Yes.
Because I often, last couple of years, for Christmas, I've put little kits on the table.
Yeah.
Which is really funny because you get everyone to make this kit. They've got to be reasonably easy.
Well, you don't.
But it's really funny when you get like the old auntie and she's got to make, which last year she had to make a Lego daffodil, which was really funny.
Interesting.
But something like this, which everybody can do, it's a lovely thing.
Yeah.
And it's an angel.
So you can probably see how that's working already. So this is this bit here.
Hang on.
Yeah, you see that?
Oh yeah, so that's the head.
So the head will sit in the middle. Okay. The loop at the bottom, we fasten the head in. The halo goes on. The silver cord holds all that into place. So you haven't got to macrame that in. All you're doing is the sort of the hair. The
so
wings,
this is a really nice.
It's a really easy macrame. So the body is basically 4 lots of cord that's 40 centimetres long. If I show you where they go, you'll see how that works. So literally, this goes there and hangs down. And you get to that side, okay? And we tie them together in the middle.
Over half of the stock
It's
is
really easy.
It is, but also...
But it's a great way to get into macrame.
It's a good way to get into it. It's a really nice gift to give somebody, just a little present or something to do at Christmas.
Yep.
But it's also, because you're getting 4 in the kit, it's very affordable. You know, you can hang these on the tree, you can put them on a wreath on your front door.
A couple of packs and you've got gifts. Gift tags.
Yes.
So put your fabulous bows on your presents.
And then hang an angel.
Hang an angel. It doesn't have to be an angel for Christmas, of course. It's an angel for all year.
Yes.
So hang them in your windows.
Yeah,
and things like that.
that's
No
true.
problem.
That would be lovely hanging your window because it's your guardian angel.
Guardian angels, yeah.
Guardian macrame angel. Amazing. I think these are fabulous. Over half of the stock is gone. These are going to sell out, so you need to be quick with these.
So for us, macrame, we do lots and lots and lots of Christmas decorations macrame-wise, which hopefully we'll be bringing to you soon.
Well, Liz says, I've ordered the angel kit too. What a fabulous new supplier. Can't wait to see what's on their next show. There you go.
Thanks, Liz.
Right, Liz, so what we want is...
Give us a list. So we always come up with new kits all the time. We have lots.
We
and lots
definitely
anyway.
want more
We've got
macrame.
macrame reindeers, and all sorts of things like that. So
Brilliant.
Really fun.
Right, we've got 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay,
so we have got a few of these amazing, when I say few.
Not many.
Right, we've got 12 left, and we've got way, way more in baskets. So if you want to revolutionise your yarn stash, your knitting and your crocheting, if you're a knitter and a crocheter, you will know why you need one of these. If you know someone who is, buy them one. They will thank you forever.
They will.
They will, honestly.
They will. And it's just nice to watch.
It's
mesmerising, isn't it?
Well, it's just the joy of having a yarn cake, which doesn't make sense.
Shall we find the middle?
Yes, let's do
take
that.
It off. Let's take it off.
So be quick. You need to get checked out on this. It's brilliant.
Okay, so all we do here, you can either remove it like that and then just pull it through. Okay.
Okay.
Take it off like that.
Right, let me give you some space.
If we've done it right, it's going to be...
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah, let's make it.
It's behind an angel. There you go.
Okay. So we should be able to find...
As always.
The centre. So you put a bit of tape on it, didn't you?
I did. There we go.
There it is. There it is.
Fabulous.
Okay. So what we have to do now is
just pull it out.
Pull it out. So you would work it from that point there. Yeah.
And if I want to use it again, I put like a fabric clip or something.
Yeah, just so it doesn't drop. Because if you push it back in,
because that end
you can pop in the other end.
Pop in.
Yeah.
So if you just put something on that end, there we go. I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it? Right, we only have 10 of these left. They are going to go. We have loads in baskets. £69.75. That includes 500 grams of premium acrylic double knit yarn. You'll get 5 different colours, can't tell you which ones because we don't know yet. It's a surprise, but they will be 5 different ones. They will be 100 grams of each. Only £69.75, should be 79. So you're saving a tenner. You get a 12-month guarantee with this. And honestly, once you've bought it, you've got it home, it will change things.
Yeah.
One of these. Brilliant. Well, thank you, Mark. It's been a pleasure.
Have
you enjoyed?
Great.
Have
Lovely.
you enjoyed it? It's been okay. Will you come back?
Yeah. Hopefully, if you have me.
Oh, definitely. Because these, I mean, we've had 2 hours of amazing products. I want all of them. They're all brilliant. So next time.
And we're always developing.
Yes.
So we're always bringing.
I'm going to be thinking of all those problems that I need to solve.
And sending them to me, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's fine.
I have lots.
Do that. We love it. Send us your problems. Not all of them, but send us your crafting problems. And
general. No, I have lots of crafting things. I think I wish somebody would. Yeah. I keep asking, but nobody ever does. Anyway, right. Well, we look forward to seeing you back here soon.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure, hasn't it? We're going to go for a quick break, and then we're going to finish off the day with an hour of homeware kits. So who doesn't love a kit? I love a kit. All things that you can make for your home. So perfect with the summer holidays coming up, but also great to put in your stash for all of those things you want to make. And I'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash, or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there. You open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line. And if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop. And you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So now this hour is all about all those kits that you really like. So we often do quilt kit hours, but we don't often do homeware kits. And I love these. That's all the sort of the little random kits that where we do bag hours and things. These are all the lovely things. Now we're going to start off with this bundle. Can't believe I've missed this. Tim Holtz has launched this collection of fabrics, and every month he brings out a new colourway. And I've missed green. Oh, is it called teal, this one? It's teal. Oh, it's just lovely. It's just lovely. Now, we're going to match the price of the special deal because you got half a metre for free. So his collection, if you know Tim Holtz, he does this Elements palette. And we've only got four of these. Right, we've only got 4 of these. There's half a metre of each of the fabrics. And you know, if you know Tim Holtz, you know how he takes items from like bills and scrapbooks and receipts and then layers them. And every month he's launching the fabrics, but in a different colourway. And this is the teal month. So this one, look at this. I've got to show you all of them. That's all like luggage labels and stamps. Half a metre of each of all of these. Then you've got stamps. I mean, it's just lovely. I really want this, really want this. That one's nice. That looks like panelling. And then this one, look at that one. That's beautiful, isn't it? That's like marbling. Do you remember we used to do marbling in art lessons and you put ink in like a tray of water? And then we've got this one. So again, teal background. I love the way... you do need to keep this bit on your selvage. This fabric is designed to have a distressed appearance of printed imperfections. Definitely have to keep that selvage for sewing onto something. Then you've got the butterflies. I mean, the fabric is just gorgeous, isn't it? I could just change that to I am designed to have a distressed appearance. Or just like that, designed to have a distressed... You've got butterflies. Look at this one. This is gorgeous. This is like someone's scrapbook with photos and little bills and receipts and little bits of maps. Right, we've got more in baskets than we've got available. Tim Holtz is really known for his maps, so obviously he had to put maps. I mean, this is beautiful. Make yourself a travel bag, a travel wallet, a great big beach, big weekender bag with all of these fabrics on. This is my favourite one. Don't know why. I just absolutely love that one. It's bus tickets and cinema. Oh no, that's cinema tickets. It's like bus tickets, train tickets, cinema tickets. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? And then you get this lovely teal one that goes with it. So £80.91. You get half a metre for free. We do have some of the fabrics on the website available buy from the half metre, but not all of them. Can't remember which one. There were a couple that we don't have, and so we can't make the bundle again. So that's it. You're going to save £8.99, £80.91, way more if you're in baskets than we've got in stock. I love that one. I love that one and that one. And so every month, Tim Holtz brings out the next colourway in these. It's beautiful. I mean, what you want ideally is the whole lot, don't you? And make a quilt. But you see, if you love the teal, that's a lot of fabric, isn't it? Okay. Yes, but I can't see them. They're in a box. A box. A brown box. Yep, yep, they're in a brown box. I might have left them. Oh, they're on the trolley. No. Sorry, we're looking for beach huts. They're in a box. Hey, Dan's found my beach huts. It's funny, I forget that you can't hear what everyone's saying. Funny. Right, we've got one of these bundles left and then it's gone. Sorry, Hannah's talking to me about beach huts and I go, no, they're out, they're in a box. Hey, I found the box. Right, that's sold out now. I'll come and get beach huts instead. There we go. No, I don't want that. Right, that will all make sense. Now, I did a show on the first day of summer, which is the 21st of June, obviously on the solstice. And to celebrate summer, we did beach huts. So I don't know if you remember our the Christmas village. This is the summer version. So on the panel, you get all of the pieces, I'll show you in a moment, to make all 3 beach huts. So if you look, I'll show you one beach hut. They've got windows that you can cut out, and inside are all of the pieces, I'll show you on the panel, of the beach hut. So inside you've got there's a little rug, and you've got furniture, you've got deck chairs, and then all the way round you've got the wooden base, little door, you can cut out the door so you've got that open. You can, if you like, and I've done with mine, you can then put little tea lights inside. Turn them on. Do not put candles. It will be a matter of minutes before they burst into flames if you use candles. And then, you see, you can keep them, like in the bathroom on the windowsill. Maybe you own a beach hut, maybe you live by the sea. Any little windowsill, just as decoration. You could buy several kits and make lots of them. Let me show you what the kit looks like. So it's called Beach Hut Row. That's the name of the road that they live on. You get full instructions and a video tutorial. They're not difficult to make at all. And then the illustrations that Amy's drawn are absolutely divine. So each of the pieces are printed on here. All of the seam allowances are included, easy peasy. So look at them, they've all got all the pieces on. So these, you can see the outside, but like the inside, there's a rug on the floor inside. And this is the inside of Beach Hut 1. There's a sofa, obviously, and a lovely chest of drawers and curtains. There's also, which I haven't got, bunting. And there's the red one. And then it's got a little slate roof. And I wonder whether, let me just get my box one moment. Oh, there we go. That bit was important. On the panel as well are the pieces to make the bunting, the matching bunting, which what you can do when you finish making all your beach huts is you can make the bunting and you can sew it to them, and then they all join together, so you can sew it across all of them. They're just so cute. And that's the bunting pieces all across the top. So that's the panel. Comes with full instructions. I just used an H640 fusible wadding. You need that for the structure. So there's the full instructions. It tells you what else you need. If you go onto the Sewing Street website, that's listed as well. Basically, you need 1/2 metre of wadding, and I used a little bit of bond web for the bunting and some string or cord, and that's it. So it's just the wadding that you need. So if you want to make Beach Hut Row, they're lovely as a gift for somebody who loves the sea or just to pop in your house. That's the beach hut. Right, then, to keep going along with the beach hut theme, we did a feature panel. So, actually I'm going to show you what I made with it. Right, so the beach hut feature panel, and I'm just tidying up my desk, otherwise I haven't got any space. This is the feature panel. So this was something we did to go along with the beach huts. These gorgeous beach huts, Amy then drew them, and they are printed. On the panel, you get 3 18-inch squares. Well, they're 18 and a half, so they'll cut down to 18. And they feature exactly the same beach huts. So you've got one with 3, you've got one with 6, and you've got this one here. Now, just to show you what you can do with it, obviously they make lovely cushions, an amazing beach bag. But I thought with mine, I've used 2 panels. I know we don't have the charm squares, but that's fine because you can just use strips of fabric. If you buy 2 feature panels, you can make yourself an amazing beach hut picnic quilt, or a beach hut quilt. Be lovely to put on your bed, wouldn't it? So this is 6 feature panels, and then what you can do for the strips down the middle, you can just use a plain fabric. The red looks really nice. That is just the Rose and Hubble red. I think that one. There's red and scarlet, and that's red. So if you join 6 together with some fabric strips in between, you can make yourself a whole beach hut thing. So that's just an idea for you. So that's the feature panel. Yeah, and I also made, I picked out all the colours from, I made Ian make this for me. I picked out all of the fabric colours that Amy had used for the beach huts, because I would have thought beach huts were just like red, white and blue, but no. They're red, they're orange, they're mint green, they're bright green. You see amazing how Amy's way better at colour than I am, because these are all the colours that feature on the beach huts. So what you can do is, if you've bought the feature panels, this is a brilliant pack to use, because there's half a metre of each of these. Special price as well, because I said to Ian, can you make this bundle for me? And I want a special price. Yeah, it should be £3.99 for half a metre. This would be brilliant to cut and use for the sashing or the borders. That comes out at £3.33 for half a metre. You could use that for all the sashing and the borders. And you can make, I mean, that quilt that I made could be for a single bed. You could use it as a lovely picnic blanket to take down the beach this summer. Perfect. Put a bit of waterproof backing fabric on it. Gorgeous. Yeah, actually, we've got some of that. I've got it on trolley. Should we get it now? So if you want to make a waterproof picnic blanket, what you need to do is make your outside of it, whether you're going to join it together, whatever, and then quilt it. Put some wadding and some very cheap, lightweight, doesn't matter fabric, but as long as it's cotton behind it, and quilt it so it all looks beautiful. Then, don't bind it, just quilt it. Wash it so it shrinks nicely. Then put the waterproof fabric on the backing, because what you don't want to do is sew through the backing, the waterproof fabric, because then you put holes in it and then it won't be waterproof anymore. So layer your quilted top with the waterproof backing, and then bind it together all the way around the edge. And then the layers are held together, but it means that you've quilted it so it looks lovely, but don't sew through the waterproof backing. Now, this is ideal for picnic quilts. It's pre-bundled into a metre piece. It's perfect for picnic blankets. £7.98. Can you see it's got you wouldn't know it's waterproof. It's got a really nice, soft, canvassy feel to it. But when you turn it onto this side, you can see the waterproofing. But what I'm saying is, if you are going to make it into a blanket, just sew it around the edge to bind it, but don't quilt through it, because you make holes in it. But that would be ideal, wouldn't it? And it's big. Is it? What's the width of it? That's a good width, isn't it? 147 centimetres. I thought that, because that is wider than my arms. 147 centimetres. Oh, thanks, Dan. Dan's got a tape measure, but it's all right, because Hannah's told me now. So that's the royal blue, but we've also got it. So royal blue, perfect for the summer. But if you want more of a neutral colour that maybe you're going to be using on the grass, so it doesn't show up, or do you know this is real? I know a lot of you have used this to do garden furniture cushions or garden furniture covers, because it's a really affordable price at £7.98. And this is a really, they've called it silver. It's kind of an earthy grey. It's a really nice neutral. So it is great if you're using it for outdoor furniture things. You could leave your cushions outside for a while, because it has got that weatherproof. It's also really good for things like garden kneelers, anything like that. Oh, right. So we've got the 2 beachy striped fabrics, which look like beach huts, don't they? You see, now they go nice. If you've bought that bundle, Look. I love the red. I mean, it looks like a beach hut, doesn't it? Red striped fabric. Now, this is £3.99 for half a metre, and this is multi-buy. So if you want to buy more, you can, if you want more than half a metre, it will come cut as a whole cut piece. I mean, it's lovely for your beach hut style things or summery. I mean, it's great for quilt binding. It's just a really good primary stripe. It looks like a bag of sweets, doesn't it? You know, when you buy in a proper old-fashioned sweet shop and you buy a bag of sweets, it looks like one of those paper bags, doesn't it? Love that. Only £3.99. Oh, it's cotton poplin as well, which means it's beautiful to sew with. It's got a really nice crisp finish. So that's the red one. And again, goes nice with that, because look. But if you're going to get the red one and you're going to get that, you need to get the blue one as well. It makes me think Punch and Judy, doesn't it? This is royal. You know, when you look at that and that, oh, I'm on the seaside. Beautiful. £3.99. But remember, you can buy multiples of this so that you can buy it as a whole piece. Unfortunately, we're very far from the seaside. This is probably, I don't know, wonder where the furthest from the sea in Britain is. It's probably got to be somewhere close to us. But this is Rose and Hubble again. It's cotton poplin, so it's beautiful fabric. So although this is not cotton poplin, it's only the weave. This is much tighter weave. You've got a higher thread count on that. Otherwise, it's the same weight fabric, so it's beautiful to blend together. So those are the stripy and the bundle. Which one should we do next? This pencil box pouch kit. Oh, cool. Oh, I like that. Brand new project from Sally Ann. Oh, I like that. Sorry, I'm just having a little look at that. I haven't seen that before. That's, well, because, you know, I don't see everything all the time. Oh, this is really cool. So it's a little pouch to put all your pencils in. So, but what you get, oh, I love the patchwork. You get this panel, right? And it has on it all the primary colours used for the pencils, the stripy bit that's used for the binding. If you're with me at 8, remember I was saying that stripy fabric works amazingly for binding. And then you've got the pink, you've got the wooden fabric, which obviously you need for the bit at the top of the pencil. And then you've got the pink fabric that's the lining. You also get black fabric. Oh, right, so on the picture it says half a metre. Oh, right, on the picture it's pink, but it's not. You get black, because that's for that bit there. You also get the plastic. Well, it's not plastic, is it? It's vinyl, what's it called? PVC. You get a fat quart of PVC for your see-through pencil case. I think that's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely love that. Oh, and you get full instructions as well. So all the pencils of foundation paper piece, which is brilliant, because to get that real nice, neat point, that's what you need, isn't it? Oh, I do like this. Right, we've only got 17 of those left. And she's used a stripy binding, see? Yeah. Did say you need stripy. It's lovely. I mean, for that sort of scale of stripe, it's lovely for it, isn't it? And that's for the binding. Oh, I think that's lovely. What a lovely little present for somebody as well. I mean, nice teacher present, £24.99. Should be well impressed with that. Well, the fact that you've got everything, I guess you just need, all you're going to need is a zip. We've all got one of those. That's all you need is a zip. And she's put some wadding in hers as well. Yeah, if you want to make it extra plush. That's so lovely. I like that. Oh, right, so we do have instructions on their own for that as well. So if you want just the instructions on their own, £9.99, so maybe you want to use fabric from your own stash. Everything you need, all the details, the templates and everything, it's all in there. But it's £9.99 for just the instructions on their own. It's a really nice little project. It's a bit of a stash buster as well. And if you're not using the kit, but you're using your own fabric, you know, you can use different prints for these as well. So if you want. So it is FPP, yes. But not like super complex FPP. It's more about getting the the tip of that pencil, I think would be, let me show you the picture. I think to get that would be really hard to get it accurate without the FPP. So it's not really, really complicated, but that's a lovely thing to make, isn't it? Like that one. So £9.99 on its own for that one. Ice lolly, picnic blanket. This is FPP. Again, brilliant for your picnic blanket, isn't it? 45 by 45 size. This is physical instructions, so that's printed. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, it'd be really nice as a table runner, wouldn't it? So it's FPP. I love all the different ice lollies. Oh, look, she's got rocket lollies. Love a rocket lolly. Really, really easy to understand. Look, she's got really clear photos of every single stage. Not only that, how to do that, but also how to make the quilt top as well. And look, there's all the templates. Templates to photocopy. So obviously you do need to photocopy them because you want to be photocopying them onto really inexpensive thin paper, or photocopy them onto the Carol Dirks foundation powder paper as well. There's also a digital download, which, to be honest, would be really useful, I think. If I was going to buy these, I would get the digital download instead, because you've got to print out the templates. So rather than photocopying, if you get this as a download, you can then just print out the templates. So I would do that. Well, I mean, to be honest, printing photocopy, it's just easier to press print, isn't it? Then you have got to scan it and everything. Some people obviously do prefer to have the physical copy there. Entirely up to you. We do both. But obviously you can get started on it straight away. You can use all your little scraps as well. I mean, Jenny's used really sort of bright fabrics here, but you could use prints as well. You could have retro lollies. You could have those lovely, oh, do you remember those cider barrel ones? And then there was, and I honestly thought they had cider in. Really don't think they did. Hannah likes a knobbly bobbly. Really? What's my... Oh, well, is that a fab? Because I think a fab is my favourite. Oh, a knobbly bobbly's knobbly bobbly all over and a fab's just on the top. I used to like... strange sentence. I used to like a cider barrel, and I honestly thought... Cherry brandy. Do you remember cherry brandy? I thought cherry brandy and cider barrel actually had alcohol in them. When I was a child and there were ice cream vans, did they? They were lovely. And the cherry brandy ones as well. Right. FPP alphabet. Now that is really useful. You can label everything you own. I've always wanted to do like this is the physical £9.99. I've always wanted to do like a big quilt, but with a saying, something just cool on it. Something I want to, I don't know. Probably take me longer to decide what I want to put on it. But you could like make a little label for something, couldn't you? So it can be used for so many things. The great thing is as well, because it's FPP, you can just enlarge or make smaller, decrease the templates to suit what you want to do. So imagine making like a little quilt label, or make a quilt for somebody. You can put all the letters. So she explains, let's see, that's what I meant. I wanted something with the thing like sewing mends the soul. I've made, and I still haven't used it, I made pocket once, and I was going to make it into a pocket, and I never had. So I've in my sewn box, I've got an FPP thing that just says pocket. I haven't used it. One day. I don't know, do you know what? I bought an alphabet online and I wanted to have a go at it, and I thought I'll do the word pocket, and then I've just remembered it's still there. So you've got all of the letters. Right. Digital download, if you want to just download it. It is a real stash buster. And again, I would go digital download, because you can just print it out then. You can print it out to just cheap photocopy paper. If you've got any of the proper Carol Dirks foundation paper, I would recommend you use that, because it is amazing. I mean, it's obviously more expensive than using cheap photocopy paper, but it does tear off better. That is brilliant. Right. Now, these fabrics, I haven't seen these before. They're really soft. They're Moda. They're Moda. They're very lovely. Which one do you want to do first? The blue one. Let's have a look at these. Well, this is nice. So is this... Right, so this comes by the ½ metre, and obviously you can multi-buy it. The stripes run parallel to the... They're called Winky Pops. Winky Pops. We've had some great words. Knobbly, bobbly, Winky Pop. So the stripes run parallel to the selvage. So these are great. So you can use them as single pieces and use them for like FPP and cut bits out that you need. You can use them as borders. So obviously it's £8.99 for ½ metre, but if you buy more than a ½ metre, it'll be sent as a whole cut piece. So you could use them as borders. You could use them this way, bindings. Very, very, very adaptable, versatile. There's so many different things you can do with these. It's lovely to have these fabrics where you just want a whole just a small amount. If you just buy ½ metre, you've just got a small amount of all of these different fabrics. So it's like having your sort of fat quarter bundles where everything goes together. I've never seen these before. It's called Mixed Bag of Lollies Collection. Well, right. Well, I've never seen that. It's nice, that. I'm just laughing about the Winky Pop name. I wonder why it's called that. Which one can we... Oh, this is nice. This is very... Oh, this feels very mid-century, doesn't it? Very mid-century. I love that. Nobody actually really knows what it means. They just go, yeah, it's really mid-century. Mid-century modern. And what does it mean? Don't know. But it's actually got a really nice selvage with sweeties on it. But the colours are lovely, aren't they? But it has got that kind of retro feel, style prints to it, and those colours. That's lovely, isn't it? So I'm thinking, like, if you were using the alphabet, it'd be brilliant for that, for Sally Ann's pencil case. Imagine with this number of fabrics, you can do one in each of them. I like the... how wide are the stripes? I have a tape measure here, because Dan gave me one earlier. Ooh. Right, so the stripes are 5¼ inches. That's not including the black thing. But if I go running stitch to running stitch, yeah, they're about 5½. But each stripe is 5¼ inches. Okay. Gosh, this is a very multi-tool. It's got a pair of scissors on it as well. It's got everything. Right, that's the green one. I like that. That's really good if you're an FPP or an EPP or a scrap fabric. That's really useful. This one, the yellow and orangey one, very mid-century. I'm feeling 1970s, this one. Only 2 of those left. Oh yeah, look at the prints on that. It's so cool, isn't it? I mean, we didn't think it was cool when we hit the 1980s. We thought it was really old-fashioned, but now it's all coming back. All coming back now. It's avocado bathroom era, isn't it? Whoa. So that's those prints, but a bit of a vibier colourway. That's lovely, isn't it? And what's weird about it is that all of those colours really go together. When you look at them like that, you think they actually really go together, but you wouldn't pick them to go together. You've got that kind of fuchsia and the mustard. But they're amazing, aren't they? £8.99 for that. Limited on that one as well. Gorgeous. Right, quilt as you go mug mats. We've got 2 of those. We'll start with the strip. So in here, well, I'm not going to open them actually. I haven't got time. Well, I can, but they're sealed. They're sealed. You've got the printed wadding to make these mug mats. You need there are 3 different patterns, so you've got 3 different mug mats in there. It tells you that you need 7 assorted fat quarters for them. And really easy to do. If you've never done quilt as you go, or if you're new to patchwork, it is really simple to do. It explains how you cut your fabric into strips, and then the lines are printed on the wadding, so you just put the fabric on and use quilt at the same time, and it's a really good scrap buster. So they're really nice for mug mats. I'm just seeing whether it gives you the size. No, it doesn't, strangely. But they don't have to be mug mats. They're quite nice to put like on your dressing. Oh, 8.5 inches by 10.5. So they'd actually be quite good for pet bowls. That's what I wondered. You know, for putting your dog's water bowl on. Be really nice for that. But you could also have them like on the hall table or your dressing table or something to put a plant on. Brilliant scrap buster because you are using 2.5-inch fabric strips. So really nice way. And so you can see the prints on these. You've got one that goes diagonally, one that goes vertically and horizontal, and one that's like that kind of interlocked, like parquet floors. I don't know what that pattern is. So that's the strip mug mats. We've also got it as log cabin mats as well. Exactly the same thing, but this is the log cabin design. Again, 8.5 by 10.5 inch. You get all the pieces, the printed wadding for 3. So they're just different styles of log cabin. And, you know, if you use really bright primary ones, they're lovely for kids, aren't they? You can use some Liberty to make really super posh ones. So I know they're called mug mats, but they can be any just little quilted mats. And it's a really quick and easy project to do as well. So there you go, there's that one. We're a bit limited on that one as well. Right, the superb market bags. 1, 2, what's number 3? I did have 3. Oh, there we are. Right, so I designed these supermarket bags because I wanted a bag that I could take to the supermarket, that I could wrap up small, that could just fit in my bag or in the boot of my car, and then when I get into the supermarket, it opens up. So I bought all the supermarket bags you could. We'll start with vegetables. And I designed these based on the best bits of all of them. So it's a really big bag. So it's like these bags for life that you get from the supermarkets. It's that big. It's got, you know, when you open it up, it's a really big size. It has handles so that you can carry it, because sometimes you want to carry it in your hand. And then it's also got handles to put over your shoulder. It has a elastic that will do it up, because you know when you put them in your boot and everything falls out, so it will do up. But also, as you can see from these, the elastic, there's 2 buttons on it, it rolls around and it will do up, so you can keep it really small. Now, it's been designed in such a way so that it all rolls up and stays small. It's not lined, but I've made them so they've got a nice turnover. In fact, you've got a nice matching facing and handles. And they've got French seams. If you want to, and I have done it with some, is you can line them with a waterproof lining if you want to, and then that just keeps them all nice and clean. So there's 3 different designs. This is your fruit and veg. So on one side, Amy's drawn all of these beautifully. You've got all the vegetables, and then on the other side, you've got all the fruit. And then the handles on one side have got fruit, and the handles on the other side have got veg. So on the panel, you will get all of the pieces you need, and this is a big panel. Once you've made this, that's it. You know, it's so lovely because I keep mine in the boot of my car when I go to the supermarket. It's just nice to have a fun bag. They make a really nice gift for somebody as well, because who doesn't want to have a cool supermarket bag? So there's one side of them, and there's the other. So everything you need is on there. The only thing that you will need in addition is 2 buttons and some elastic if you want to be able to tie them up. And you will also get full instructions with a video and pictures of me and Morrison's. Other supermarkets are available, but that's where we went for to take the photos. We didn't even ask them, and it was really funny because people looked at us and thought, what are they doing walking around the shop with all this stuff in their trolleys? And then we put it all back again. Not perishables, but, you know, like fruit things. So that's because I decided, we started off when I designed this because I really wanted to have a bag. Well, actually, it was my sister's idea. She said, could you design one of these for me? So we started off, and I went, oh, go on then. So we started off with just general groceries. And then I thought, oh, well, actually, I need more than one bag. So we then did fruit and veg and bakery. So this is the general groceries. So this is all your tins and everything. We've got Amber makes mustard, custard, tomato soup, pineapple slices, baked beans. And then on this side, you've got your baking things. So you've got flour, caster sugar, plain flour. I love the handles. So you get the facing on the inside, and that's what keeps the handles nice and strong. So the facing has got all that printed on. And look at the handles with the little tins. So Amy's drawn them so that when you make them, they just sit there. And they're dead easy to make. If you've not made anything like that before, obviously there's no fastenings. There's sew 2 buttons on, a bit of elastic. The French seams are really easy. If you want to put a waterproof lining in, just use this outside as a template to cut the lining. So that's what it looks like. So it's lovely white background with the brown shelves. And then I love the gap in it. Amy's filled up with Amber makes Worcestershire sauce. One day we'll have our own supermarket. I wonder what it tastes like. Love that. It's just so realistic. I love these like realistic prints. So that's the grocery one. And then the last one we did, then we had to obviously do the bakery, didn't we? Had to do the bakery. This one's gorgeous. So on one side, we've got bread, pastry twists, loaf of bread, pain au chocolat, cinnamon swirl, chocolate eclair, croissant, baguette. And that's in the blue. You've got a nice blueprint. And then on this side, it's cake, donut, Victoria sponge, Battenberg's my favourite, custard tart, angel slice, cherry bakewell. And then just the same as with the other one, you've got the handles that you hold have got the little cakes and the long handles and the facing. And then on the other side, you've got the bread. So it's a brilliant bag that you can just put over your shoulder. And it is as big as, if not bigger than, all of those bags for life. And then when I went to France, went to one of their great big supermarkets, and they had it where it had a button that did it up across the top. I thought that's genius because it stops it all falling out. And then I think it's just really nice that you then pop it. It doesn't require any fancy folding. Just fold the handles sort of inwards and do that, and then you just roll it up, and then that just means that you can keep them in the boot of your car, or you can pop them in your bag, and you're more likely to use them if they're there, and then you just pop the elastic round, and that's it. But I've made a lot of them as gifts for people because they make really nice presents as well. So that's those. Guide to making a removable cover. Okay. So do you have a machine gathering dust or need to hide your gadgets so they don't match your colour scheme? This handy guide will show you how to create a custom-sized cover. Oh, that's a good idea, isn't it? So she explains how to measure whatever it is you're covering. Because I guess it could be a sewing machine, it could be a toaster, couldn't it? Mixer? Husband? Do you have a machine gathering dust? Yes. Or does it match your colour scheme? So you just like sidle up to him, you take measure, go, sorry love, I just need to measure your height, width and depth. If you could just keep still. But you just don't match my colour scheme. But yeah, you could use them for your air fryer. So anyway, the instructions explain in detail exactly how to make it, how to make the, oh look, she's even got the corner template, how to do it. And so and on the back, I like this where she's put, here's all your measurements so that you can create it. So most people, I think, will probably use this for their sewing machine or their overlocker, but you could use it for a toaster or anything that you want to cover because the principle is the same, whatever you're covering. I think that's fabulous. $9.99 for that. There are only 20 of those left, though. And it's the sort of thing that you buy now, you can use over and over. Use it to use up your scraps. I mean, once you've worked out the size of the fabric piece that you need, you could join together all your fabric scraps and do squares, and then you can cut it to that size. Genius. I think that must be it. That one. Ooh. Now, this was the last time was Wendy, 23rd of June. I know, it was the day after I was in. Awful. There was Wendy and Sam, and I wasn't here. Terrible. This is called the Lazy Days bag. So it's a drawstring bag. So it looks like that, and then it becomes a drawstring, so it holds it all together. It's the perfect companion to take out and about, making it an ideal project for beginners. So what you get in this, you get, oh, this is lovely. You get this lovely brown jumbo cord that's for the outside, and then you get this cool leopard print that's for the lining and the handle. Very, very, very comprehensive instructions, as always with Wendy. Really, really easy to understand. I love that. So £24.99, you get 1.5 meters of fabric. So you get a metre, I'm guessing, no, you get half a metre of the outside fabric, and you get a metre of the lining. But how classy is that? It's brilliant. Well, it's really cool because you can have it like that bag, and then it can go into a drawstring, depending on what you're doing and what you're using it for. £24.99 for that. That's the bundle. Now, we have got instructions on their own, physical instructions on their own, £9.99 for that. So full instructions, £9.99. Those are the physical printed ones. Right, next I'm going to do the duffel totes. So again, this was something I designed because I really wanted it. In fact, I designed this as my sock knitting bag for me. And then I decided actually it's really good for sewing and crochet as well. So it comes in 3 prints. So this is how it works. This is the crochet one, so it features granny squares on it. It's a tote bag, so you can just hold it like that. You can carry it around. You can pop it over your shoulder. It has a drawstring top, so it's a duffel, hence the duffel tote. It's got a square bottom, because that's easier than a round bottom. I wanted beginners to be able to do this. So the idea behind it is you open it up. Inside, it's got lots of pockets that are all sewn to the inside of the lining, and you can choose the spacing. So if you want to put like knitting needles or crochet hooks, you can space them. If you want to put a book in or a bigger kit, you can choose what your spacing is. And the idea is when you're working from it, you roll it down, so that you've got maybe your wool and your needles, or you've got your fabric, or maybe you're taking it to the beach and you've got your sunglasses and your book and your suntan lotion all popped in there. So when you're using it, you keep it like that. When you've finished and you just want to carry it, so whether it's a project on the side of your sofa, whether it's a project you're taking on holiday, whether it is your holiday bag, you tie up the drawstring, and there we go. And that's what it looks like. It's really easy to do. The only thing you need is a bit of cord for the drawstring. So let me just show you the kit for that one. It comes with, obviously, full instructions. So that's what it looks like when it's all full. And you can see it has probably a better idea of when it's empty. So the idea is it can be used for projects, but it's also really good for just taking away with you. Nice on the beach. So there's the front of the back. It's fully lined, and it features the granny squares. So you've got the outer, the lining, the pockets are lined as well to make them really nice and strong and sturdy. You've got handles there, and you've got the casing for the handles, and there's even a label as well. So the crochet one is quite cool because maybe you want to take it on holiday with you, so just keep all your stuff in there, and it's quite nice sometimes, or even if you're taking it for a picnic, that you can actually see inside it. So that's the crochet, and that comes with full instructions and a video tutorial. Which one next? The knitting one. That's obviously got all of the knitting items. So on the outside of it, you've got yarn, you've got needles, you've got little scissors, you've got knitted hats, socks. It's in beautiful shades of mauve and blue. And then if you open it up, and turn it around, you've got a smaller print of that on the inside. I mean, it is a brilliant bag for knitting, but you might just like the print and you want to just use it like that to take, because it's got all the access and because you've got all the pockets in it, it is a great project thing. So with my knitting one, I have a big pocket that I've spaced to put my book, my sock knitting book in, and then like you can see here, I've put smaller gaps to put the needles in. But you can choose, so it's very adaptable. So that's the knitting one. And then finally, there's the sewing one. So with the sewing one, obviously the instructions and the way it works is all the same. You've got vintage sewing accessories with buttons. You've got all the thread, the sewing machines, and then if I got on the handles, there are tape measures. And then if we go to the inside, the lining is just a smaller version of that, and the pockets are stranded cotton. So it's a lovely project bag to use for your latest project, or just to keep items in. It's really nice to store, or it doesn't have to be for a project bag. It could be to use as just a bag to carry your things in, because it's a lot easier with the drawstring top and all the pockets. It's an easy make though. A lot of people say, what shall I make? This will be one of the first ones because there's no fastening, so it's quite a simple make. The next one is, I can't find the sample of the mug carry case, but I've got the B. So the vintage sewing, okay, I've got that kit here. Okay. The vintage sewing, no, this is the Busy Bee mug carry case kit. I haven't got the kit here. This is the B one. So the idea behind this is that you can put a mug in it. So it's a really good thing when you want a mug to take on workshops, on holiday, to any groups that you go to. Maybe you want to take it to the office. And if you want to carry a mug, or giving a mug as a gift is quite nice. So you open up the mug bag, and this is all padded. So you put your mug inside. It's got a pocket that you can put like tea bags, coffee sachets, sugar, biscuits. And then in there you also keep the little mug mat so that you can put your mug on there, because it has a matching mug mat on the panel. Oh, there's the, you get full instructions with it and the printed panel as well. And then once your mug is in there, you do it up with the button, and it just means that it's a really nice gift for someone. This has just got normal H640 wadding in. It's just something to give it slightly padded. Let me just show you the panel, and you can see everything is on here. Make it really simple. All of the seam allowances are included. Amy has done it so that the prints face the right direction, because the bee needs to be facing this way when this section's turned around, so it's worked out like that. That's the lining for it. There's the mug mat, that's the bottom of the case. It comes with a full video tutorial as well, but it's a really nice thing. Maybe you're making a present for a teacher, or maybe you're going to a workshop. Maybe you want to make one for all the people in your group, and you will have to take your own mug, because quite often we like to take our own mugs. I designed it originally for going on holiday, because I hate it when I go to a holiday cottage and the mugs are always too small. So I always take my own mug, and I normally wrap it in a carrier bag or something. So I thought, well, I'm going to make a little bag, and that's where it came from. So that's the B one. There's also a vintage sewing one as well. I haven't got the sample because I don't know where it is, but I have got the panel. Exactly the same thing, but that's what the panel looks like. So it's ideal. A lot of people have made this to take to their sewing group. That's what it looks like on the front of the panel. So you've got your vintage, this is what the front is. You've got your vintage sewing accessories. It's lined with the pink, and then the padded pocket is a pink and blue spotty. It is a really nice thing for taking to your sewing group, or just to use to celebrate your sewing. £17.99 for that. Oh, the elephant and the giraffe. Oh, not the mug. Oh, not the elephant and the giraffe. Oh, that's confused me. Yes, I have got the mug bag. These are on the website. They're just running off like that. They're on the website because I haven't got time to show them, but they are on, if you go on to sewingstreet.com, they're on there. Now, this is the elephant one. Now, this is a slightly different mug bag because I decided for this one I wanted to have a bag that maybe you could put your lunch in as well as your mug, or you could use for anything else. So it's designed, it's a little bag. Look, there's the elephant, and his trunk goes round. It has a drawstring top so that when you open it up, there's room in here to put a mug. But you could put anything in there, but what you've also got on the panel is you've got the pieces to make the little mug bag, but you've also got this little purse where the trunk is the handle and it looks like a teacup. And this is ideal for putting little tea bags and things in. So it can be for your mug bag, or it can just be a little purse and a mat. But I love the fact that the handle goes round like that. So full panel and instructions, and that has a tutorial as well. There we go, $14.99 for that. Right, thank you so much for joining me today. Tomorrow you will be hosted and presented by Mr. John Scott. We'll be back with you tomorrow at 8 o'clock, bright and early, with extra wide fabrics. His guest at 9 o'clock is Rebecca Harrison, fabulous. Oh, she's making the Sussex seamstress Rustington dress pattern. I don't think I've seen that. Is that a new one? Oh, I should be watching then. 10 o'clock, quilt kit split pay. That's always good, isn't it? Split pay. So all of the quilt kits at 10 o'clock will be on split pay. Amazing. 11 o'clock, Rebecca Harrison will be back with Maison Fauve Receive trousers. I love Maison Fauve patterns because they're always slightly cool, a little bit different. And then at 12 o'clock, it will be the Brother Scan and Cut and Brother Sublimation printer. Ooh, that's going to be very exciting. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Have a lovely afternoon. Stay in the shade. Don't know what it's like out there. I've been in here all the time. The aircon's fantastic. So stay in the shade. I will see you. I'm here on Monday as a guest with Vix, but come back bright and early tomorrow morning with John at 8 o'clock and have a lovely afternoon.